I only have 50 pieces of spiritual stones. When Maniac G heard Wang Xian's conditions, he frowned as he did not have that many spiritual stones. Tell me, where did you get yours from? Asked Wang Xian to Maniac G directly. Underworld's missions. Spiritual stones are very precious items for cultivation use. They are the hard currency in the underworld. Hence, some of the top-notch sects and families use them to trade, Maniac G explained to Wang Xian. Missions? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows with doubts. Everyone in the world earns money to survive. It's the same for the underworld. There were many ways to do that, and it makes no difference, just like the modern world. But the underworld is more practical. You can log on to a website and they have all kinds of missions. You can also set your own missions. All the sects and clans are gathered on the website. Maniac G looked at the computer next to him, and Wang Xian agreed. Maniac G got on the computer and logged in to a special website. When he entered, the screen showed a message. With various sects and clans in the underworld, our heroes emerge. On the home page was all the various ranking charts. Underworld's outstanding experts, doctors, spiritual medicines, art of cultivation, young heroes, assassins, and more. The charts piqued the curiosity of Wang Xian. The happenings in the underworld were much to his surprise. He clicked the medical ranking with some interest and scrolled to the 18th position. A name was on it with some comments. Miracle Doctor's chart number 18, Wang Xian. Age 20. Defeated Fang Huazi on September 17th this year. He crippled his arm and gained his fame overnight after this match. Replaced Fang Huazi's ranking, but his competence in medical skills remained unknown. He has a divine dragon medical hall at the Old Street, Rivertown. Hee. This evaluation is quite to the point. Wang Xian read the website with a face full of smiles. The founder of this website is Tianshao Sacred Sect. No one can beat them in terms of information. There is a space dedicated to all kinds of missions with about 400 to 500 missions daily. Some of them are easy, some of them are difficult. Each mission has different rewards. You can also publish your mission and trade your items on the platform. Maniac G introduced the website to Wang Xian formally. Then he hesitated. Since you want the spiritual stones, I can collect them for you. I'll give you 100 annually for 15 years. What do you think? Apart from that, you can command me whenever you need help. For the next 15 years, I'll obey your instructions. With 100 spiritual stones annually, that would make 1,500 pieces for 15 years. If these stones were converted into cash, it would be more than $100 billion. On top of that, the inborn expert service for 15 years was added to the price paid. You can collect as many spiritual stones as possible. If I have other needs, I'll find you again. Wang Xian waved his hand as he spoke to Maniac G. Yes. Maniac G hesitated before he nodded. Miracle Dr. Wang, I have some spiritual medicine with me. I'll get someone to send it over to you tomorrow. Sure. I'll give you an address later. You can deliver them to that place. Wang Xian nodded. I'll take my leave now. Maniac G bowed and left. Be it because of the power that Wang Xian displayed or the ability to cure his son, Wang Xian was someone who deserved Maniac G's respect. I didn't know there was such a website. How interesting. Wang Xian drew a smile on his face as he clicked on the outstanding experts of the underworld. The number 1 on the chart was Nie Wuhan, sect leader of Donghua Sacred Sect. Number 2 was Hai Jiao, an island owner. There were only 20 names on the outstanding experts chart. Most of them were aces from the sacred sects. There were 8 sacred sects in the underworld which stood tall within the country. Wang Xian read them with interest. Subsequently, he clicked on the missions page. There were all kinds of missions including assassinations, looking for bodyguards, and seeking spiritual medicine. Moreover, Wang Xian discovered that many missions were related to foreign disputes such as competing against and even killing experts from other countries. There were some group missions for competing for some treasures. Unbelievable. It's amazing. Wang Xian browsed the individual tasks to think of how he could earn those spiritual stones. Currently, 2 ways could earn spiritual stones within the shortest possible time. One was to save people. Another way was to sell spiritual medicine in exchange for spiritual stones. Both methods were the fastest ways. Wang Xian preferred the second method. He just needed to spend over 10 hours to make some spiritual medicine to exchange for 400 to 500 pieces of spiritual stone. It should not be that difficult to get more than 10,000 pieces of them. Xiao Xian. Just then, Guan Shuqing's surprising voice was heard from the outside. Wang Xian turned around with a smile on his face. Guan Shuqing, in a white skirt, had obviously made an effort to doll herself up. Her skirt at knee length was similar to a student's skirt, revealing a pair of fair and beautiful legs. She wore a shirt on top with her curvy bust lifted by her garment. Such an attractive beauty. What are you looking at? When Guan Shuqing saw Wang Xian's look, she rolled her eyes. But her face had nothing but smiles. Hee hee. Wang Xian giggled. I haven't seen you for a long time, so I missed you. Since I missed you, I just want to look at you. What a glib tongue. Guan Shuqing pouted her lips slightly as she walked to his side. Wang Xian shut his computer and stood up immediately. He walked to her and said, "Let's go. I'll bring you to the new house that I bought." "Great, let's go. I want to check out the house." Guan Shuqing smiled and nodded. "We need to go back to school to pick up my bike first. I drove today. My dad just bought me a car the other day." "Great. Come to think of it, I'm not a good boyfriend. I haven't given you any presents before." "Humph, now you know." "Should we go to the city center first to buy you some presents?" "Another day. I want to go to your house and see if you're keeping a mistress." "Haha, how can it be?" Wang Xian and Guan Shuqing laughed as they came to the car park. Guan Shuqing's dad had bought her a Maserati, which was costly too. "Wow, it's so beautiful over here. A house with a sea view." Guan Shuqing walked into the villa and looked around in amazement. Wang Xian drew a smile on his face. "Let's go. I'll take you to the roof. It's more interesting upstairs." Wang Xian brought Guan Shuqing to the roof with enthusiasm. "It's so beautiful here." Standing on the roof of the villa, Guan Shuqing looked out to the sea and exclaimed with happiness. "Hee hee. It's your home from now on. How is it? Do you like it?" Guan Shuqing blushed slightly and did not answer. She kept observing the surroundings with joy. She ran happily on the roof, and her skirt was lifted slightly. "Pink." Wang Xian expressed that his big D was thirsty. While admiring the beauty of Guan Shuqing, he had an idea in mind, and thoughts started flowing. "Shuqing, let's go and swim in the sea. The weather today is the best and most comfortable for it," Wang Xian said with a smile to Guan Shuqing. "Sure," Guan Shuqing replied happily. However, her expression soon changed to helplessness as she continued. "I forgot to bring my swimsuit. I have some here. I asked Xiao Yu to buy for you when she was buying one. Come over." Wang Xian replied with a righteous smile. He then brought Guan Shuqing to the changing room. The swimsuits were definitely not bought by Xiao Yu. As an upright man, the swimsuits Wang Xian gave Guan Shuqing were all bikinis. Guan Shuqing was shocked as she replied, and her face quickly turned red from embarrassment. "What happened?" Wang Xian asked innocently. The swimsuit is too revealing. Why is it all?" Guan Shuqing blushed as she asked while pointing to the wardrobe. "Oh, that's true. This sister of mine. Why did she get swimsuits like these? What if others see my gorgeous Shuqing in these? That will be bad. However, don't worry about that. There aren't any outsiders here. How about you just wear it now?" Wang Xian explained while pushing the blame to his younger sister righteously. There was a flicker in Guan Shuqing's eyes and the blush spread to her neck. She nodded her head slightly and replied, "All right." She shivered as she took a swimsuit. After which, she said to Wang Xian, "Go out first." "Fine, I will go out, I will go out." Wang Xian nodded and smiled. He then walked out. "Wait." However, at this moment, Guan Shuqing called out to him. Wang Xian was stunned for a moment and curiously turned his head around. He saw Guan Shuqing blushing as her eyes started to flicker. She pouted, stared at Wang Xian and asked, "Will your younger sister get this type of swimsuit?" Wang Xian looked at the swimsuit Guan Shuqing was holding. The swimsuit was skimpy and even had a hole at the bottom. He recalled the recommendation the boss gave when he was buying. Wang Xian's expression changed drastically as he shouted, "Xiao Yu, I asked you to buy a swimsuit. Look at what you've bought. What is this?" He walked out as he pretended to be angry. On the way, he closed the door. Bam! TSK! Guan Shuqing snorted after she saw through Wang Xian's act. She then gave a supercilious look as she changed for another swimsuit. Big brother, what are you talking about? Didn't you choose the swimsuits yesterday? Xiao Yu asked. What? What are you saying, Xiao Yu? Why aren't you training? Wang Xian retorted. At this moment, Guan Shuqing overheard the conversation vaguely. PFT. Guan Shuqing could not hold back her laughter further. She then looked for a swimsuit that looked comparably normal. Wow, you're so gorgeous! Wang Xian exclaimed. He was lying below the sunshade umbrella. When he saw her walking over, he went up to her to welcome her. TSK. Guan Shuqing rolled her eyes. She wore a black swimsuit, and because the swimsuits Wang Xian bought were only able to cover the important parts, it was exceptionally appealing to the eyes. Wang Xian's eyes lit up as he walked over, pretending that the previous events had not happened. He said, Let's go and swim in the sea. We can slide down from the slides from the third story. It's really interesting. Come. Let me help you. Okay. Today's weather looks great. Guan Shuqing looked up at the sun happily and replied. Yes, the weather is great today. The seawater is very clear too. Let me help you. Wang Xian replied as he walked over, rubbing his hand. He then extended his arms around Guan Shuqing. While enjoying the skinship with Guan Shuqing, Wang Xian was really satisfied with his choice of swimsuit. This is great. You. Guan Shuqing blushed suddenly as she said, You? Can you just use your hands to help me? You don't have to hold me by the bottom too. Wang Xian was stunned. He looked down immediately and saw his little brother sticking out to help Guan Shuqing. Embarrassment was soon written all over his face. I'm in the prime of my youth. Hee, he replied while forcing a laugh. After which, Guan Shuqing kept a distance from Wang Xian. She looked at the slide and sat on it enthusiastically. Wang Xian followed behind her. While swimming in the seas, the only shame Wang Xian felt was that Guan Shuqing knew how to swim. Otherwise, it would have been perfect. After playing in the sea until 5 p.m., Wang Xian felt hot all over his body. You can just stay over for the night. At dinner, Wang Xian regained his serious looks and continued. We have a lot of rooms here. Why don't you just stay behind for the night? Guan Shuqing hesitated. There is a family theater in this villa. Let's watch some movies tonight. Wang Xian replied as he saw Guan Shuqing hesitating. Time to strike the metal while it's hot, he thought. Yes, it's possible, but... Guan Shuqing looked at Wang Xian and hesitated. In the end, she did not say what she was thinking of. Wang Xian made a big grin. Xiao Yu was eating her food at the side while looking at her own brother. She felt that her elder brother had changed and had become a pervert. After dinner, Wang Xian left Guan Shuqing in the living room to rest while also asking Xiao Yu to chat with her. He immediately rushed to the family theater and made a call. Dahai, hurry up. Send me the seeds. Wang Dahai, who had just picked up the call, was bewildered. He was having dinner with his family and questioned, What seeds are you talking about? Can you be clearer? Japan's seeds, Wang Xian exclaimed. His broadsword was already thirsty beyond words. He must succeed tonight. Suddenly, Dahai noticed silence over the dining table. He lifted his head gradually and saw his parents. What nonsense are you spouting? I already have a girlfriend. I have already confessed to Su Qian and she agreed to it. Wang Dahai walked towards his room as he replied to Wang Xian. What a good brother you have been. Wang Xian praised. Wang Xian saw the few seeds that Wang Dahai sent over. He gave a vile smile on his face as he started to meddle with the player. The family theater was connected to the internet. There were a few comfy sofas at the center of the room and they could fit a family. Wang Xian slotted the files from Wang Dahai behind Detective Chinatown and selected the autoplay function. Wang Xian laughed vilely and revealed a satisfied look. He returned to the living room and talked briefly to Guan Shuqing and Xiao Yu. At around 8 o'clock, Elder Fang pulled Xiao Yu away for training. Let's go, Shuqing. Let's go and watch a movie. Wang Xian said to Guan Shuqing with a smile. All right. Oh, which room will I be staying in tonight? Guan Shuqing asked. Just a room on the third story will do. We have plenty of rooms here. Wang Xian replied with a smile. Let's go. Guan Shuqing nodded with a smile as she replied. We should sleep after the movie. Shall we go shopping tomorrow? Sure. No problem. I will get some gifts for you tomorrow. This is also my duty as your boyfriend. Wang Xian replied. You promised, Guan Shuqing exclaimed. Naturally. Wang Xian smiled as he brought Guan Shuqing to the family theater on the third story. Let's watch Detective Chinatown. Have you watched it before? Wang Xian asked. Not yet. Let's watch this movie. The reviews for it are great. Guan Shuqing replied. Wang Xian nodded his head and the two of them sat on the sofa. He held Guan Shuqing in his embrace lightly throughout the movie. Guan Shuqing did not push him away and she leaned on Wang Xian. It was warm and romantic. The movie started soon after and it was a good comedy show. Guan Shuqing was amused by it. As the movie was ending, Guan Shuqing commented joyously, This movie is so funny. What a great movie. Yes, it was a great movie. Wang Xian replied while squinting his eyes at Guan Shuqing as the movie ended. It's already 10 p.m. Time for bed. Guan Shuqing said shyly when she noticed Wang Xian staring at her. Let me hug you for a while longer. Just a while more. Wang Xian replied softly. All right. Guan Shuqing nodded and replied. She loved the current atmosphere. Sexy female dealer deals the card online. At this moment, a familiar piece of music sounded. On the screen, a shocking movie started playing. The cards were dealt. Totally. Wang Xian was extremely exhilarated. Guan Shuqing did resist in the beginning, but she gave up. She allowed him into her room. Wang Xian was thrilled as he hugged Guan Shuqing fast and furious as soon as he came to her room. The door was opened and closed in one go. Subsequently, it was the most exciting moment for Wang Xian. Even though it was his first time doing this, he had seen a few clips under the influence of Wang Dahai. At the very least, he was not a total noob. After the shrill cries, it was the alluring moan. At 11 p.m., the moon was high in the sky and the waves washed up onto the shores. It was a beautiful night. Be it outside or inside the villa, it was full of seductive glows and sounds. However, at this time, two black figures were dashing towards the villas. This is the place. The one whom young master wants to kill is inside. There are only 3 women and Wang Xian in the house. This lad has some luck with women. Humph, how dare a miracle doctor who is ranked 18 provoke our young master Lu. Go to hell. As the 2 black figures spoke, they moved in swift actions. With a leap, they entered the villa immediately. Kill them all. A black figure looked into the villa and spoke in a murderous tone. Go. The 2 black figures charged into the villa at a daunting speed. Ring. Suddenly, the bells beside Elder Fong rang without any warning when she was resting in her room. Someone broke in. She immediately opened her eyes and dressed up. With a skip and an arm swing, she picked up her sword and walked out of her room. She cast a glance at the door that was tightly closed at the side where Xiaoyu was resting. With some hesitation, she leapt to the 3rd floor. I should remind Xiaoyu's brother. But when she jumped into the room, she heard the seductive voices within the room. Along with that, it was conversations like, no, stop it, I'm dying, and let's change to another position. Elder Fong stared with her eyes wide open. Subsequently, her face turned red instantly. Ring. At this time, the bells in her hands rang again. She could not stay here any longer. With a leap, she jumped down and walked to the entrance of the villa. Who is it? How dare you barge in like this? Elder Fong drew her long sword with a slightly blushed face as she spoke coldly to the 2 black figures in front of her. Her? I did not expect to see a martial artist here. The 2 black figures narrowed their eyes and launched their rapid and fierce attack. Seeking your own death. Elder Fong had a slight change in her expression. She wielded her long sword and darted out at the 2 figures. Level 8 martial artist. Both black figures were shocked. They exchanged eye contact and wielded the daggers in their hands for another attack. The 2 black figures were level 8 martial artists too. Xiaoyu, who was deep in her sleep, did not know her master was battling with someone outside. All the more, Wang Xian was ignorant about it. He was also battling at that moment. If he was not battling, he could have easily detected the happenings outside. Elder Fong and the two black figures fought for 20 minutes. Eventually, they left the place quickly with bewilderment. The woman possessed a combat skill that was way beyond their expectations. Who are they? All their strokes were ruthless, and they were out to kill. Elder Fong knit her eyebrows slightly as she looked to the distance. The two black figures had long since disappeared in the dark. She pondered for a moment and went back to the villa. In a move, she jumped directly to the second floor. Standing outside, she could still hear some voices from upstairs. Elder Fong blushed once again. She took a deep breath and went back to her room. Third floor, within Wang Xian's room. An hour passed. 2 hours passed. 3 hours passed. Guan Shuqing felt numbness in her entire body as she was almost blacked out. I can't go on, Xiaoxian. I really can't. Guan Shuqing was almost tearing up as she pleaded. Wang Xian was slightly stunned. I haven't. Xiaoxian, I really can't go on. My lips are swollen. Guan Shuqing shook her head with slight terror. He was too strong and he lasted for too long. Simply formidable. Wang Xian gave a bitter look on his face. He was not expecting himself to be so formidable. After almost 4 hours, he was still energetic. Could it be because of his dragon nature? He frowned slightly. With a bitter face, he said, Okay, Shuqing. It was my fault today. As Wang Xian looked at the pale-looking Guan Shuqing, his heart ached as he consoled her. No, it was my fault. I didn't. As Guan Shuqing spoke, her voice got softer and softer. Eventually, she fell asleep. Well, it's not good to be too strong either. Wang Xian sighed as he pulled the quilt at the side over Guan Shuqing. Bam! What he did not notice was something from the table dropped onto the bed as he pulled the quilt. It was a piece of blood-red stone, and the stone landed around Guan Shuqing's thighs. There was a trace of blood on the bed sheet. When that piece of blood-red stone fell on it, it slowly emitted a red glow. I shall take a shower. Wang Xian stood up and walked to the bathroom. When the bathroom door was closed, the red stone gave off an immense amount of glow which encompassed Guan Shuqing slowly. A virtual image of Suzaku flashed and disappeared shortly. The Suzaku's blood essence was gone too. Guan Shuqing, who was lying on the bed, did not know that she was undergoing her nirvana. The next morning, Wang Xian looked at Guan Shuqing, who was still sleeping. He used his Azure Dragon energy to heal some of her wounds. Subsequently, he came downstairs quietly. Brother, where is my sister-in-law? Get her to have breakfast with us, said Xiaoyu when she saw Wang Xian walking down. She's still sleeping. We can have it first. Wang Xian giggled and sat down to have his breakfast. Oh, are you going out today? Xiaoyu continued to ask. I don't think so. We should be taking a rest. Wang Xian shook his head when he thought of Guan Shuqing. Elder Fong, next to him, looked at Wang Xian discreetly as she ate her breakfast quietly. After breakfast, Elder Fong suddenly instructed Xiaoyu, go upstairs now. I have something to talk to your brother about. Her? Xiaoyu hesitated and was confused for a while before she nodded and headed upstairs. Wang Xian looked at Elder Fong with questions. Yesterday, someone snuck into the villa. They were 2 level 8 martial artists with strong murderous intention. Elder Fong told Wang Xian sternly. I'm afraid there will be stronger ones next time and I won't be able to stop them. After hearing what Elder Fong said, Wang Xian was stunned. With a frown, he asked, Are they after me? Elder Fong nodded her head slowly. I think so. Wang Xian's eyes turned cold. Leave this to me. I hope they'll return again. Elder Fong was slightly stupefied as she fixed her gaze on Wang Xian without uttering any words. In one of the rooms on the 3rd floor of the villa, Guan Shuqing's eyelashes twitched a little. She reached around her and frowned. Her body was trembling when she recalled the craziness of last night. She started blushing as she lay on the bed, feeling weakness throughout her body. That was too tiring. She felt that she would need 2 to 3 days of rest to recuperate. Buzz, buzz. A mobile phone vibrated beside her just as she started imagining things. She stumped for a while before reaching for the mobile phone. It was Wang Xian's phone. When she saw the message, she was taken aback. The message was from Lan Qingyue. There wasn't much in the message and just a sentence. Thank you for your help at the auction the other day. If you have any jewelry in the future, could you sell it to our deep-sea jewelry? Guan Shuqing frowned slightly. She did not reply but instead quietly placed the mobile phone back. A few moments later, Wang Xian walked into the room and saw that Guan Shuqing had woken up. He immediately said, "Shuqing, you are awake. Are you hungry? I have made some chicken soup for you. Hee. Let me get it for you." "Sure." Guan Shuqing looked at her man and her eyes were filled with tenderness. Soon, Wang Xian walked into the room again with a bowl of chicken soup in his hands. "Come have some. It helps in your recovery." "Thank you, Xiaoxian," Guan Shuqing replied. She drank a mouthful before leaning against Wang Xian's legs. "Let me feed you." Wang Xian's expressions were full of tenderness too as he fed her slowly. "All right, I am full now. Let me rest a little more." "It's all your fault from yesterday," Guan Shuqing said. Guan Shuqing lay down as she rolled her eyes at Wang Xian. "Together. Let's lie down together." Wang Xian tried to snuggle into the bed ecstatically after hearing what Guan Shuqing said. "You, stay away," Guan Shuqing exclaimed. She was scared of him. Wang Xian was slightly disappointed with Guan Shuqing's reactions. "Haven't your injuries recovered yet?" Guan Shuqing nearly cried out after hearing him. Her external injuries had recovered, but she had not recovered from exhaustion. "No. Get out. You are not allowed on the bed. Get out," Guan Shuqing remarked. Wang Xian was speechless and walked out feeling disappointed. How should I deal with this? Guan Shuqing started pondering as she looked at the back view of the leaving Wang Xian. "I cannot satisfy Wang Xian. If this continues on, he will." Guan Shuqing was lost. She lay on the bed and fell into a daze. After pondering for some time, Guan Shuqing made up her mind. She picked up Wang Xian's mobile phone. On second thought, she decided to use her own phone and look for Lan Qingyue's on WeChat instead. "Are you there?" she typed. Guan Shuqing bit her lips as she looked at her mobile phone. "Yes? Is there anything?" Lan Qingyue replied. In the deep-sea building in the city center of Rivertown, Lan Qingyue was busily handling the paperwork. She looked drained. She was surprised when she saw Guan Shuqing's message and frowned. "Do you like Xiaoxian?" Guan Shuqing asked after pondering for a while. "Is there any purpose to your question at this juncture?" Lan Qingyue replied calmly while taking a deep breath. "I believe Xiaoxian is in love with you too," Guan Shuqing continued. And then, Lan Qingyue smiled bitterly after looking at this message. She supported her forehead with her hand. What if I'm agreeable to letting you stay beside Xiaoxian? Are you willing?" Guan Shuqing replied immediately. Lan Qingyue was stunned when she saw the message. She bit her lips and replied, "I'm already out of the picture. Besides that, aren't you there for Xiaoxian already? Are you willing if the three of us stay together?" "The truth is that I also don't want to share him with you. However, I'm out of other options." Guan Shuqing sent out this message bitterly. She didn't want to share her husband with anyone else. However, when she thought of the craziness of Wang Xian from the previous night, she was aghast. Furthermore, as one who was born in a well-to-do family, she knew clearly. Even her own father was having an affair outside. There were few men who were rich but loyal. Moreover, Wang Xian was too outstanding. Even if Wang Xian didn't think about it, there would be lots of women trying to approach him. She should be active instead of passive. Although Lan Qingyue was once her competitor, she admired Lan Qingyue. In the office, when Lan Qingyue saw Guan Shuqing's message, she was shocked and stared at it blankly. "All I want now is to stay beside him," Lan Qingyue murmured. She looked down and continued. "However, everything is too late now." She wiped her tears and replied, I am getting engaged soon." "What?" Guan Shuqing sprang up upon seeing the message. She hurriedly continued, "You are getting engaged? Do you mean it?" "Yes, it's true. Xiaoxian, and you will have my blessing. I'm really envious of you. Goodbye." Guan Shuqing was shocked by the last message from Lan Qingyue. She doubted, how could Lan Qingyue be engaged? How can this be possible? Her expression changed and she hesitated. She then looked at the clothes that were ripped into pieces. "Xiaoxian, Xiaoxian," Guan Shuqing shouted weakly. "Ha! Wang Xian, who was surfing the underworld website, immediately rushed over. What's the matter, Xuqing? What happened? Wang Xian walked over and asked caringly. Do you know that Lan Qingyue is getting engaged? Guan Xuqing asked Wang Xian. What? Wang Xian was shocked by what he heard and his expression changed drastically. Guan Xuqing saw the changes in his expression and asked, Xiao Xian, do you like Lan Qingyue too? Wang Xian smiled bitterly while looking at Guan Xuqing. He replied, I do feel a little sorry towards her. Fine, fine. You don't have to explain it to me. Guan Xuqing rolled her eyes before continuing. I wanted to ask her if she would like to be with you too initially. However, I had not expected her to be getting engaged. This isn't right. Based on my understanding of Lan Qingyue, she wouldn't abandon herself to despair just because Xiao Xian hasn't chosen her. Why would she suddenly be getting engaged? Furthermore, from my conversation with her a while ago, she must still be in love with you. However, she seemed to have something she couldn't tell me. Guan Xuqing analyzed seriously. A woman understood another woman best. Furthermore, the sixth sense of woman was usually very strong. Wang Xian was startled after hearing Guan Xuqing, and he opened her mouth briefly. What? What does she mean? Okay. Xiao Xian, I am tired and I want to rest. If you can convince Lan Qingyue, I won't object. Guan Xuqing lay on the bed, closing her eyes as she spoke. Wang Xian's expression changed again. He looked at Guan Xuqing, walked over and gave her a kiss. He took back his phone and left the room with questions. After looking at Wang Xian closing the door lightly, Guan Xuqing opened her eyes. PFF. You are a big teddy. After walking out of the room, Wang Xian started to frown. He recalled the day when he met Lan Qingyue at the auction house and the conversation of those around. Mo Qinglong, check on the recent events that happened to Lan family and check on the tyrannical sword Lu family too. Back on the roof at the villa, Wang Xian commanded Mo Qinglong over the phone. Yes, Dragon King. What strength do we have now in the dragon sect? Wang Xian continued to ask Mo Qinglong. Dragon King, we have 50 Dragonians at level 8 while Mo Yuan is already a half-step to unborn. Mo Qinglong answered. Okay, I got it. Have you brought the 9 venomous sea snakes back to the sea? Yes, they are safe in the sea now. Great. After Wang Xian hung up the phone, he looked at the message sent by Lan Qingyue. He immediately asked, Are you a willing party in this marriage? Sometimes you can't get what you want, and you can't refuse to do something when you don't want to. About 5 minutes later, Lan Qingyue gave a double-edged reply. I'll get the things I want, and no one can force me to do something that I don't want to do. I'll have control of my own fate. Wang Xian stared at the sea in the distance, drawing the corner of his lips. At the same time, 2 middle-aged men were standing beside Lu Feiyun with respect in a manner at Hailing Province. Useless things. You've got 2 people, and you can't even kill a level 8 martial artist? Lu Feiyun screamed impatiently at the 2 middle-aged men beside him. Young master, her swordsmanship is formidable, and she was at the peak of level 8. We were afraid we might draw attention if we got into a tangle with her for too long. Both middle-aged men explained with an awful look. Oh, formidable swordsmanship. Lu Feiyun drew his lips slightly. Last night, I finally deciphered the art of Sword Celestial from the authentic calligraphy of Li Bai and obtained Sword Celestial's inheritance. Soon, I'll become a level 8 martial artist. I would like to meet and spar with the lady you said to be strong in her swordsmanship. However, I'm too busy lately and I don't have the time to play with them. Young master, you obtained Sword Celestial's inheritance. I'm sure you'll make it to the outstanding young heroes chart one day and overlook the rest of the heroes. The 2 of them quickly flattered him as they were shocked. Haha, of course. Outstanding young heroes. My tyrannical sword and I will ascend to the top. Lu Feiyun laughed. Congratulations, young master. Both of them quickly licked his boots again. Humph, he's just a miracle doctor ranked 18. Both of you will make a trip with Butler Zhao and Lu San the night after tomorrow. You must kill them for me. Otherwise, don't come back, said Lu Feiyun coldly. Yes, young master. We'll deliver his head to you, the 2 middle-aged quickly answered. Lu Feiyun waved his hand and smirked. Wang Xian, Miracle Dr. Wang, and you, Lan Qingyue. If it were not for your billions worth of assets, do you think the Lu family would go all the way to help you out? You are just a plaything to me. Since a plaything is not obedient, I'll make sure you listen to me. Lu Feiyun displayed a haughty look. With the inheritance of Sword Celestial, he would become one of the most formidable Sword Celestials in the world soon. 2 days passed. These 2 days, Guan Shuqing had been resting while Wang Xian was waiting quietly in the villa. The school would open tomorrow and Wang Xian took a month's leave. Dragon King, the information you wanted is here. In the afternoon, 2 figures jumped up to the roof like ghosts when they reported to Wang Xian under the beach umbrella. Wang Xian reached and took the information. It was about tyrannical sword Lu family and Lan family. 1 inborn expert, for half-step to inborn experts and 13 level 9 martial artists. No wonder they are the first-class force. Wang Xian squinted his eyes as he read Lu family's information. The entire document had detailed records of the strength in the tyrannical sword Lu family. The only one that could evenly match with them in the entire Hailing Province was Ancient Fist Sect. In Hailing Province, no one dared to offend Lu family. When Wang Xian picked up the information about Lan family, an invitation card was caught in between the papers. Wang Xian opened it up. It was an invitation for an engagement party sent by Lan family to other wealthy families. His eyes turned cold as he continued to read. Deep-sea Jewelry and Lan family had taken a hammering under the Zhou Jewelry and Lingyue sect just recently. First, they took a loss in a billion-dollar investment project in Dongqing province. Next, they were targeted by the Zhou Jewelry. This caused a huge blow to the Lan family. In desperation, Lan family had to join hands with Lu family to stand up against the Zhou Jewelry and Lingyue sect's hammering. However, Lu family requested Lan Qingyue to marry to their family. Tomorrow, Wang Xian stood up slowly. Lu family will not be a concern anymore. You may leave. Wang Xian gestured for them to leave and pondered quietly. Night fell when Xiaoyu, Guan Shuqing, and Elder Fong were watching soap operas downstairs. Wang Xian was thinking of his plan for tomorrow. Should he inform Lan Qingyue in advance? Should he ask for Lan Qingyue's advice? At about 10 p.m., Xiaoyu and the rest went back to their rooms to sleep. Guan Shuqing did not allow Wang Xian to enter her room. Without any choice, he went to the next room. Around 11 p.m., Elder Fong woke up in her room as she looked at the bells ringing non-stop at the bedside. With a swift movement, she opened her door. Elder Fong, let's do it together. Just then, a voice came from upstairs. She lifted her chin and saw Wang Xian looking over with a smile. Elder Fong paused before she nodded. Wang Xian made a quiet jump into the living room. Indeed, Miracle Dr. Wang is not that simple. Looking at the way he moved, Elder Fong thought to herself. She had always believed that the mysterious Miracle Dr. Wang was not someone simple. Last time, they sent 2 level 8 martial artists over here. This time, they will definitely send more formidable people over. Elder Fong reminded Wang Xian. Don't worry. I've got everything prepared. Wang Xian chuckled and looked outside. Voila! The door was opened and the 4 black middle-aged men walked into the villa. I have been waiting for you guys for many days. Finally, you guys came. Wang Xian gazed at the 4 people in front of him with smiles on his face. Her? The 4 black figures hesitated as they swept their watchful gazes around. Just the 2 of them. A middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Kill them and behead the man. The middle-aged man in the middle spoke in a cold and harsh tone. What's the hurry? I still want to ask who sent you guys over. Wang Xian wore a smiley face as if everything seemed like a breeze to him. Kill. However, the quartet did not hesitate at all. With swift movements, they launched an attack at them. You are really asking for it. Wang Xian looked at the 4 black figures with an icy look. You guys are courting your death. Just as Elder Fong was preparing to pull out her long sword to attack, a voice pierced through the silence. The 4 black figures wavered and looked at their surroundings attentively. How dare you barge into the forbidden grounds of the Dragon King? How audacious! The voice sounded again and a shadow appeared in front of the 4 black figures, staring at them coldly. You! The 4 black figures were shocked by the sudden appearance of an old man and instinctively staggered back several steps. You? Who are you? Oh no, we are ambushed. The four black figures stared at the old man who appeared suddenly, feeling aghast. Elder Fong also perked up and stared at the old man in front of her attentively. To her astonishment, she didn't manage to see how this old man had appeared. Cough, cough. The Dragon King is asking you guys a question. If you aren't answering, I'll just have to make you talk. Mo Qinglong stretched his arms out slowly. The four black figures looked at Mo Qinglong with heavy expressions. As Mo Qinglong stretched his arms up, a devilish force swept towards them. Shit. He isn't someone we can stand up against. Run. Hurry, run. The four black figures were petrified. At the instant the old man raised his arms, they felt the fear of death creeping upon them. Can you escape? Mo Qinglong commented mockingly as waves of dark energy entered the body of the black figures. The four froze and horrified expressions were seen on their faces. To everyone's astonishment, the old man was able to control their bodies just by raising his arms, following which, their eyes were shrouded by darkness and their bodies stiffened. This is the devil path. An inborn expert. Elder Fong was horrified to see Mo Qinglong controlling the four men through such a terrifying method. Devil path. Moreover, he was a powerful expert at the inborn realm. An inborn expert who practices the devil path takes orders from Wuxia. Could it be that he also practices the devil path? Elder Fong thought. Speak. Who sent you guys here? Wuxia asked the four men coldly. It's our young master, the four black figures replied together. Who is your young master? Wuxia continued asking. Young Master Lu Feiyun. He wanted us to come and claim your head and kill off everyone in the villa. He wanted this as his present for his engagement ceremony the next day, they replied. Lu Feiyun. Fine, fine. Wuxia squinted his eyes as murderous intent flashed past his eyes. He didn't expect these men to be sent by Lu Feiyun. Furthermore, he ordered these men to decapitate him. Since that's the case, I will send you a congratulatory gift tomorrow. Kill them, he said coldly to Mo Qinglong. Yes, Dragon King. Mo Qinglong waved his arms and the four collapsed on the ground. Elder Fong's heart skipped a beat as she saw the developments. She looked at Wuxia with her eyes flickering. Get everyone in Rivertown to go to the Lan family's villa tomorrow. Yes, Dragon King. Mo Qinglong nodded respectfully. Shifting his stance, he disappeared from sight. Dragon King? Elder Fong thought to herself. Elder Fong heard how the terrifying inborn expert addressed Wuxia. She had a lot of questions in mind but didn't act rashly. You are going to the Lan family tomorrow? Tomorrow is the day the Lan family and the Lu family hold their engagement ceremony. Elder Fong reminded Wuxia. I know, Wuxia replied. He continued calmly. Elder Fong, you should go get some rest. Elder Fong looked at Wuxia once again. She hesitated but still went back into her room. She pondered for some time before taking out her mobile phone and calling Sect Leader Tang. Elder Fong, did something happen for you to call me at this time? The voice of Sect Leader Tang could be heard from the other end of the phone call. Sect Leader, I have a very important thing for you, Elder Fong said solemnly. Just say it. Sect Leader Tang got serious and answered. It's about Xiao Yu's elder brother, Miracle Dr. Wang. Elder Fong took a deep breath and continued. The Lu family from the tyrannical sword sent assassins to assassinate him tonight. However, a terrifying old man appeared and addressed Miracle Dr. Wang as the Dragon King. The old man uses devilish techniques and is definitely an inborn expert. With a wave of his hand, he murdered 2 level 9 martial artists and 2 level 8 martial artists. Furthermore, Miracle Dr. Wang is preparing to meet the Lan family tomorrow. My guess is that he will be confronting the Lu family. Lu family of the tyrannical sword. Inborn expert. Dragon King. Sect Leader Tang's expression got worse as Elder Fong spoke. He replied, I knew Miracle Doctor wouldn't be simple since he can take out a level 4 spiritual medicine effortlessly. However, I hadn't expected an inborn expert to address him as Dragon King. The Lu family only has an inborn expert. Since Miracle Dr. Wang dares to go, he should have enough confidence. Sect Leader Tang's eyes flickered as he continued. Miracle Dr. Wang and Xiao Yu, I will bring some men to the Lan family tomorrow. Elder Fong was stunned after hearing sect leader Tang. Nonetheless, she replied respectfully, yes, sect leader. Dragon King and an inborn expert. Sect leader Tang started to ponder. Tonight was fated to be an eventful night for the people of Rivertown. None dare to defy once the order of the Dragon King is issued. The Ren family head replied respectfully to the Dark Shadow. The Dark Shadow nodded. His body moved and disappeared from the luxurious villa. The order from the Dragon King had been issued. Rivertown will be chaotic once again, Ren family head said as he looked at the Dark Shadow disappearing. He could feel a faint pressure from the Dark Shadow. However, he knew that this was just an ordinary member of the Dragon Sect. Tomorrow is the day the Lan family and the Lu family host their engagement ceremony. It seems like the Dragon King is targeting the Lu family. The Ren family head eyes flickered and he shouted to those outside, "Come in!" Family head. Two people rushed in and addressed him respectfully. Gather all the elites of the Ren family. Follow me and obey the orders of the Dragon King tomorrow. Yes, family head. The two members were shocked and nodded their heads. Old Duan got dressed early in the morning and gave his orders to the elites of his family. Tomorrow, we shall obey the command of the Dragon King. Obey the command of the Dragon King. Obey the command of the Dragon King. Each and every ancient martial arts family from Rivertown answered in unison and would obey the command of the Dragon King. At the Qin family, Old Qin dressed up and laughed heartily. Brother Wang Xian wants to blow this up. With the Dragon Sect and everyone from Rivertown, there's no reason to be scared of the Lu family. Haha. Incredible. Incredible. Once the order of the Dragon King is issued, no one in Rivertown dares to disobey. The news spread to every elite and wealthy man in Rivertown. Old Qin from the Qin family had told them personally. The order of the Dragon King had been issued and they shall obey the order tomorrow. Although this group of people did not understand much about the Dragon King and some might not have heard of him, Old Qin and those wealthy men with connections with ancient martial arts families had all received the news. Tomorrow, they shall head to the Lan family and take orders from the Dragon King. At night, the whole of Rivertown shook just because of a person's order. The night passed by peacefully. However, turmoil had started to brew. So, the Dragon King has the Dragon Sect backing him. Dragon King, I have come too. At the top floor of a building, a long-haired man stood there and spoke plainly. The next morning at Flowing Water Villa. Flowing Water Villa was a private club in Rivertown with a horse racing track, golf course, and swimming pool. This was a high-end private club. Also a high-end banquet venue. Lan family, second to Qin family in Rivertown, was indeed a billion-dollar group. Even though the stock price of Lan family had fallen sharply in the recent period, they still maintained their status. No ordinary companies or groups could easily shake Lan family's status. Besides, they had their foundation. It would be difficult for them to fall. Today was a rather important day for the entire Lan family. Lan family would be joining hands with the tyrannical sword of the Lu family from the Hailing province. To put it bluntly, Lan family was getting tyrannical sword Lu family as their backing. Tyrannical sword of the Lu family possessed formidable strength in Hailing province. Their family assets had reached hundreds of billions. But this was secondary. Lu family was strong in its mighty strength. In the entire Hailing province, it was scarce to have someone who dared to offend the tyrannical sword of the Lu family. Hence, the political marriage of Lan family's future heir, Lan Qingyue, and tyrannical sword of the Lu family, Little Sword Celestial, was a big deal for many people. Early in the morning, many luxury cars were parked outside the Flowing Water Villa. All elites were well-dressed as they headed to the villa. Second Master Lu, hello? Second Master Lu, hello? A middle-aged man put on a smile as he stood at the entrance, greeting all the guests. Haha, thank you for traveling so far to attend Xiao Yun's engagement ceremony. Second Master Lu laughed as he greeted the guests politely. You're welcome. It's young Master Lu's engagement ceremony. We must be here for the celebration. It's our honor to be here. That's right. Since young Master Lu is of the Hailing province, the friends from Hailing province must join in the celebration. The middle-aged men and elderly men quickly replied. Haha, thank you everyone. Second Master Lu cupped his fist and smiled. Many people drove their luxurious cars with presents from Hailing Province. They were heading towards the flowing water villa joyfully. Those wealthy families, martial artist families, and sects had to come and showed their support since it was a political marriage between Lu family and Lan family. Besides, it was the little sword celestial who was getting engaged. That's Magnate Gua. He's in the top 5 tycoons in Hailing Province. I didn't expect he would be here personally. They are from the Hushan sect of Hailing Province, a second-class sect. That's Wu family of Hailing Province, another second-class family. Gosh, so many people actually came to support Lu family. If this ceremony were to be held in Hailing Province, I believe there would be more people. It was the right choice to have this political marriage. Lu family's strength in Hailing Province was too formidable. A few people from the Lan family were in disbelief when they saw the stream of people who walked in. Lu family was simply too strong. Lan family found themselves a strong backing with the political marriage despite making some sacrifices themselves too. Ah Xiao, have we sent out all our invitations? A middle-aged man asked the woman next to him. Yes, we did. We sent them to all well-known people, including the ancient martial artist families in Rivertown. It's just that I don't think the ancient martial artist families would turn up since we have no contact with them. The woman frowned. Lan family was considered to be widely known in Rivertown. They also invited many people since the future heir of the family was getting engaged. Even though they could not compare their lineup with Lu family, they should not lose out at the very least. I wonder if Qin family will turn up. The middle-aged man hesitated as he frowned and spoke while observing the guests from Lu family. I think someone will come. It's just that we're not sure about that person's status. The woman pondered and said, Forget it. Let's not think about these things. We're still far from Lu family. Once we finish this engagement, we will not be afraid of the Zhou and Linguist sect, the middle-aged man said as cold radiance flashed in his eyes. The magnates from Rivertown are here. Let's receive them. The middle-aged man and woman were the parents of Lan Qingwei. He looked at those magnates from Rivertown and went up to greet them with smiles. Director Lan, congratulations. One by one, the Rivertown magnates greeted him with smiling faces. However, their smiles seemed to be odd and peculiar. Director Li, welcome. Thank you for attending my daughter's engagement ceremony. The middle-aged greeted him with smiles. Hee, you're welcome. Director Li gave an awkward smile. Director Lan, congratulations. Thank you, Director Lan, for inviting me. I must thank all of you for attending the ceremony. Please come in. Looking at the Rivertown magnates, Director Lan put on a smiling face and spoke fervently. The group of Rivertown magnates chuckled and walked inside. Dragon King. 2 magnates who knew each other went inside. One of them spoke softly to a middle-aged man. The other middle-aged man nodded. It was Dragon King's order. Old Duan called me personally and said he will show up too. Hu family head asked me to come. Old Qin informed me to come over. All elites in the entire Rivertown came over under an order. I bet Lan family has yet to know about this. Who dares to tip them off? The group of magnates went inside. Old Qin is here personally. At this time, Lan family's people who were receiving the guests were thrilled when they saw Old Qin and other well-known magnates walking over. I think they are taking account of Lu family. What a great influence for a first-class force. Old Qin actually turned up personally for our political marriage with the Lu family. Old Qin, it's our honor for you to come here personally. Thank you very much. The parents of Lan Qingyue quickly went up and spoke to him with smiling faces. Hee, I had to come this time. Old Qin greeted them politely with a double-edged comment. It's my honor to have you attend a junior's engagement ceremony. Old Qin, this way. The middle-aged man and the lady welcomed him inside. Carry on with what you're doing. We can go over by ourselves. Old Qin smiled and waved them off as he led a group of people inside. Just then, a middle-aged guy from Lan family exclaimed, those are the ancient martial art families? Ren family, Shui family, Duan family, and Hu family. Gosh, the influence of the Lu family is too overwhelming. All the ancient martial artist families of Rivertown are here. We don't have a second-class force in Rivertown, not to mention a first-class force. Hence, no one will dare to provoke us since we're in-laws with the Lu family. Besides, they need to give us some face. So they are here to make peace with us today. Haha, you're right. We'll enjoy a higher status in Rivertown in the future. This engagement was the right decision to make. The members of the Lan family were conversing joyously. The number of people who had attended this wedding was completely beyond their expectations. Old Qin had come personally, and the majority of the ancient martial artist families in Rivertown had already arrived. This made them feel extremely proud and lucky at the same time. They felt lucky that they were having a wedding with the Lu family. This political marriage would bring the Lan family countless intangible benefits. Even the ancient martial artist families in Rivertown are wary of the Lu family and are here to show goodwill. This political marriage is worth it. A young member of the Lan family commented happily. The surrounding members of the Lan family also smiled radiantly. As the guests entered the villa one after another, the Lan family noticed that the majority of the wealthy men and ancient martial artist families of Rivertown had all arrived. There were a total of 300 to 400 of them. This was undoubtedly a huge number. Together with the guests from the Lan family and the Lu family, the number of people attending this engagement ceremony was over 1,000. Within a room in the flowing water villa, Lan Qingyue sat in front of the dressing table without emotions. Behind her, several maids were helping her put up exquisite makeup and adjusting her beautiful white engagement ceremony dress. Sister Lan, you should be a little more thrilled. Today's your big day. Do you know how many people are out there? There are at least 1,000 of them. Oh my God. I heard that the wealthy people in Rivertown have all arrived. Moreover, there are many influential figures from Hailing Province. The Lu family is truly incredible in Hailing Province. Moreover, Lu Feiyun's fame has spread far and wide despite his young age, and many refer to him as the Little Sword Celestial. Qingyue, you are really blessed. Beside her, a young lady commented. Lan Qingyue's eyes flickered and were filled with fatigue and indignance. She looked at the reflection of herself in the mirror. She was beautiful, but she didn't like the white dress. She preferred a red wedding gown. However, she did not say it out loud. This was because she wasn't a willing party to this engagement. If it wasn't for the Lan family, or if the person she liked had the same feelings for her, she would have never agreed to the engagement. Qingyue, are you done? At this moment, the door to the room opened. Lu Feiyun was wearing a neat set of attire. This attire wasn't a suit but a family costume of the Lu family. Slightly above the chest area, the word Lu was imprinted on it. There was also an image of an ethereal flower embroidered onto the costume. He had a sword behind him that indicated his identity as a member of the Lu family who was known for their tyrannical sword. His attire wasn't typical for an engagement ceremony, but it was, in fact, the most formal costume of the Lu family. I'll be done right away. Lan Qingyue nodded her head slowly and replied without turning her head over. Seeing how she reacted, a cold look flashed in the eyes of Lu Feiyun. As he looked at Lan Qingyue from top to bottom, vile thoughts arose in his mind. The engagement ceremony will begin in half an hour. Qingyue, get dressed properly. We have a lot of people that have come from Hailing Province, Lu Feiyun said. His lips curved into a smile as he turned around and left. Qingyue, look at how charming Lu Feiyun is. You and he are the real perfect couple, the young lady by her side commented. Lan Qingyue didn't respond to it and simply looked into the mirror with hollow eyes. The golf course of flowing water villa had been modified into a large engagement ceremony field. On it, there were over 100 exquisite tables with delicious food on them. At the center, there was a pathway laid by the red carpet. At the front of it, there was an elevated platform set up for the engagement ceremony. The stage was huge and the place looked just like the launch event of major popular brands. Although it was outdoors, the surrounding decoration was luxurious with a tinge of romance. At this moment, the guests of the Lu family and the Lan family were seated to the left and right respectively. Sect Leader Tang, please come in. I had not expected Sect Leader Tang to attend our Lan family's wedding. It is truly our honor. At this moment, several members of the Lan family welcomed Sect Leader Tang and a dozen members of the Thistles and Thorns sect enthusiastically before leading them to their seats. Hehe, Director Lan. How could the Thistles and Thorns sect stay out of today's event? Sect Leader Tang looked across the crowd from Rivertown and commented with a faint smile. Yes. Thank you for coming. Everyone, please. The middle-aged man and the other members of the Lan family replied joyously. They had never expected sect leader Tang of the Thistles and Thorns sect from the southern province to lead their members to attend this engagement ceremony. This was a second-class force. Who would have expected the Lan family to have so many guests? The sect leader of Thistles and Thorns sect from the southern province is even here personally. Moreover, the Qin family and the majority of ancient martial artist families from Rivertown have all come. Haha, they aren't doing this for the Lan family. Instead, they are showing respect to the tyrannical sort of the Lu family. If the Lan family could really invite them over, they wouldn't be so badly bullied by Lingyue sect. That's true. Those people from the southern province and Rivertown wouldn't be here if not for the Lu family. To the left of the crowd from Rivertown, the guests of Lu family were looking at the guests of the Lan family while whispering softly. Around the table closest to the stage, 7 to 8 members of the Lu family and Lan family sat around. An old man with a white beard sat on the seat for the host. He looked around satisfactorily and said to the old man beside him, "The Lan family sure has a lot of guests." "Haha, old Lu. I'm sure you know that they are here mainly because of you." The old man from the Lan family replied courteously. "Haha, that's true. The tyrannical sword of the Lu family is still rather influential around the surrounding provinces. Your granddaughter is really lucky to be marrying my grandson." The old man with a white beard wasn't humble at all as he remarked arrogantly. "Yes, yes." The old man from the Lan family nodded his head. A tinge of embarrassment flashed past his eyes. The other members of the Lan family simply exchanged pleasantries with the other members of the Lu family. The difference between the strength of the two parties had determined the difference in their status. Just as they were conversing, the guests around them consciously and unconsciously looked over. Who would have expected old Lu to be here? He's the pillar of the Lu family. Old Lu rarely shows up in the Lu family's villa. He probably rushed over for his beloved grandson's engagement ceremony. Old Lu has reached the inborn realm for over 20 years. His strength is probably even more horrifying at this moment. The crowd discussed softly. With an inborn expert sitting right there, it was hard for them to not pay attention to this area. It seems like I'm not too late. At this moment, a young man walked over slowly. He looked towards the Lu family with a smile before walking to the location at the front. When the ancient martial artists of Rivertown saw Wuxia, they held their breath as they saw him walking ahead. And he sat around the table with old Qin, old Duan, old Shui, sect leader Tang, and others. "Thank you all," Wuxia said and smiled as he looked at the few people at the same table. "Hehe, Wuxia already called us to come, how can we not turn up?" Old Qin smiled back at Wuxia. "The bride and groom are out. Today's main characters are here." Just then, some voices came from the side. Wuxia spun his head around and peered towards the back. Everyone turned around too. The clean-looking, white gown with a refined makeup turned Lan Qingwei into a ravishing beauty. Every move of hers was giving off a unique vibe. Lu Feiyun, beside her, was in a blue suit with a long sword behind him. He looked around with a face full of smiles. His dignified demeanor and confident appearance made him an elegant man too. They were made for each other. The man is dashing while the lady is striking. Haha, such a perfect match. The crowd was pouring endless praise when they saw the attractive couple walking on the red carpet. Let's welcome the couple who are walking towards their happiness. A renowned host was holding onto a microphone with smiles on the front stage. Lu Feiyun, 28 years old, is well known as Little Sword Celestial, who is a well-mannered and impressive gentleman. Lan Qingwei, 22 years old. She's already the general manager at Deep Sea Jewelry at such a young age, and she's a famous talent in Rivertown. Today, they will be tying the knot over here. As the host introduced the couple, soft music was played. All the guests kept quiet as they watched smilingly. "She's still so beautiful." Wuxia looked at Lan Qingyue and displayed a faint grin. Upon hearing his comment, old Qin and old Shui threw him a gaze as they widened their smiles. Even heroes have a weakness for the charms of a beautiful woman. "Look, they're here." As they were approaching, the host said with smiles, "Please face our friends and relatives. Today, they will be witnessing the couple tying the knot of a lifetime." Lu Feiyun turned around as he grinned from ear to ear. Lan Qinghua followed suit too. Thank you for attending the engagement ceremony of Mr. Lu Feiyun and Ms. Lan Qinghua. Today will mark a new beginning for the couple. Let's give them our most sincere congratulations. Today, all of you will witness the engagement of the couple. Even though this is not the wedding ceremony, getting engaged is equivalent to proposing. I wonder if the fiancé has prepared anything. The host looked at Lu Feiyun with smiles. Lu Feiyun returned a grin to him. Of course. Then let your show begin, the host joked. An engagement was different from a wedding. The fiancé had to propose on the grand stage. Lu Feiyun drew his lips slightly. After he took 2 slow steps backward, he swung his arm, and the long sword behind him was drawn into the air. He threw his arm up, grabbed the long sword, and began his sword dance. In amongst flowers with a bottle of wine. I drink alone, for there is no one close by. I raise my chalice to invite the shining moon. The moon casts me a shadow, and we have a triad. Since the moon never learns to drink, my shadow absent-mindedly shall follow me. Nevertheless, I have them around me, enjoying the moments just like how it should be. I sing, and the moon lingers. I dance, and my shadow whirls under. In my sober moments we rejoice together, and we bid goodbye as soon as I am drunk. Such fellowship shall last despite our parted ways. Only heaven knows when we shall come together again. A sword danced in front of the audience. As Lu Feiyun wielded his sword, he recited one of Li Bai's renowned poems, Drinking Alone Under the Moon. His sword was gleaming with a faint and wavering glow from the moon, which was beautiful and extravagant. The audience was taken aback by Lu Feiyun's swordplay, such that they could not hide their shocking expressions. Little Sword celestial swordsmanship seems to be much stronger than what the rumors claimed it to be. Gosh, this is impressive. His sword seems to have drawn a picture in the air. Young Master Lu's swordsmanship is getting more powerful. He lives up to the name of Little Sword Celestial. Haha, awesome. It's indeed the art of Sword Celestial. Well done. An elder with a full white beard was sitting in the front row, looking ebullient when he gazed at the strokes Lu Feiyun displayed. Lu Feiyun was even more proud when he noticed the surprised looks from the audience. He then turned to Lan Qinghua. Wine and Moon were the most loyal companions throughout Li Bai's entire life. I hope, Qinghua, you can become my most loyal companion in my life too. Just recently, I obtained the Sword Celestial's inheritance, and I'll rise to the highest level in no time. As my wife, you'll also enjoy a high status with me. As Lu Feiyun spoke, he pointed the long sword into the air, and a diamond ring appeared on the top. He threw his long sword back into its scabbard and took the diamond ring as he gazed smilingly at Lan Qinghua. Qinghua, will you be my companion? Lu Feiyun looked at the ravishing Lan Qinghua. Wow, this is so romantic. If someone were to propose to me like this, I'd say yes immediately. All the females in the crowd were falling head over heels for him. Lu Feiyun, who performed swordplay, was simply too romantic and touching. I didn't expect that young Master Lu could obtain the Sword Celestial, Li Bai's inheritance. No wonder the sword dance was beautiful yet ferocious. What a surprise. I heard that he won the auction of Li Bai's authentic calligraphy. He's such a talent to have comprehended its essence in such a short time. He even obtained the inheritance. He's such a gifted man. Given young Master Lu's talent, he will take over old Lu's position and become the next inborn Sword Celestial of the Lu family. When the audience heard what Lu Feiyun said, they were struck by surprise. The talent displayed by Lu Feiyun was daunting. Lan Qinghua fell into a trance-like state as she gazed at Lu Feiyun and the diamond ring in his hand. A different phase of life would begin as soon as she received the ring. Immense bitterness filled her eyes as she closed them. Upon seeing how Lan Qinghua was responding, Lu Feiyun frowned slightly. Impatience flashed in his eyes as he sounded stiff. Qingyu, will you say yes to me? Of course not. Just when Lan Qinghua opened her eyes to accept her fate, a voice cut the silent air in the engagement ceremony. Upon hearing the voice, Lan Qinghua jerked slightly as she spun around with disbelief. She stared hard at Wuxia. An abrupt voice had stunned everyone from the Lan and Lu family. Lu Feiyun, on the stage, turned around immediately. When he saw Wang Xian, he was slightly taken aback. Soon after, he glared at Wang Xian with a murderous face. "Who are you, brat? How dare you spout nonsense here? Seeking your own doom." A middle-aged man who was sitting beside the white-bearded old man stood up. He stared at Wang Xian with a sharp and ferocious look as he shouted at him. The white-bearded old man swept his gaze across Wang Xian before he turned to look at the seniors from Lan family unhappily. Apparently, he was displeased with the fact that the person who had interrupted was a guest of the Lan family. "I'm Wang Xian." Wang Xian returned a smile to that middle-aged man as he replied impassively. "I'm Wang Xian." It was just 3 short and ordinary words, but they exhibited endless confidence. "Wang Xian? Where did this brat come from? How dare he spout nonsense here? Is he courting his own death?" At this moment, before the Lu family responded, a burly man among the Lu family's guests stood up and shouted emotionlessly at Wang Xian. "That's right. How dare you spout nonsense in young Master Lu's engagement ceremony? You must be too eager to die. I have not heard of Wang Xian. However, I'll probably be attending your memorial service the same day next year." What an arrogant brat to kick up a fuss in Lu family's engagement ceremony. "You must be tired of living." After that burly middle-aged man stood up to reprimand Wang Xian, other ancient martial artists stood up one after another and stared coldly at Wang Xian. Some of the ancient martial artists emitted strong auras directly as they threw their gazes filled with killing intent at Wang Xian. In an instant, everyone's attention had fallen onto Wang Xian. Without having to take actions or say a single word, there was already a group of guests who were willing to stand up for the Lu family. In fact, if it wasn't a joyous event today, they would have taken actions directly to get on the good books of the Lu family. "Xiao Xian, why are you here? Get away quickly." Lan Qingyue was shocked to see Wang Xian. After hearing the threats of the crowd while still being in shock, her face turned pale and she blurted out. She knew that Wang Xian was incredible. However, the other party was the Lu family, who was one of the top forces in Hailing Province. Lan Qingyue's body was shivering a little and her eyes were filled with horror. "Huh?" When the crowd heard Lan Qingyue, they were stunned. What does this mean? When the female party of the engagement ceremony said those words, the meaning behind it would be great. Is Wang Xian the old flame of Lan Qingyue? Or perhaps he was her secret lover? A bright green grass field slowly appeared over Lu Feiyun's head. You couldn't really blame them for reading too much into this. With the development of the situation, it wasn't hard for them to reach this conclusion. In fact, those with a wilder imagination already had a few versions in their minds. The young missy of the Lan family is forced to marry the Lu family. The lover of the young missy appears to snatch the bride. The young missy of the Lan family has an affair with a poor kid. Little sword celestial of the Lu family is made a cuckold. Wait. Lan Qingyue. Lu Feiyun saw the expression of Lan Qingyue and heard her words. His expression was savage and he was clenching his fist tightly. Under such circumstances and during his engagement ceremony, for her fiancé to be involved in a scandal with another man, this was the utmost humiliation to him. How could he possibly face the public in the future as the little sword celestial of the tyrannical sword? Bam! Preposterous? Preposterous? At this moment, at the table of the host, the white-bearded old man slammed his hand heavily on the table with a solemn expression. All the cups on the table were knocked over. The old man from Lan family beside him looked extremely pale. The other members of the Lan family were also as white as a sheet. Some even stared at Wang Xian and Lan Qingyue angrily. The burly middle-aged man from before saw how furious old Lu was. He stood up and immediately remarked, "Old Lu, leave this to us. We can handle it." "Yeah, old Lu. Just leave this brat to us." Those ancient martial arts families and sects who wished to get on the good side of the Lu family stood up one after another and requested old Lu to let them help. "Drag him out." Old Lu didn't say a word, but the middle-aged man beside him did. "Yes." Instantly, over 10 people nodded their heads. They were from different families and sections. They stood up and stared harshly at Wang Xian before walking towards him. "Brat, you are courting your own death." The burly middle-aged man stared coldly at Wang Xian with killing intent. Xiao Xian. Seeing this, Lan Qingyue's complexion turned even paler. A teardrop streamed down her cheek. Wang Xian looked at the dozen people walking towards him and revealed a mocking smile. He stood up gradually. Rattle, rattle. At this moment, sounds of tables and chairs scraping the floor sounded. To the astonishment of the Lan family, the Lu family and the guests, all the ancient martial artist families and wealthy men from Rivertown and the members of the Thistles and Thorns sect together with sect leader Tang stood up. They stared coldly at the dozen people walking towards Wang Xian. The atmosphere dropped below freezing point in an instant. Everyone from the Lan family looked at this scene with disbelief. All the major families, ancient martial artist families from Rivertown and the members of the Thistles and Thorns sect, had all stood up with the young man. They were shocked by the development. The Lan family had initially thought that they were only here to show goodwill because of the political marriage with the Lu family. They thought that the Thistles and Thorns sect, Old Qin and the wealthy men from Rivertown were only here in hopes of getting to know the Lu family. However, they realized that they were completely wrong. They weren't here because they wanted to show goodwill to them for the political marriage with the Lu family. And they weren't there because they were wary of the Lu family. They were here for that young man. The dozen martial artists walking towards Wang Xian were stunned. They looked at the Rivertown crowd in shock as their expressions turned solemn. Just a while ago, they were still commenting that the ancient martial artist families of Rivertown and sects from the southern province were only here because of the Lu family. At this moment, those were just their wishful thoughts. They were here to get on the good books of the Lu family? Nope, they were here to go against the Lu family. Ha. Great, great. The middle-aged man beside the white-bearded old man looked hideous as he saw the crowd stand up. He stood up gradually and fixed his eyes on Wang Xian. Brat, I think I know who you are. To have such a huge influence in Rivertown and to be so young, you must be Miracle Dr. Wang, who ranks 18th on the Miracle Doctors chart. Not bad. You are pretty good, Brat. However, you choose to not enjoy your bright future and instead offend our Lu family. Do you think this trash from Rivertown is sufficient to challenge our Lu family? The middle-aged man shouted out the last sentence. Rattle, rattle. As the middle-aged man completed his sentence, the guests of the Lu family stood up immediately. In terms of number, they weren't inferior to the people of Rivertown. When it came to strength, they were much stronger than the crowd from Rivertown. Among the guests of the Lu family, there were 3 to 4 second-class forces. On the other hand, only Thistles and Thorns sect was a second-class force on the Rivertown side. Just a small Rivertown, and yet you dare to challenge the Lu family. You guys don't know where you stand. The Lu family doesn't even need to take actions, and we can easily annihilate you guys. Haha. Interesting. A small river town that doesn't even have a second-class force and the southern province which doesn't even have a first-class force are thinking of challenging us and the Lu family. They must be really eager to seek their own death. I'll give you guys a chance right now. Cripple that brat and throw him over. Otherwise, we will annihilate the entire river town. The guests of the Lu family looked down on the group behind Wang Xian. If it was just the forces of Rivertown, they weren't wary at all. In fact, even if they included the southern province, they weren't afraid if they included the Lu family too. I'm sorry that I'm late. At this moment, a nonchalant voice sounded in the ears of everyone. I'm sorry that I'm late. A nonchalant voice sounded in the ears of everyone. Everyone was stunned as they turned their attention to the entrance at the side. It was a middle-aged man with hair that spread around his shoulders. He had a saber at his back. His fringe was concealing his eyes, but even so, a bright and fearsome radiance could be vaguely seen from his eyes. Behind that middle-aged man, dozens of followers were trailing behind him. They had the same weapons in their hands. All of them shared an extraordinary vibe that came from someone who held high positions for a long time. Who is he? A middle-aged man observed the horde of people with surprise as he displayed a puzzled look. But everyone had the same sentiment when the horde of people emerged. All of them were staring at the long-haired middle-aged man who was leading at the front. We've got more than enough people to challenge you guys. The man was obviously Maniac G. Following behind him were all formidable people from the ancient martial artist families and sects in Flow City. Maniac G might not have established any forces of his own, but he was born and lived in Flow City. He truly deserved to be the king of Flow City. Even if he did not claim to be the king, all the families and sects in Flow City recognized him as one. Maniac G's identity was similar to Wang Xian's in Rivertown. They were kings without having to proclaim themselves as such. None of the people in Flow City dared to defy his orders. Maniac G slowly lifted his chin and stared at the middle-aged man who remarked, "A small river town which doesn't even have a second-class force and the southern province which doesn't even have a first-class force were thinking of challenging them and the Liu family. They must be really eager to seek their own death." Maniac G. That middle-aged man filled his eyes with fear as he swallowed his saliva with a trembling body when he saw Maniac G staring at him nonchalantly. "Maniac G, he's Maniac G." All the guests from Liu family went pale in panic. Reputation was all a person needed. Be mad, be a maniac. Do whatever it takes, Maniac G. Back then, Maniac G stooped to any means just to annihilate the entire first-class force, and this created a stir in the ancient martial arts world. Anyone who encountered this maniac would be petrified. Maniac G swept his impassive glance across those guests from Liu family as he paced his way to Wang Xian. With a bow, he shouted respectfully, "Miracle Dr. Wang! You're not late." Wang Xian had not informed Maniac G, but he was pleased to see Maniac G here. Ji Yuankuan might be known as Maniac G, but he had a strong sense of comradeship, and he was someone who kept his words. "Glad to hear that." Maniac G revealed a smile. After his son recovered, he finally found his long-lost smile. "Miracle Dr. Wang, should I annihilate Liu family?" Maniac G's voice was heard once again. When the guests from Liu family saw the chilly smile Maniac G was wearing, their foreheads broke into a cold sweat. No doubt it was Maniac G. The first thing he said was to annihilate tyrannical sword of Liu family. "Maniac G, do you want to set yourself against us?" At this time, the white-bearded old man who was sitting at the front could not take it lying down. He stood up immediately with frosty radiance flickering in his eyes. Maniac G ignored the white-bearded old man as he continued to look at Wang Xian, waiting for his reply. "Do it." Wang Xian spat out the words coldly. "Ha ha ha, ha ha ha." Just then, the white-bearded old man laughed wildly. He stared at Wang Xian with a malevolent expression. "Brat, you are thinking of annihilating Liu family? What an arrogant tone. Do you think Maniac G himself could do that by himself?" The white-bearded old man continued as he glared ferociously at Maniac G. "Others may be afraid of you, but I, Lu Jingshan, am not. Do you think you can be my match?" The white-bearded old man exhibited immense confidence on his face as he spoke. 20 years ago, he had made a breakthrough and attained inborn realm, while Maniac G had accomplished that only 5 years ago. Hence, Lu Jingshan was dauntless. "Wang Xian, damn you. Today, I'll kill you with my own hands." Lu Feiyun felt embarrassed when he saw a horde of ancient martial artist families and Maniac G led by Wang Xian. He slowly drew the sharp-edged sword with a pair of murderous eyes as he glared at Wang Xian. Today, Liu family had nothing to fear if a fight broke out. His grandfather could hold Maniac G while the rest of the guests from Liu family could cripple Wang Xian's men. "Kill me with your own hands?" Wang Xian stared at Lu Feiyun coldly as he filled his eyes with an immense amount of killing intent. He swung his arm. Whoosh! At this time, 4 figures were thrown over to the side. Everyone was appalled as they quickly turned to check on the black figures. Bam! 4 black figures were thrown to the stage, making 4 thumping sounds. 4 bodies. All of them were aghast as they stared at the 4 bodies on the stage. Lu Feiyun fixed his eyes on the 4 bodies with an awful look on his face. He could even recognize them at one glance, as they were the ones who he had sent to assassinate Wang Xian last night. "How dare you send someone to kill my family and me? Heh! I must destroy Liu family." As soon as Wang Xian finished his words, a group of people, in black attire with a golden divine dragon embroidered on their chest, marched slowly towards them. There were 52 in total, including an old man and a middle-aged man at the entrance. The remaining ones were young men. As they marched over, they exuded an intense killing vibe. All of the people from Liu family varied their expressions. Every one of them stared at those black-attired people as they surrounded them. Lu Jingshan narrowed his eyes as he sensed danger brewing. He stretched out his arm and drew a honed sword as he stared at Wang Xian coldly. With a stern look, the guests from Lu family fixed their eyes on the 50 people who emerged out of nowhere. A small amount of cold sweat broke out from their faces. They were already aghast that Miracle Dr. Wang could gather all the people from Rivertown. They did not expect he could gather Maniac G, let alone a group of more than 50 black-attired men who surrounded the area. They might not be aware of their strength, but they could tell that this bunch of people were not ordinary given the killing and imposing vibe they exuded. Besides, the brave act of besieging the Lu family already proved their strength. On the other hand, people from Lan family were dumbfounded and appalled as they watched the event unfold. They did not expect that the political marriage of Lan and Lu family would have such developments. Dazedly, they fixed their eyes upon that young man who had apparently engaged in some entanglement with Qingwei. Initially, they thought this young man would be easily killed by Lu family. Never did they expect things would turn out this way. Experts emerged and eventually besieged them all. They were dazzled as that young man seemed like he wanted to annihilate Lu family. These must be the forces behind him. It's much more formidable than I thought. Sect leader Tan was stunned as he looked at Maniac G and the group of black-attired men around him. But he was glad that he had made this choice. The crowd from Rivertown behind Wang Xian looked on silently. Although they knew the strength of the Dragon King, they were still slightly surprised to see the sudden appearance of Maniac G. Wang Xian smiled and looked towards the Lu family and the crowd behind them. The Lu family targeted me and I'm only going to target them. However, if you choose to take action, I wouldn't mind going on a killing spree. Wang Xian revealed a murderous look and looked at Lu Feiyun, who was on the stage. Oh, little sword celestial, who has inherited the will of the sword celestial. Let me see your true strength. Wang Xian spoke sarcastically. Behind him, a dragonian walked directly towards Lu Feiyun. He had a young look and was younger than Lu Feiyun. Do you really think that this is your home ground and you can be so brazen? Seeing Wang Xian's confident look that seemed to have treated him as prey, Lu Jingshan revealed a cold look. He lifted the long sword in his hands slowly and spread a strong aura towards the surroundings. Bam, bam, bam. The cups and plates on the table rattled and made a loud sound. Members of the Lan family quickly moved to the side in horror. The crowd behind the Lu family was hesitating. Looking at the current situation, it was clear that the Lu family was the passive side. The strength of the 50-odd people that surrounded them was unknown. They didn't know how to make a decision, nor did they dare to make a decision. Feeling the strong aura from old Lu, everyone's attention turned to Maniac G. As long as the battle between inborn experts was decided, the victorious side would be clear. Maniac G, I would like to see how strong you really are. If you help him this time, you will be the archenemy of the Lu family. Lu Jingshan pointed his long sword at Maniac G. Hehe. You will be the second inborn expert that will die in my hands. Maniac G drew his long sword slowly and wasn't wary of going toe-to-toe with Lu Jingshan. It's better if you leave this to the dragon sect. A domineering voice sounded. Bang! A black aura exploded instantly and coalesced into material form. What? The strong aura shocked everyone as they looked at the old man standing at the entrance. The old man lifted his head. The surrounding black aura masked his appearance, but the horrifying aura he emitted suppressed an area spanning over 1,000 meters. A heart-wrenching power could be felt from the old man as the crowd shivered. Even Maniac G or Lu Jingshan did not give them such a strong sense of suppression. So strong. Maniac G's hand was shivering. He looked in shock at the old man emitting black aura as he clenched his long sword even tighter. Inborn expert. It's another inborn expert. A guest of the Lu family couldn't contain himself and exclaimed. That young man had managed to summon 2 inborn experts. Inborn. Members of the Lu family felt their hearts skipped a beat. Dull clouds cast a shadow over their minds as they stared fervently at Mo Qinglong. Lu Jingshan, who was holding a long sword in his hand, could feel perspiration breaking out of his palm as he looked at Mo Qinglong in disbelief. 2 inborn experts. They had to face 2 inborn experts while facing off against a small river town. Moreover, these 2 inborn experts were both summoned by the same young man. Lu Jingshan's face sank. That horrifying old man had locked onto him with his aura. He was sure that if he moved, the other party would definitely attack him. Moreover, he felt that he wouldn't be a match for this old man. This made his heart pump violently. Little Sword Celestial of the Tyrannical Sword? Sword Celestial's inheritance? Mo Wuxia, level 8 martial artist. Seeking your guidance. At this moment, a Dragonian walked up to the stage. He stared coldly at Lu Feiyun. His voice instantly drew the attention of the crowd. Everyone immediately turned around and looked at the stage. At that spot, a man even younger than Lu Feiyun was standing in front of Lu Feiyun. Lu Feiyun's expressions were changing rapidly. He took a glance at the old man with terrifying aura and perspiration covered his forehead. After which, he gripped his sword tightly as he looked to the young man in front of him. Miss Lan, be careful not to be injured. At this moment, sect leader Tang moved and appeared beside Lan Qingwei. Using his internal energy to cover her, he sent her towards Wang Xian. Xiao Xian Yu, Lan Qingwei looked at Wang Xian, still feeling a little disheveled. I know that this isn't your own intention. Moreover, I will not let you marry a dead man today. Wang Xian smiled at Lan Qingwei and walked to her. Die! At this moment, Lu Feiyun let out a loud roar. With a hideous look, he charged towards Mo Wuxia. Mo Wuxia was unmoved. Looking at the constantly changing swordsmanship of Lu Feiyun, he extended his hand to take the attack directly. You must be courting death. Seeing Mo Wuxia was intending to use his body to take his attack directly, Lu Feiyun revealed a savage look. His swordplay turned even sharper. Bam bam bam. Sounds of metal clashing propagated. Mo Wuxia used his palm to take on the sharp sword directly before pushing forward with his entire body. This is bad. Lu Feiyun was shocked as horror filled his eyes. Bam! Palm hit Lu Feiyun heavily. Mo Wuxia followed up and stepped on Lu Feiyun with his feet as he stared coldly at him. How dare you offend the Dragon King with these meager skills? Mo Wuxia looked down on Lu Feiyun with contempt. Little Sword Celestial? Inheritance from the Sword Celestial? Trash. Lu Feiyun's eyes popped open and were filled with disbelief. This man who was even younger than him was surprisingly able to crush him easily. He had always been a proud person and even swore to make it to the top of the outstanding young heroes chart. However, what happened now made him feel utterly defeated. He was one of the top 20 on the outstanding young heroes chart, and yet he lost to an unknown young man easily. He tilted his head and stared at the young man who was looking at him with contempt. He was the little Sword Celestial who had received the inheritance of the Sword Celestial. He was supposed to become an inborn expert in the future. Bam! However, an intense pain cruised throughout him at this moment, as he felt his consciousness slipping away from him slowly. Feiyun! Feiyun! The members of the Lu family were aghast as they looked in horror at Lu Feiyun, who was lying on the elevated stage. Wang Xian looked at the members of the Lu family coldly and remarked, if one tries to kill me, I'll definitely kill him. Lu Feiyun sent people to assassinate me and my kin. I'll be returning these right now. His voice propagated to everyone's ears. Everyone in the Lu family was horrified. What he meant was that Feiyun wanted to kill him and his family. Therefore, he would also kill Feiyun and all his family members. Qingyue, it's going to get bloody. Let's leave this place. Wang Xian said to Lan Qingwei gently. Lan Qingwei looked at him blankly. Shortly after, tears streamed down her cheeks as she nodded her head heavily. The sun was shining. A gust of cool breeze drifted over, cooling the summer. When the cool breeze came off the engagement ceremony at Flowing Water Villa, it was a bone-piercing chill. All of them watched as the young man and girl took their leave while the black-attired men slowly closed up the blockade. You want to destroy Lu family? Lu Jingshan clenched his long sword tightly with a ghastly look as he swept his gaze across the black, imposing old man and maniac Ji. Miracle Dr. Wang cured my son. You can only blame your grandson for this. Maniac Ji drew his long saber slowly as his body gave off an immense killing aura. Heh! Unexpected. A mere miracle doctor of Rivertown could summon 2 inborn experts. What a surprise. Lu Jingshan let out distasteful laughter. Apparently, he misunderstood that the people of Dragon Sect also owed Wang Xian their favor. He swept his gaze across all the people. Destroying Lu family? I'm afraid it is not that simple. Heh, I'll wipe out your entire family instantly. Mo Qiglong looked at Lu Jingshan with a disdainful look. As he spoke, he struck. Run. Get out of here. Get out of here. Lan family and the rest of the guests fled in all directions with fear when they saw how the situation developed. The battle of inborn experts was not something they could participate in. If they got involved, they'd either get seriously injured or die. Why didn't you tell me when such serious things like this happened to you? Wang Xian and Lan Qingyue strode to one of the rooms and turned a deaf ear to the devastating screams behind them. Why should I? Lan Qingyue looked over her shoulder and returned a question. Wang Xian drew a bitter smile on his face. It seemed like Lan Qingyue still bore grudges over his choice of Guan Shuqing. But for what you did today, I'll forgive you. Lan Qingyue hesitated as she saw his smile. But Lu family. Leave the Lu family to them. Don't worry. I'm not afraid of them. Wang Xian chuckled and continued. We'll settle your family's affairs together. When people learn about what happened today, Lingyue sect and Zhou family wouldn't dare to play any tricks. If they did, there's nothing to fear either. Thank you, Xiaoxian. Lan Qingyue stopped and looked at him, as she was touched. Wang Xian grinned. A red wedding gown would suit you better. Wear the red one next time. Lan Qingyue slightly blushed when she heard his comment. She reached out her hands to hug him gently. Wang Xian revealed a thrilled expression as he hugged her tightly. He whispered in her ear, You must be tired from the last few days. Why don't we enjoy ourselves for a few days? I'll take you out to sea. Sure. I'll call my parents to tell them that I'm having a break for the next few days. Lan Qingyue struggled out of his hug and stretched herself. She then ran to the room next door with a beaming face and took out her phone to call her parents. Hello, Qingyue? Are you okay? Lan Qingyue's father held his phone as he watched Lu Jingshan spit out fresh blood in the air. He asked this with trepidation. Dad, I'm going out with Xiaoxian for a few days. These last few days have been tiring for me. I want to have a good rest. Lan Qingyue spoke in a joyful mood. Sure, go and have fun with Miracle Dr. Wang. You don't have to worry about anything. Lan Qingyue's father quickly agreed. Since his daughter had gotten such capable boyfriend, why the hell would they want to continue with the political marriage with Lu family? What's more, they were almost dead now. So long as they befriended Miracle Dr. Wang, Lan family was not afraid of Zhou family and Lingyue sect. Besides, the Miracle Dr. Wang was obviously much easier to get along with than the Lu family. I'm done, Xiaoxian. Let's go. I want to relax for a few days. Lan Qingyue changed out of her wedding gown and came to Wang Xian with thrills all over her face. She looked like she was a little carefree girl. Let's go. We'll go out to the sea. The yacht that I bought a few days ago just arrived today. Wang Xian said with a smile. Sure, let's go to the sea. I'm going to swim, surf and fish. Lan Qingyue exclaimed with excitement. Sure, let's go. Wang Xian held her hand and went outside. Lan Qingyue was only 22 years old now, and she should not be responsible for the entire group. She should not endure a marriage that she hated. She should be learning and having fun in school without a single worry. Wow! What a beautiful villa and yacht. They took a car to the villa that sat right next to the sea. Lan Qingyue was animated as soon as she saw the villa and the yacht. I'll pick up something from the house. As Wang Xian spoke, he went into the villa and picked up swimsuits, red wine, tea leaves, and some supplies. Qingyue, let's head out to the sea. Wang Xian brought her to the yacht. What a beautiful yacht. It's much better than the one my dad bought. Lan Qingyue looked at the luxury yacht that was over 30 meters long with an ebullient expression. The yacht was divided into 2 levels. The ground floor had a sofa, kitchen, dining area, and it was quite spacious. There were 4 rooms on the second floor. A 30-meter-long yacht had a floor area that was larger than an average house. Xiaoxian, can you drive a yacht? Lan Qingyue asked as she roamed around the yacht. Ahem, I think there should be driving instructions. I'm quite smart, so there shouldn't be any problems. Driving a yacht required a license too, but Wang Xian believed he could handle it. Haha, let's do it together. Lan Qingyue followed behind Wang Xian with much interest. Wang Xian took the operating manual. He was examining the brand new yacht with a beaming face. The oil tank is full. Let's set out now. With a smiling face, Wang Xian began to operate the yacht as it sailed slowly out to the sea. Be careful, Xiaoxian. You're maneuvering it without a license, Lan Qingyue said, grinning. Haha, don't worry. Leave this to me. Let's go somewhere shallow first before we go further out. We can enjoy ourselves for the next 2 to 3 days, said Wang Xian with a smile. Sure. The yacht continued to sail across the sea. As a first-timer, Wang Xian did not dare to drive it too fast. But without knowing, he actually drove them to somewhere near the Dragon Sect Island. He hesitated and stopped the yacht. Let's stop and check out this place. Okay, I want to catch some fish. How about having fish for dinner? There is diving equipment on the yacht. We can dive and catch some lobsters for dinner. I don't dare to do that. Is the water deep over here? Will there be any sharks? Haha. How can there be? Let's go. I'll take you out for a swim. Wang Xian and Lan Qingyue changed into diving suits and dived underwater freely. Swimming, diving, and fishing. Wang Xian even caught some lobsters and crabs for dinner. Wang Xian accompanied Lan Qingyue till 9+ at night. He had initially intended to sleep with the lady but was ruthlessly pushed out with the doors locked. Wang Xian smiled bitterly as he walked to the first floor. Walking to the deck, he looked to the faraway seas. He could sense that Lan Qingyue had fallen asleep on the second floor. She had barely slept over the last 2 days and was finally able to get a good rest today. It will at least be 10 hours before Lan Qingyue wakes up. Wang Xian thought to himself. He hesitated for a moment before removing his clothes and throwing them onto the sofa. Bam! Wang Xian leaped into the skies and dived into the seas. Moving his body, he transformed into a 6-meter-long divine dragon in an instant. Prime Minister Turtle and Roving Girl are just around the corner. Let's summon them over. Wang Xian looked around and let out a dragon roar to the surroundings. Growl! Growl! Soon, replies were heard. Wang Xian could see Prime Minister Turtle, Roving Girl, Roving Lobster, and Roving Heavens with his group of devil monkeys swimming towards him. At the forefront, the 9 venomous sea snakes were the fastest as they approached Wang Xian at an astonishing speed. Greetings, Dragon King. Prime Minister Turtle, Roving Heavens, Roving Girl, Roving Lobster, and the rest bowed respectfully in front of Wang Xian. Wang Xian looked at the 800 devil monkeys and could sense their improvements in strength. He couldn't help but reveal a satisfied look. Behind Prime Minister Turtle and Roving Lobster, there was a group of sea turtles and large lobsters following them. These sea turtles and lobsters looked extremely lively. The sizes of these lobsters were all around 1 meter, and their 2 huge claws looked extremely destructive. These were all subordinates of the Prime Minister Turtle and Roving Lobster. Let's make use of the night to go deeper into further sea regions to look for resources required for leveling up. Wang Xian thought to himself. Wang Xian looked at the yacht a short distance away. He hesitated for a moment before ordering the Prime Minister Turtle drag the yacht along. Yes, Dragon King. Prime Minister Turtle nodded his head and swam below the yacht. Although the 30 meters long yacht was heavy, Prime Minister Turtle was able to easily drag it along on the water surface. Wang Xian was a little worried about Lan Qingyue. He went to the second floor quietly and used dragon energy to calm her body and make her enter deep sleep. If there weren't huge disturbances, she would only wake up after 10 hours. Let's head towards the deeper sea region. Wang Xian dived into the seas once again and gave his orders. Wang Xian had searched the entire Bohai Sea. Up to this point, other than the huge level 12 devil flowers that weren't finished off, the other areas had been combed. The Bohai Sea wasn't big. With their speed, they only used 3 hours to reach the Yellow Sea. Wang Xian noticed a sudden and drastic change in the underwater world ahead of him. The depth of the Yellow Sea was approximately 40 meters deep on average. The deeper region could reach a depth of over 80 meters. The entire Yellow Sea was very broad and was several times the size of the Bohai Sea. At this moment, the region where Wang Xian was at was approximately 50 meters deep. This was the first time he came to such a deep-sea region. Under the waters, it was pitch black at night. Seagrass was common and the variety of fish was much higher than the Bohai Sea. This place is much more comfortable. I always feel that I could barely move in the Bohai Sea. Wang Xian swayed his body within the 50 meters deep sea as he swam around freely. There's a school of sharks ahead. Wang Xian squinted his eyes and focused on the 20-odd sharks 1,000 meters away. These sharks were all 4 to 5 meters long and gave off a violent aura as they swam domineeringly in the sea. Wang Xian revealed a faint smile. He got moving and swam towards the school of sharks directly. Big white sharks. Level 5. Extractable dragon energy. 534. That's over 10,000 points of dragon energy from 20 sharks. Haha, this is something the Bohai Sea couldn't match up to. Wang Xian was thrilled. Sea monsters in deep waters weren't simply a myth. The resources in the entire Yellow Sea were at least a dozen or even a few dozen times more than the Bohai Sea. When my subordinates and I get stronger, I'll head to the real seas for an adventure. I wonder if there will be terrifying creatures at a depth of 10,000 feet underwater? Are there other races living in the pitch-black darkness within the seas? Are ancient marine animals still surviving at the bottom of the seas? Wang Xian was getting excited from these thoughts. The sea regions were largely unexplored by humans. In the near future, he would be exploring the entire seas and become the ruler of the seas. Wang Xian was filled with ambition. He let out a soft roar and his subordinates swam over quickly. Let's explore the Yellow Sea, Wang Xian ordered. His gaze was fixed in front of him as he led his subordinates to conquer the unknown sea region. The seabed of the Yellow Sea wasn't too different from the Bohai Sea. Both had flat grounds and areas where it was a little more mountainous. However, the scenery of the Yellow Sea was grander and more beautiful than the Bohai Sea. Devour, devour, devour. There were many species of fish around him. There were little yellow croaker, hair-tail fish, Pacific mackerel, Spanish mackerel, yellow drumfish, slender shed fish, Pacific herrings, pomfrets, codfish, and many others. Moving around, Wang Xian devoured all the fish he came across. In just 2 hours, he had gained more than 17,000 points of dragon energy. Just 42,000 points of dragon energy more and I'll level up. Let's try to increase my level by the end of the night. Wang Xian thought to himself and turned his attention ahead. The area in front of him was different from the darkness of the surrounding seas. It was full of marine animals that were glowing. The glowing marine animals illuminated the bottom of the seas. Moving his body, Wang Xian headed towards it. When he approached the illuminated region, he was shocked by what he saw. Fish tornado. It's a humongous fish tornado. There were at least a few 100,000 to a few million fish gathered here and swimming in circles like a tornado under the water. Wang Xian squinted his eyes and stared fervently at this fish tornado. If I devour all the fish here, I'll gain at least a few 100,000 points of dragon energy. Wang Xian's eyes lit up and he immediately ordered, "Surround the entire school of fish." The entire fish tornado spanned over 1,000 meters. Wang Xian wasn't able to dominate the entire school with his dragon power. Moreover, he noticed that there were several unique fish species in the middle of the fish tornado. They had a terrifying size and every one of them was at least 7 to 8 meters. They also had flat heads with sharp mouths. Their mouths were approximately 2 meters long with rows of sharp teeth exposed that gave off an eerie glow. What's that fish? Wang Xian was filled with doubt. These 4 to 5 unique fish swam in the middle of the fish tornado like the kings of the school. Around them, densely packed herrings, Pacific mackerel and Spanish mackerel seemed to be honoring them as their kings. Wang Xian swayed his tail and started his hunt. This would be his first battle towards conquering the Yellow Sea. There were thousands of species hidden in the deep sea, occupying 70% of planet Earth, and the secrets were far more than any human could imagine. The ocean has always been an unexplored area for humans. Wang Xian stared at the fish tornado before him with fervent eyes and a relaxed expression on his face. 800 devil monkeys went up slowly to surround the fish tornado. Food hunting. This was the way for any living beings to evolve. Whoever can hunt to the last would be the most powerful being remaining. Wang Xian jerked his divine dragon's body and charged out to the school of fish at a daunting speed. Dragon power. Boom. An invisible force encompassed the area, spanning 1,000 kilometers as though the king had arrived. The entire school of swirling fish suddenly froze. Wang Xian opened his mouth and devoured the school of fish before him. Herring, Pacific mackerels, and Spanish mackerels converted to dragon energy in his belly at a rapid rate. Boom! The entire fish tornado was in chaos as they fled crazily in all directions. Located in the middle of the school of fish, another type of fish teetered their huge bodies as they stared at Wang Xian with a ferocious look. They swayed their tails and charged towards him. Sensing the impetus of the 5 odd-looking fish types, Wang Xian revealed a surprising look on his face. The 5 odd-looking fish were covered with layers of palm-sized fish scales which looked heavy in the water. Ichthyosaurs. Level 9. Extractable Dragon Energy 49,642. Ichthyosaurs. It's the legendary ichthyosaurs. When the 5 odd-looking fish were dashing towards him, their information appeared in Wang Xian's mind. Ichthyosaurs belonged to an ancient fish group. According to the current historical study, they could have even existed way before the dinosaurs. Based on the records, a large ichthyosaurs could reach more than 20 meters long. The current 5 ichthyosaurs before him were only about 10 meters. 5 ichthyosaurs could provide me with more than 200,000 points of dragon energy. Haha, not bad. Wang Xian was thrilled as he launched an attack at the 5 ichthyosaurs without any fear. Bam! A ichthyosaur swam fast and furiously towards him with a gaping mouth that was 3 meters wide. Within its mouth, it was densely packed with teeth that looked terrifying. Ka. Wang Xian stretched out his metal-like dragon claw which scratched the top of that ichthyosaur's mouth. Hiss! The razor-edged dragon claw ripped the mouth of the ichthyosaurs. Blood splattered in all directions. Growl! Upon seeing that Wang Xian had wounded their companion, the other 4 ichthyosaurs opened their mouths and attempted to bite him. Grew! Wang Xian swung his tail, shaking the surroundings violently. Soon after, 4 solidified water balloons appeared at his tail. Each of them was 1 meter in size, giving off an emerald blue luster in the sea. Bam! 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 4 water balloons emerged in front of the 4 ichthyosaurs instantly and landed in their mouths. Boom! The water balloons exploded, and the 4 ichthyosaurs were dripping blood from their mouths. Wang Xian stretched out his dragon claw at one of the ichthyosaurs again. Assess. Another sound of a tear was heard. Given Wang Xian's current level, he possessed the same strength as an average level 11 marine animal. 5 ichthyosaurs were under his brutal torture. I don't have time to waste on you. Wang Xian saw millions of fish fleeing away in all directions. Even with 800 devil monkeys surrounding the area, many fish still managed to make their escape. He made a swift move and inflicted severe damage to the 4 ichthyosaurs. He then moved around to devour the escaping fish. Dragon power encompassed the area as he swallowed the fish and converted them into dragon energy. After half an hour, there were no more fish left. Only dead silence. Wang Xian made a swift move and came to the 5 ichthyosaurs. They were bigger than Wang Xian by many times with 10-meter-long bodies. He opened his mouth and fed on the ichthyosaurs. He only managed to swallow them all after chewing a dozen times. Haha! My dragon energy increased by 300,000 points instantly. I still need about 100,000 points before I can hit level 7. Wang Xian revealed his thrill. The higher level he got to, the better he could manage his control of the 5 elements. His strength would get stronger too. A level up was not solely about upgrading strength. It was more than that. Let's go. I must level up to 7 by the end of today. Wang Xian commanded his subordinates and swam forward. The surroundings were full of kelp while some glowing jellyfish were floating around. The sea was not as dark as it seemed at a depth of 50 meters deep. In the ocean, those deep waters with thousands of meters of depth were the place where darkness stayed. Sunlight could only reach hundreds of meters. How wonderful it would be if I could find other ichthyosaurs. Wang Xian had been swimming forward. Probably due to the fish tornado, the number of fish within dozens of miles was significantly reduced. What's that? A shipwreck? I mean a bunch of shipwrecks. Wang Xian was slightly stupefied by a large number of shipwrecks in front of him. The sails were broken, lying around disorderly in the sea. Some of the ships had half of their bodies caught at the bottom of the seabed. Furthermore, Wang Xian noticed some strange plants were growing on some of the ships. It was rather peculiar. There's something strange about the place before us. Just then, Wang Xian narrowed his eyes. He peered at the front, then to the back. Both of them gave him a different vibe as though they were 2 distinct regions. Dragon King. It's the territory of other creatures ahead of us. Roving Heavens took his rod to Wang Xian and told Wang Xian with wary eyes, gazing at the place before them. Territory of other creatures? Wang Xian looked at Roving Heavens with some doubts. There are many creatures in the ocean. They will gather and occupy a region. Based on the size of the region, it will reflect the strength of the group. Roving Heavens observed the place ahead and said with a stern look, the region ahead is not any smaller than our devil monkeys. Since other marine life does not dare to come close, it means that a dominant race exists in this place. Oh! Wang Xian nodded his head slowly. Most of the living creatures were living in groups. They could occupy one place and rule the land. Same logic for the ocean. An eerie silence filled the area ahead. Obviously, it was the territory of a race. The battle of territory? Wang Xian looked behind as the devil monkeys gathered behind him. Prime Minister Turtle pulled the yacht to the side and came to the bottom of the sea. Roving Girl and Roving Lobster were gazing ahead. We fight. Forward. Wang Xian was also bursting with fighting spirit as he swam slowly forward. Roving Heavens, Prime Minister Turtle, 9 venomous sea snakes, and the 800 devil monkeys were following solemnly behind him as they marched towards the region. Who dares to step into the ichthyosaur's family's territory? Just then, a muffled voice was heard. The voice was not human, but a unique transmission through spirits. Wang Xian could understand such spirit waves. He stopped and looked ahead. Roving Heavens and the rest stopped their motions too. A gigantic ichthyosaur, 15 meters long, floated out from one of the shipwrecks with a domineering demeanor. Get out of our territory or die. This ichthyosaur had its attention fixed on Wang Xian and his subordinates. His gaze was cold and filled with bloodlust. So strong. It's much stronger than the 5 ichthyosaurs we met previously. Feeling the aura from the ichthyosaur, Wang Xian was a little shocked. This ichthyosaur had clearly manifested intelligence, and its level would definitely not be any lower than 10. It had a huge body that spanned 15 meters and gave off chilly vibes. Surrender or die. Wang Xian stared at that ichthyosaur and growled. Growl, growl, growl. When ichthyosaur heard Wang Xian, it immediately lifted his head and let out 3 cries. Waves emitted from his mouth and propagated to the surroundings. At that instant, the quiet region seemed to have livened up. In a sunken ship a small distance away, 2 ichthyosaurs that were approximately 3 to 4 meters long swam out. From a 40-50 meter long sunken ship, an ichthyosaur that spanned over 10 meters swam out. At the same time, ichthyosaurs swam out from various sunken ships in the surroundings. Among them, the smallest was 2 to 3 meters long, while the larger ones spanned 15 to 16 meters. At the very end, a 17 to 18 meters long ichthyosaur swam out from the depth of the waters. Gradually, the school of ichthyosaurs appeared at the location 500 meters ahead of Wang Xian. Ichthyosaurs of various sizes added up to 600 to 700 of them. Among them, there were 20 to 30 of them that were approximately 10 meters long, 3 that were approximately 15 meters, and 1 that was 17 to 18 meters long. How dare you barge into our territory? I'm going to eat you. That 17 to 18 meters long ichthyosaur stared fervently at Wang Xian. Could feel a strong attraction from Wang Xian. Its instincts were telling him that if he could devour this strange creature, it would be able to evolve further. Kill! That huge ichthyosaur swayed its large tail and ordered. In that instant, all the ichthyosaurs opened their wide mouths and attacked Wang Xian. How ruthless of them to attack us directly. Seeing the 17 to 18 meters long ichthyosaur, Wang Xian moved his tail slowly. Kill! A dragon roar burst from Wang Xian. Growl! Roving Heavens lifted the rod in his hand and let out a long roar. Growl! The group of devil monkeys behind it also let out a loud roar while emitting their bloodlust. SSS, SSS, SSS. The 9 venomous sea snakes lifted their heads and spat out their tongues. BZEZ. Prime Minister Turtle, who had been lying on the seabed, shook a little as his body was covered by the mud gradually. Roving Lobster stood up and extended his huge claws that glowed with a metallic shine. Bang! Wang Xian headed for the ichthyosaur directly ahead of him. Behind him, Roving Heavens, 9 venomous sea snakes, Prime Minister Turtle, and the group of devil monkeys also made their moves. There were over 1,000 animals from both sides, but the aura they gave off seemed to be 10 times their sizes. Swish, swish, swish. Wang Xian swayed his tail and 2 huge water balls gathered behind him. Each water ball was approximately 2 meters and was shot directly at the ichthyosaur at the front of the school. I'm going to devour you. The 17 to 18 meters long ichthyosaur wasn't moved by Wang Xian's attacks at all. It flapped its tail rapidly and swam past Wang Xian's head directly. Bam! The water balls exploded. Ichthyosaur, level 11. Extractable dragon energy, 293,244. Level 11. When Wang Xian saw the level of this ichthyosaur, he wasn't surprised at all. He kept his composure as his dragon claws glowed in a metallic shine and attacked that ichthyosaur. The 17 to 18 meters long ichthyosaur had a head that was 5 to 6 meters long. On it, densely packed teeth were the size of a fist and looked extremely sharp. Its entire head had similar skin to a crocodile with protruding portions on the head. The size was more than 3 times that of Wang Xian. Growl. Bam! Sounds of collision propagated as Wang Xian's dragon claws clashed with its mouth. Its teeth were ripped off directly by Wang Xian's dragon claw. The ichthyosaur didn't let go of Wang Xian's dragon claws. In response, Wang Xian emitted flames from his claws and forced it to relax its grip rapidly. Take this rod from me. At this moment, Roving Heavens and the rest were clashing with the school of ichthyosaurs. Roving Heavens lifted its metal rod like the great sage equaling heaven in television shows and smashed directly at the 15 meters long ichthyosaur. Limitless gravel. At the bottom of the seas, a wave of yellow earth suddenly engulfed the dozen ichthyosaurs ahead. Amidst the yellow earth were solid stones that were sent towards the school of ichthyosaur directly. Water control, water imprisonment. Behind the group, Roving Girl moved her palms as ropes of water restricted the mouths of the ichthyosaurs. As she waved her hands, droplets of water appended themselves to the devil monkeys rushing towards the earth sent by Prime Minister Turtle and prevented their vision from being blurred by the yellow earth. 800 devil monkeys leaped and attacked towards the ichthyosaurs. However, the most horrifying of them all were the 9 venomous sea snakes. Their speed was astonishing and they used potent venom. When moving at full speed, the surrounding ichthyosaurs couldn't keep up with their speed at all. With every bite, venom was injected into the ichthyosaurs that stiffened their bodies. In fact, ichthyosaurs that were smaller than 10 meters were poisoned to death directly. The 9 venomous sea snakes were like assassins and were extremely frightening. You guys are seeking your own deaths. Picking up the scent of blood from the surroundings, the 17 to 18 meters long ichthyosaur looked over and saw its kind being slain. Its eyes gradually turned red. It was a creepy shade of red that had a drop of blue liquid within it. Wang Xian was shocked to see the change in the eyes of the ichthyosaur and increased his alertness. Growl. The ichthyosaur stared at Wang Xian with bloodthirst as it attacked him. Wang Xian kept his composure and met it with his dragon claws. Bang! At this moment, the ichthyosaur initiated the attack with its tail. The swing of its tail brought strong current that was of at least several tons of force. Wang Xian was unmoved and swayed his own tail. A huge current started forming as it smashed towards the ichthyosaur's tail. Growl. Seeing that its tail attack was stopped by Wang Xian, the ichthyosaur opened its mouth and bit towards Wang Xian's body. Die! Wang Xian waved his dragon's claws downwards towards the large and extended jaws of the ichthyosaur. Ka-ka-ka. Wang Xian's dragon claws opened a long wound on the ichthyosaur's head. However, the ichthyosaur managed to bite onto his tail. An intense pain sensation cruised in his body. Wang Xian immediately broke free and swam backwards. The ichthyosaur felt the pain and retreated in a hurry. Why did the ichthyosaur choose to bite my tail of all places? Seeing his dragon tail that was about to break into 2, Wang Xian's face sank. Energy of the azure dragon covered his wounds on his tail and he was recovering gradually. Wang Xian looked at the ichthyosaur and noticed the blood-red eyes were shimmering in a brighter glow as it stared intensely at him. The eyes of the ichthyosaur must have a special ability. Wang Xian stared at its eyes. Somehow he had a feeling of getting seen through by them. It was a peculiar kind of feeling. It was as though it could see his weakness and attack it. When the creatures hit level 10 and 11, they will develop their own special ability. in particular level 11, as they would definitely possess their own ability for sure. Wang Xian pondered. Level 10 was already an inborn expert while level 11 was considered to be a realm above inborn realm. This was beyond an average human scope since they possessed unique means. The ichthyosaur in front had a special pair of eyes which could spot any weaknesses. Roar! Just when Wang Xian was having his thoughts, the ichthyosaur relaunched its attack. The gigantic mouth tried to bite his tail again. Due to the difference in mass, Wang Xian had difficulties dodging it. Looking for my weakness? Wang Xian squinted his eyes. With a violent jerk, the colors on his body began to change. Eventually, he turned to a metallic, golden divine dragon. His entire body was gold, giving off a faint metallic shine in the sea. Metal divine dragon had a weaker defense, but a more powerful attack than the earth divine dragon. When the ichthyosaur saw the transformation of Wang Xian, it revealed a shock in its eyes. Through its vision, it was shocked to find out that the fellow before it seemed like a piece of metal without any weaknesses. Even his eyes were golden pupils. All the body parts were indestructible. Sure enough, this ichthyosaur must have read the weakness on me. Wang Xian observed the expression of the ichthyosaur and spoke to himself. He stretched out his dragon claw, opened his golden dragon mouth, and launched an attack. Bam! To meet force with force was the most primitive way of combating. But as soon as Wang Xian attacked, there was a sharp radiance of 1 meter long extending out from his pair of dragon claws. He slashed it at the ichthyosaur. Hiss! The razor-sharp metal aura enveloped and cut the body of the ichthyosaur, leaving wounds of 1 meter long on its body. Wang Xian displayed a cold look as he stared at ichthyosaur with wariness. His body swayed as he was ready to strike again at any time. Roar! The ichthyosaur roared with rage. Growl! At this time, devastating shrieks were heard from the side. That ichthyosaur was shocked as he began to observe the surroundings. Suddenly, he realized that 3 15-meters-long ichthyosaurs were falling apart under the joint attack of roving heavens, Prime Minister Turtle, and 9 venomous sea snakes. All of them were wounded, and blood was everywhere. Those 10-meter-long ichthyosaurs were attacked by 2-meter-sized lobsters which were gleaming with a metallic glow from head to toe. They were wielding their pincers in the assault. Half of the smaller ones were either wounded or killed. The bunch of devil monkeys gave off demonic flames accompanied by fearsome attacks. Their bodies were covered by black scales which looked extremely creepy. Every devil monkey looked more like a hideous devil. Roar! The 17-meter-long ichthyosaur let out a mournful growl. His eyes got redder and his body exuded icy cold luster as he glared at Wang Xian. Hee, I can upgrade my level after I eat you up. Wang Xian also returned him a pair of cold stares. Dragon King! Dragon King! Just then, Prime Minister Turtle swam slowly below him. Roving heavens came to the left while the 9 venomous sea snakes were swimming around him. All of them were staring at the 17-meter-long ichthyosaur. Kill it! Wang Xian immediately issued orders. Prime Minister Turtle took the first move to make a group of earth thorns slowly surface on the water, swiftly launching an attack with it. Roving Heavens swung his rod in his hand and smashed the ichthyosaur. 9 venomous sea snakes moved at a frightening speed and darted out. Wang Xian was moving his tail as he exuded a metallic aura. Roar! The ichthyosaur was petrified as it could not resist the most vigorous assault from the Dragon Palace. Bam, bam, bam! Blood splattered as Roving Heavens swung his rod hard on the head of the ichthyosaur. Wang Xian made a swift move and bit the ichthyosaur's body as he swallowed it in big gulps. A mouthful of flesh and blood turned into immense dragon energy. Growl! The ichthyosaur let out a despairing scream before its vitality quickly disappeared. Wang Xian swallowed the 17-meter-long ichthyosaur, weighing dozens of tons, entirely in a minute. His dragon claws grabbed the pair of ichthyosaur's eyeballs and continued to devour other ichthyosaurs around him, ignoring the system notifications and the increase in his body mass. Dragon energy was rising at a crazy speed. The battle of the races often brings massive benefits to the ones who win the victory. After Wang Xian devoured more than hundreds of ichthyosaurs, his dragon energy increased to more than 1 million points. Currently, his body grew to 7 meters long. Name Wang Xian. Race: 5 elements divine dragon. able to transform into a human. Level 7. Dragon Energy 1, 563, 421/10, 000, 000. Superpower. Dominate the marine animals. Ability to rule any marine animals that are lower than the existing level. Devour any form of marine animals for extraction of dragon energy. 5 elements control. Art of Cultivation, Divine Dragon Transformation. Finally, I promoted my level. Wang Xian looked at his own attributes and was thrilled about it. He rocked his body as he felt the mightiness from the divine dragon body. Now, it should be a lot easier to deal with that ichthyosaur. I can even fight level 12 creatures. Wang Xian thought to himself. He transformed himself into a 5-colored divine dragon. Wang Xian glanced around and noticed a bunch of devil monkeys chewing the smaller ichthyosaur's dead bodies. He ignored them. This is the law of the jungle. Devouring some powerful creatures could enhance some strength and bring about many benefits. Wang Xian swam towards the shipwrecks ahead of him. He breathed out earth dragon aura from his mouth, unveiling all the shipwrecks in front of him. Treasure. When he saw the chests in it, he was exhilarated. With his claw, he opened it immediately. Unfortunately, they contained calligraphy and paintings which had already turned into scraps. He opened another chest and found silver inside. Silver. Just nice. We're short on that. Wang Xian was satisfied with his find. Just then, the system notification arrived. He pondered before he collected all the silver. He continued to search the rest of the shipwrecks and found silver in the chests and a small portion of gold. These plants. Wang Xian came to the plants which he had noticed when he arrived here just now. The plants grew on the ships, glistening and looking alluring. They were very eye-catching. 5 tufts were found on the central shipwreck. Another 5 to 6 tufts were located at the side. When he arrived before these plants, a message appeared in his brain. Fish secretion grass, level 5. Extractable dragon energy, 7,657. Level 5 spiritual medicines. They are level 5 spiritual medicines. No wonder the ichthyosaurs marked this place as their territory. It was all for the level 5 spiritual medicines. Wang Xian displayed slight surprise as he swam forward and picked the tufts of fish secretion grass up. With curiosity, he opened up the chest under the fish secretion grass and found some spoiled herbs in it. These fish secretion grasses must have been formed after the ship sank in the sea along with the gold, silver, and spiritual medicines a few thousand years ago. Dragon King, 25 devil monkeys died and there were 108 casualties in this battle. At this moment, Roving Heavens came over and reported respectfully. We had more than 10 deaths? Wang Xian nodded his head. In wars, death is inevitable. The deaths of 25 devil monkeys was considered little. Wang Xian realized a problem after the battle just now. It was about war formation. Devil monkeys were the main force as the forward. Hence, it was inevitable to have deaths and casualties during close combat. But the Clam Girl's performance surprised him. The Clam Girl's long-range assistance could bring significant advantages to the devil monkeys who would engage in close combat. In the future, the 9 divisions of the Divine Dragon will create a formation. The Devil Division will be the forward. We need to have an auxiliary division, a long-range attack division, and a defense division just like the assistants, tankers, supports, mages, and scouts in a game. Wang Xian thought to himself. The 9 divisions of the Divine Dragon would be developing in this direction. The recruitment of subordinates would be in this direction as well. Hence, the ichthyosaurs with bulky attacks were not in his consideration. Splash! Emerging from the seas, Wang Xian landed on the deck of the yacht with a smile. The sun had just risen. The rosy red sunlight shone on the surface of the seas, creating an exceptionally beautiful scene. Since leveling up, the disposition of a supreme ruler on Wang Xian became even denser. Each action of his was filled with noble airs. He wore his clothes and took a glance at the time. It was already 8+ in the morning. Sensing that Lan Xingwei was still asleep, he went to the kitchen and took out a piece of ichthyosaur meat. The meat was clear and had the aroma of meat. As the flesh of a level 10 marine animal, not only was it delicious but it was also highly nourishing to the body. Wang Xian sliced the fish and prepared some condiments. After which, he took out a bottle of red wine before heading to the second floor with a radiant smile. Qingyue, it's time to get up. What time is it now? A lazy voice sounded from the room. It's already past 8 in the morning and the sun has risen. Get up and have breakfast. Wang Xian replied with a grin. All right, Xiaoxian. I'll be down in a short while. Wang Xian returned to the kitchen and tidied the dining table. Wow, Xiaoxian. You have already made breakfast. When Lan Qingyue saw the food on the table as she walked down the stairs, her eyes lit up and she walked over cheerfully. Of course. Have some delicious sashimi. You definitely haven't eaten such delicious sashimi previously. Wang Xian replied in a gentlemanly manner. The weather is great outside. Having breakfast here is such a luxury. Lan Qingyue looked at the seas that were dyed red from the rays of the sun and was intoxicated by the scene. Have a little red wine, have some sashimi and a sunny side up. Wang Xian passed the food over and spoke with a smile. Thank you, Xiaoxian. What is this fish? It tastes so much better than Atlantic bluefin marlin. It's so delicious. Lan Qingyue looked at Wang Xian heartily and bliss was written all over her face. Wang Xian smiled and made up an answer. After finishing her breakfast, Lan Qingyue walked to the deck and observed the surroundings. Suddenly, she asked inquisitively, Xiaoxian, where are we? Where's the island that was near us last night? After you had fallen asleep yesterday, I steered it for a long time. Even I do not know where we are now. Let's just take things as they come. Wang Xian laughed and took a glance at the global positioning system through his phone. When Wang Xian saw where they were at, he was shocked. It seems like I have steered the ship to the public seas unknowingly. Wang Xian commented in shock. The public seas referred to regions that weren't supervised by any country. Public seas? Xiaoxian, you actually steered the ship for over 100 miles. That's pretty incredible. Lan Qingyue felt a little speechless with Wang Xian. Wang Xian laughed. It wasn't he who had steered the ship for over 100 miles. Instead, it was Prime Minister Turtle who had dragged the ship for over 100 miles. However, he naturally wouldn't tell Lan Qingyue about this. In the future, he might tell Lan Qingyue about his other identity. However, this wasn't the right time. The public seas aren't bad too, since we are still going to tour around for another 2 days. Lan Qingyue smiled and asked, Xiaoxian, do you have a computer? What do you need a computer for? I have to check on some things for the company. You finally got out. Why are you concerned about the company now? Have a good time and you can worry about it when we get back. Wang Xian walked to her. This wouldn't do. In a few days, Jade Nation will have a jade betting festival. At that time, I have to head to Jade Nation to purchase jade stones. Lan Qingyue explained to Wang Xian. I don't have a computer. Therefore, I guess it's better if you just relax over the next 2 days. Wang Xian smiled and looked at her. Lan Qingyue pouted. Suddenly, something caught her eyes as she exclaimed, Xiaoxian, look. There's a huge cruise right there. There really is a cruise. Wang Xian looked over and indeed saw a cruise 500 to 600 meters away from him. The cruise ship was approximately 150 meters long and had 3 floors. It also looked extremely luxurious. What really surprised him was that the cruise ship was docked in the middle of the sea and surrounded by various yachts. That's the Venture, a public sea cruise of the gambling city. I heard that they have a casino on it with all kinds of interesting games and food. Lan Qingyue was shocked to see the cruise. Venture? Public sea cruise? Casino? Wang Xian looked on in astonishment. Yeah, I heard it from my parents. The truth is that there are in fact a lot of such gaming cruises in the public seas. Since it could cruise through the seas, it is natural that gambling is made possible on it. I heard that their services are pretty good, Lan Qingyue explained to Wang Xian. Oh, is it? Should we go take a look? Wang Xian hesitated for a moment. He looked to the surrounding yachts before asking. Sure. Some wealthy people steer their own yacht over since they might prefer to not follow the cruise. Why don't we go over? There should be a computer for use on the cruise. Lan Qingyue was also a little interested. All right, let's head there and take a look. This was also the first time Wang Xian heard of such cruises. He immediately nodded his head and steered the yacht towards the cruise. "Stop your yacht on the seas. We will send a small boat over to receive you." Just as the yacht approached, the service attendant on the cruise shouted loudly at them to remind them. Wang Xian stopped the yacht and looked around him. Around the cruise, there was a special area marked out by nets as a swimming area. One could swim within the area without being wary about dangers. The safety precautions were ample and well done. What a thoughtful gaming facility, Wang Xian thought to himself. At this moment, a small boat approached them. "Let's go, Xiao Xian," Lan Qingyue said to Wang Xian. The two of them jumped onto the small boat and boarded the cruise. "Welcome to the Venture Cruise." Once they got onto the cruise, two beautiful waitresses welcomed them with radiant smiles. The floor was layered with red carpet and looked extremely grandiose. Wang Xian took out several $100 bills as tips for the service attendants around him before heading in. "Hi, sir and miss. The first floor of our cruise is the gaming area. The second floor is where various entertainment facilities are located, while the third floor is where the rooms for our guests are. Once you get in, there will be guides dedicated to you." The service attendants smiled as they explained to them. Wang Xian and Lan Qingyue nodded their heads. "Why don't we go have some fun on the first floor?" This was the first time Wang Xian was in such a place, and he was thrilled as he asked Lan Qingyue. All right." Lan Qingyue nodded her head, and the two of them headed towards the entrance of the gaming area on the first floor. Once they entered, they noticed the grand decorations immediately. The entire floor was very spacious and spanned several thousand square meters. There were various gaming tables and machines available. To their surprise, the first floor had 300 to 400 people playing all kinds of games. Wang Xian looked ahead and saw things that he had only seen in movies. He rubbed his hands and got a little excited. "Let's go test out our luck." Wang Xian smiled and said to Lan Qingyue, "You can play. I'll just accompany you." Lan Qingyue replied with a smile. "Great, let's go then." Dice, blackjack, roulette, poker, slot machines, and many more games on the cruise. Casual betting is for fun. If it gets serious, one will lose the entire family's fortune. Wang Xian and Lan Qingyue came here to have some fun. It would be a pleasant experience for them too. Wang Xian had never been exposed to gambling before, so he was a little curious about it. But he was not expecting he could earn money with this. In fact, given Wang Xian's current ability, he was unable to make money with gambling as well. He was not the god of gamblers. He might possess a mighty strength, but this had no relationship with gambling skills. He did not have any supernatural power to change a card, just like how they did in the movies. In the movies, the actors memorized the cards. But even if Wang Xian had a good memory, this was not a movie after all. The bottom card could not be seen when the dealer shuffles the cards. In reality, the casinos would not cheat, except to earn money by using a certain probability. This probability could guarantee that they could make money out of it. Of course, each casino would have a gambling master to prevent others from cheating or making trouble in the casinos. Wang Xian and Lan Qingyue, with a beaming face, came to exchange 1 million worth of chips. "Let's see if we can win some money," Lan Qingyue exclaimed with a smile. "This isn't easy. Let's go and play something simple," Wang Xian said as he went to the sick bow table. Sick bow is a simple game that bets on the total scores of the dice. 4 to 10 total score will make a small, while 11 to 17 will make a big. You can even bet on specific scores, and the payouts are different. Two of them came to the table with 6 people gathered around. They were placing bets and shouting big and small. Among them, some of the men were hugging young and beautiful women. Some of them wore low-cut dresses. They leaned their bodies on the men with alluring expressions. "Finalize your bets now," the dealer said to the crowd around the table. When Wang Xian saw the crowd placing their bets, he looked over his shoulder and said to Lan Qingyue, "Let's play this. Big or small?" "Big," Lan Qingyue chuckled as she said. "Okay, we'll bet $50,000 and try our luck." Wang Xian smiled and placed 5 chips on big. 1, 2, 4. 7 points, small. After he placed the bets, the dealer opened the cage and counted the points before she announced the outcome to everyone. "Oh, Xiao Xian, we lost." Upon seeing the result, Lan Qingyue pouted and spoke grumpily. "Haha, it's fine. It's my turn. Wang Xian laughed as the dealer continued to roll the dice. With some hesitation, he continued, this time, we'll still bet on big. 2, 2, 4. 8 points, small. The result was out and Wang Xian was speechless. He'd lost again. Your turn next, Wang Xian said with a bitter look on his face. Sure. Lan Qingyue smiled. Let's go somewhere else. After more than 10 consecutive rounds, they had lost $200,000. Wang Xian went to other gambling tables without any choices. Sure, you really don't have the luck? Hee, I didn't lose that much. Eh. Wang Xian lost his words. A loss is still a loss no matter how much you lose. There's a fishing slot machine over there. Let's play that. Wang Xian saw the fishing slot machines not far away from them. He had seen those in his hometown, but he had never tried before. After he played those machines, Wang Xian was left with only $200,000 worth of chips. He'd lost about $700,000 within an hour. He had to admit that gambling was losing more than winning. We still have the last 20 chips. Let's get our base money back. Wang Xian was not too mindful about losing money. He went back excitedly to the place where they'd bet on the dice. There were 4 young men and 5 middle-aged men at the table. Wang Xian walked over and sat at the side. Lan Qingyue was standing and watching him play from the side with smiles. Finalize your bets. The dealer's voice was heard again. Wang Xian looked around as he beamed. He then placed his bet on the small. 4, 5, 6. 15 points. Big. Haha, I told you it's big again. At this moment, a young man laughed out loud. He stood up and collected all the chips with a stuck-up look. Awesome, you're indeed someone who uses hidden weapons. The few young men beside him praised him with envy. The young man immediately revealed a conceited look. He drew his lips slightly. It is worth it to practice for so long. Finally, I see some results. If you can place your attention on your cultivation, I'm sure you can surpass your current strength today, a young man quipped at him. Why do people lead such tiring lives? Just have fun in the things you're interested in. No matter what, I don't have anything to worry about for the rest of my life. The young man was chic as he held a chip in his hand. Suddenly, he looked at Lan Qingyue, who was diagonal across from him. Right, beauty? He flicked his finger, and the chip shot in a straight and precise direction to the clothes under Lan Qingyue's neck. Haha, gambling and beauty. How cool is Brother Zhu? The young men beside him chuckled and commented. Piak. When Wang Xian saw the flying chip, he frowned and reached out to receive it. The chip said 20. That represented $200,000, which was the biggest denomination chip over here. Do not litter. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes and threw the chip in the garbage bin at the side. The young man, who was laughing, drew his lips slightly when he saw Wang Xian throw his chip away after receiving it. He then sized Wang Xian and Lan Qingyue up with a face full of smiles. Haha, you just got a slap in your face. The rest of the young men chuckled at what they saw. That young man waved his hand as he was not bothered by it. Big or small? Finalize your bet. At this time, the dealer was heard again. Wang Xian looked over and threw a few chips on the small. Let's just place any bets. That young man looked at Wang Xian. Just now, he did not listen to the sound of the dice. Hence, he just placed $200,000 worth of chips on big. 3, 5, 6. 14 points, big. Haha, my luck is good. I can even win when I just placed my bet anyhow. The young man chuckled once again. With a playful look, he stared at Wang Xian. Brat, you're out of luck today. Wang Xian cast a cold glance at the young man and ignored him. Xiao Xian. Let's forget about them. Lan Qingyue popped over and reminded him with a whisper. Wang Xian smiled and nodded. He would not dampen his mood just because of a few pieces of garbage over there. It's okay. Let's carry on. Wang Xian saw that the dealer had rolled the dice. He took out another 5 chips and placed them on small. Tisk, brat, you're garbage. At the same time, the young man sitting diagonally opposite him shook his head. He then placed his chip on big with beaming expressions. 1, 4, 6. 11 points. Big. The dealer opened the hood and announced the outcome loudly. Haha. The laughter of that young man sounded again as he revealed a conceited look. Oh, Zhu Qian. Are you here to wreck my casino? Let me tell you this. I won't be paying you the money you win. At this moment, a good-looking young man walked over. Beside him, a middle-aged man and an old man followed closely behind. The two of them were to the left and right of the young man. Hee. If Brother Tiancheng isn't paying me my winnings, I can only make you pay for my bills on the cruise. Zhu Qian smiled and replied to the incoming young man. Haha. Great. Since you guys are here, it's only natural that I will be a good host. The young man laughed as he walked over and patted on Zhu Qian's shoulders. Have a good time. Let me arrange the itinerary for the next few days. Thank you, Brother Tiancheng. The surrounding group of young men answered with radiant smiles. Finalize your bets. When the dealer saw the approaching young man, he perked up. He became more serious with shaking the dice and announced loudly. These are the last 5 chips. Qingyue, I'll leave them with you. Wang Xian handed over the 5 chips to Qingyue. All right, just see how I am going to win them all back. Lan Qingyue took over the chips and was hesitating on placing them on the big or small section. Hey, pretty. Follow me and I can guarantee your win. At this moment, Zhu Qian looked at Lan Qingyue and commented. The young man that had just arrived took a glance at Zhu Qian before looking at Lan Qingyue. A thought struck him and he smiled. I don't care. Lan Qingyue glanced at Zhu Qian with contempt and still placed her bet under the small section. Hee. Zhu Qian shook his head as he placed his chips on the big section. Pretty, if you follow me, I can guarantee your winnings. The brat beside you is trash. The other young men looked on with cocky smiles. 2, 4, 6. 12 points, big wins. The dealer revealed the dice and announced the result loudly. Don't come and disgust others, Lan Qingyue replied with disdain after hearing flirtatious comments from Zhu Qian constantly. Oh! Zhu Qian raised an eyebrow and unhappiness flashed past his eyes. Seeing that Lan Qingyue had 0 chips left, he lifted his head and remarked, Hey pretty, out of chips already? Here are some for you to play with. As he finished his sentence, he threw out 5 to 6 chips. Each chip was worth $200,000. His actions made the remaining young men tongue-tied. To just throw out $1.2 million like this. That's the demeanor of a local tyrant. Let's go, Xiaoxian, and ignore this crazy guy. When Lan Qingyue saw the looks of Zhu Qian, she felt even more contempt. She wasn't a little girl who hadn't seen the world. She was making decisions for deep-sea jewelry and organization of over $10 billion. Zhu Qian's actions to her were those of a retard. Hee. Wang Xian nodded his head and laughed lightly. He saw the embarrassed looks on Zhu Qian and felt even more like laughing. Lan Qingyue still had a domineering character. A female CEO that helmed a $10 billion business wasn't someone who would be tempted by money from a rich kid. Hey pretty, you better watch your words. Zhu Qian saw the mocking eyes of his friends and said with a solemn expression. When Lan Qingyue heard Zhu Qian, she replied with contempt. You are just another guy who feels too good about himself. In my eyes, you are TSK. You must be lacking someone to teach you. Zhu Qian squinted his eyes as vile thoughts and looks flashed past his mind. Huh? When Wang Xian heard his words, his face turned cold. He looked at Zhu Qian and the group of young men behind him before finally stopping at the young man who had just arrived. Is this your cruise? Does it mean that you allow your friends to spout nonsense here? As long as my friends are happy, I can handle the rest. That young man was surprised to see Wang Xian questioning him as he replied directly. As long as my friends are happy, I can handle the rest. A nonchalant answer from him that showed that he wasn't concerned about what had happened. In his eyes, there was indeed nothing to be calculative about. This was his territory, and considering Zhu Qian's background, he was someone worth his protection. Haha, great. Interesting. Wang Xian heard the young man's reply and revealed a creepy grin. Let's go, Qingyue. Let's get some more chips and have some fun with them. Wang Xian said to Lan Qingyue before walking towards the place to exchange chips. Ha! Lan Qingyue looked at him with questions in her mind. Just wait here a little. Wang Xian smiled at her before speaking to the group of young men. Oh! Zhu Qian and the group of young men looked at Wang Xian with doubts. They couldn't tell what Wang Xian wanted to do. However, they didn't say a word and simply looked at him coldly. Wang Xian walked to the chips exchange area, took out his card, and said to the employee, $5 million. Get me the chips with the largest denominations. All right, sir. The employee smiled and nodded his head before passing him his chips. Xiao Xian, let's forget about it. With our skills, we will just be giving them money. Let's not be calculative with a few rich kids. Seeing how Wang Xian had reacted, Lan Qingyue thought that Wang Xian just wanted to do something for her. She immediately discouraged him. It's fine. I need to use the washroom. When I get back, I'll be the gambling king. Wang Xian thumped his chest and replied with a radiant grin. Lan Qingyue looked at him helplessly. If we lose this money, we won't be continuing no matter what. All right. I understand. A gambler will lose 9 out of 10 times. Wang Xian grinned and nodded his head before heading to the washroom. As for Lan Qingyue, she waited outside the washroom. The washroom on the cruise was luxurious and grand. Every cubicle was also tightly separated. Hee. I'll make you pay a heavy price for being so cocky today. Wang Xian revealed a deadly smirk. He had not wanted to resort to this. However, it seemed like there would be such a need at this moment. He took out a fist-sized item from his pocket. The eye of a level 11 ichthyosaur. Wang Xian had not devoured the eyes but had kept it instead. As the divine dragon, he had an extremely powerful ability. Wang Xian had utilized it a little initially, and that was modification. Using dragon energy for modification was an extremely powerful ability. Wang Xian had earned his first bucket of gold through dragon energy modification. Dragon energy modification could alter an animal exterior. Based on the extent of the modification, the exhaustion of the dragon energy would differ. At this moment, Wang Xian could even use dragon energy to alter his own body. Other than his appearance, he could also modify his interior. For example, his heart or other related organs. This would naturally include his eyes. Wang Xian could modify his eyes to give them the ability to see further, but was limited to this. This was because he did not have samples of other eyes and didn't know how to modify. The ability to see further is simple and he could understand. If he wanted abilities like Byakugan or Sharingan from the popular manga series, Naruto, it would be difficult, as he did not have a sample. Modification couldn't be done out of the thin air. And just a night ago, he had obtained the eyes of the ichthyosaur. The ability of this eye was to enable the user to see weakness. Based on his previous research, the ability of this eye wasn't as great as he had initially imagined. Its real ability was penetration. To put it simply, it was to see through things. The stronger the organism or object, the harder it was to see through. On the contrary, the weaker it was, the easier it was to see through. This was also similar to the ability to identify one's weakness. Using the eye as a sample, Wang Xian could modify his own eyes. However, the consumption of dragon energy would be high to do such a modification. He'd given it a try that morning. The system notified him that he would need 400,000 dragon energy to modify his eyes. 400,000. Back then, Wang Xian had hesitated for a long while before he finally gave up. Extract sample for modification. Wang Xian held up the ichthyosaur's eyes in his hand and recited in his heart. Sample extracted. 400,000 dragon energy is required to modify the eyes. Do you want to proceed? When the sound of the system was heard, Wang Xian immediately nodded his head to confirm. Wang Xian felt weaker as 400,000 dragon energy dissipated rapidly. However, his eyes were flickering with blue and red radiance as they flashed consecutively. Another abstruse feeling struck him as Wang Xian batted his eyes. Penetration. As the blue and red radiance flashed across his eyes, Wang Xian took a look at the side. A red-blue world appeared before him. With a thought, the door panel at the side slowly disappeared, revealing a middle-aged man squatting in the bathroom playing on his phone. Wang Xian lowered his head. Her? So small. The smaller than mine by half the size. He even has hemorrhoids on his ass. Wang Xian exhibited a smile on his face when he saw this. He lifted his head up and looked through the wall behind him. Gulp. See no evil. See no evil. Wang Xian batted his eyes as it was the female washroom opposite him. A pretty lady was squatting over there. A beauty is not a beauty when she's pooping. Wang Xian murmured to himself before he walked out with a face full of confidence. What took you so long in the washroom? Lan Qingwei asked him as soon as he was out of the washroom. Heh. Wang Xian giggled. Qingwei, do you have chocolate? You want chocolate? Lan Qingwei looked at him with question marks on her face. Yes. I'm the god of gamblers now, Wang Xian jokingly said. You were just fooling around. Lan Qingwei rolled her eyes at him. Here. Take my arm. Wang Xian extended his arm and said to her. Yes, god of gamblers. Lan Qingwei nodded and took his arm with smiles. She followed him to the gambling table where they had been just now. They are bold to be here. Hee. I wonder what they are up to. At this moment, the young men stood in front of the gambling table. When they saw that Wang Xian and Lan Qingwei had made their return, Zhu Qian remarked without any emotion. They can't run away though. This is my turf. But Zhu Qian, you better restrain yourself and not kill anyone, a charming young man next to him said as he chuckled. Brother Tiancheng, today I'll teach the girl a lesson in front of that brat. Zhu Qian stared at Lan Qingwei with a dirty and lewd look on his face as he drew his lips. He loved money and beauties, in particular enchanting beauties. The young man chuckled and instructed a middle-aged man behind him. Check on them. Brother Tiancheng, save the trouble. They are just two average people. Could they have a more powerful backing than we do? Zhu Qian said with a cold smile. It's always good to play it safe. The young man smiled. Okay. Let's make a fortune before we leave. Wang Xian swept his gaze across the young men across the gambling table before he sat down and spoke to Lan Qingwei. I shall see how you can make a fortune then. Lan Qingwei smiled as she sat next to him. Brat, do you want to compete with me? When Zhu Qian saw Wang Xian sat down, he walked over with disdainful look and looked at him with provocation. We'll continue with this. Wang Xian pointed with a beaming face. Fine. Let's have a game. Zhu Qian nodded as he grinned. The rest of the young men took their seats as they smiled at Wang Xian. Finalize your bets, the dealer shouted at them. Wang Xian drew his lips as he cast his glance on the hood. He could clearly see what was inside with his vision after blue and red radiance flashed in his eyes. Wang Xian grinned. He took out 5 chips worth $1 million and placed them on small. He did not finish all his chips at once because it would only be interesting if he enjoyed the process. Her? You're having some luck. Zhu Qian gave a cold look at Wang Xian while throwing a chip on small. Just now my luck was poor. But now my lady of luck is back since I washed my hands, Wang Xian said impassively as he received $2 million worth of chips from the dealer. Finalize your bets, the dealer announced to everyone at the table after he shook the dice again. Gentlemen, follow my bet. Wang Xian looked at the other 5 middle-aged men on the same table and spoke with a smile on his face. They hesitated as they did not believe in him since he had lost a huge amount of money just now. Wang Xian was not bothered by this at all. He placed another $1 million worth of chips on small. Her. Zhu Qian was somewhat surprised as he placed his chip on small as well. The rest of the middle-aged men could not make up their decisions. But some decided to follow Wang Xian and place a higher stake. 1, 3, 3. 7 points, small wins. The dealer opened the cover and frowned before he declared the score. Looks like my lady of luck is here. Wang Xian smiled as he had earned 2 million in a short while. Let's continue. The dealer shook the dice for a longer time such that Zhu Qian frowned at it. Wang Xian swept his gaze and saw the points clearly in it. I shall place a higher bet. As he spoke, he threw $5 million on big immediately. Some of the middle-aged men hesitated before they followed his bet with 10,000 worth of chips. Zhu Qian knit his eyebrows together. Just now, the dealer has taken a longer time to shake the dice with a variety of changes made to the rhythm. Apparently, all these dealers were specially trained to interrupt some people with special hearing. Small. He chose not to follow Wang Xian and placed a chip on small. 4, 4, 6. 14 points, big wins. When the dealer opened the cover and saw the points in it, his expression changed slightly. All of a sudden, this gambling table was losing a large sum of money. Zhu Qian had a different expression as he stared at Wang Xian with an awful look. You're damn lucky. Haha, you're absolute garbage. Wang Xian smiled and returned his remark. Bro, you're in some kind of luck today. Your lady of luck is here. Yes, carry on with the bets. We'll place the same thing and reap the gains. The middle-aged men beside him laughed as they spoke to Wang Xian. Since Wang Xian had won 3 times in a row, his luck had proven to be good. Sure. Follow me and you'll never lose out, Wang Xian said confidently. He did not mind people who won money because of him since they would not be a hindrance to him. Besides, that young man seemed to be the in charge of this cruise. Wang Xian intended to make him cry his eyes out. On the gambling table, the smart-looking man started to frown when he saw Wang Xian win $5 million in one game. However, he didn't say a word. In the gaming industry, it is common to see customers win money. In fact, some people even win tens of millions. However, these people were rare. Large-scale casinos like theirs wouldn't say much about it and would only attribute it to the luck of their customers. Let's continue. Wang Xian looked at the dealer and said with a smile. The dealer started to frown and look towards the young man. The young man gestured for him to continue. The dealer nodded. He then covered the dice shaker and started shaking them. This time, the dealer shook the dice for a longer period. Pack. The dealer put the dice shaker on the table and remarked, "Please finalize your bets." Wang Xian scanned through and placed $5 million on the small section. Follow him. Those middle-aged men beside him didn't hesitate to follow him. Some took out several tens of thousands while others placed bets of over a few hundred thousand. Zhu Qian's face was gloomy and he remained silent. He could only vaguely guess the results as the dealer shook the dice for a longer time. Therefore, he didn't place his bet for this round. Seeing chips of over $5 million for this round, the dealer took a deep breath before opening the dice cover. 1-1-4. Small. Haha, we won. You are awesome, young brother. You are fantastic. Yes. Lady Luck is really smiling brightly on you. We won, we won. A few middle-aged men beside Wang Xian's side stood up in a hurry and quickly swept the chips over and in front of Wang Xian. The dealer swallowed his saliva. He hesitated for a moment before paying out the remaining chips. How is this possible? This young man was trash previously. How could he become? Zhu Qian's expression changed for the worse as he looked at Wang Xian in disbelief. The young man beside Zhu Qian frowned. He then waved his hand to signal to the old man behind him. Young master, check if he is cheating. Yes, young master. The old man nodded and moved to a position opposite Wang Xian. Thank you for your hard work, Wang Xian said. Wang Xian gave a ridiculed expression when he saw the old man moving to the position opposite him to observe him. He took up a chip worth $200,000 and threw it towards the old man. What great luck you are on, son. I would like to observe for a while. The old man picked up the token and spoke to Wang Xian while maintaining a smile. As you wish, Wang Xian replied and nodded nonchalantly. Let's continue, the young man said to the dealer grumpily. Perspiration covered the dealer's forehead. He nodded, picked up the dice shaker, and started shaking again. Wang Xian sat there nonchalantly while Lan Qingwei grabbed his hand blissfully. Please finalize your bets, the dealer stuttered. Big. Wang Xian scanned through and pushed $10 million worth of chips forward. Big. Big. I'll bet $1 million. I believe in you, young brother. $500,000. The group of middle-aged men who had followed Wang Xian with his bets previously placed all their chips forward. Those around them saw the quantum of the bets and turned over curiously. There were also some who were attracted by the crowd. Open. 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 Big. 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 The group of middle-aged men beside Wang Xian were already chanting ecstatically before Wang Xian said a word. The dealer's hands trembled. He looked at the bets amounting to over $12 million as he lifted his hands slowly. 4, 5, 6. Big, the dealer announced as his face turned white. He had lost over $20 million in just a few games. The old man who was observing Wang Xian started frowning and turned serious. Bring more chips over. Hurry up, hurry up. Give us our winnings, the group of middle-aged men demanded. Give it to them. The young man's emotionless voice sounded as he looked at the dealer with a sullen face. The dealer nodded and gave them their winnings. Ha ha. I've won more than $20 million. Wang Xian looked at the young man mockingly and laughed. Wang Xian was typically a humble man. However, if someone was to offend him, he wouldn't be courteous to them. Let's continue. Yes, yes. Let's continue. Hurry up, hurry up. The group of middle-aged men beside Wang Xian were elated. They were looking at Wang Xian as if they were looking at their god of fortune. In just 2 games, some people had won 5 to 600,000. There were even some people who had won a few million. At this moment, the old man walked over and spoke to the dealer. Let me do it. Yes, old Gao. Please. Please. The dealer hurried aside when he heard old Gao. He felt relieved. The old man took up the dice shaker and shook it lightly for a few times, after which he placed it on the table. Please finalize your bet, the old man said calmly. Wang Xian looked at the old man. The old man was very calm and kept his cool. He must be an expert. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stepped in now. Wang Xian thought to himself. He scanned through the dice shaker again and took out $5 million. $5 million on small. Why don't you bet more? Zhu Qian asked Wang Xian coldly. It was obvious Zhu Qian knew old Gao. I'm not so certain for this round. Therefore, I'll just be placing a smaller bet. Wang Xian smiled and replied. The group of middle-aged men was slightly surprised. They hesitated for a moment when they saw Wang Xian placing a bet of only $5 million. Eventually, they placed bets that ranged between 100 to 200,000. As the crowd finalized their bets, they looked at the old man. The old man smiled calmly and reached for the cover. Wang Xian focused on the dice inside and saw the dice had changed when the old man held onto the cover. The dice, which were originally 1, 1, 3, had changed to 6, 6, 3. My apologies. 6, 6, 3. Big, the old man said with a big smile. Big. Hayes. We've lost. It's big. We've lost. The group of middle-aged men standing by the sides felt their hearts aching. Wang Xian's expression remained unchanged. He gestured to the old man, let's continue. Okay. Let's continue. The old man smiled. The few young men beside him also grinned and were feeling confident. The old man shook the dice shaker and placed them down slowly once again. Small. $20 million. Wang Xian pushed all his tokens on the small section and smiled confidently. You are really confident, young brother. I will follow you. $500,000. Me too. I placed $1 million. Since this young brother dares to bet $20 million, my $1 million is nothing. The group of middle-aged men increased their bets after seeing Wang Xian bet $20 million for this round. Hee. Fine. The old man nodded his head with a smile. He then reached for the cover. Wait a minute. Wang Xian shouted and stood up. The old man frowned slightly and stared at him, feeling puzzled. Let the dealer beside you open it. I don't trust you. Wang Xian stared at the old man with a wide grin and spoke slowly. Old Gao's expression changed slightly as he replied with a solemn voice. What is the difference? There's no difference. However, I just want that dealer to be the one opening it. So? You can't allow it? Or are you hiding something? Wang Xian said to the old man coldly. The old man's expression changed and he stared harshly at Wang Xian. The shaking was completed anyway. It doesn't matter who's the one opening the cover. Since we are the customers, why can't you accede to our request and let the other dealer open it? That's right. It is the same no matter who opens it. Let the dealer at the side open it. The group of middle-aged men picked up Wang Xian's suspicions and made their views heard immediately. Their action of changing dealers in the middle of gambling had already angered some of them. The question on who should open the cover right now would also just be a small matter. If they refused, it would only confirm the young brother's suspicions that something wasn't right. What's the matter? Does it matter who opens the cover? That dealer can open it right away, can't he? That's right. Although their request is slightly troublesome, you are operating a casino cruise. This is just a small request. Those customers who had gathered to see what was happening started to comment. The old man looked at those who were around and his face turned solemn. At this moment, he couldn't forcefully open it. If he did so, it would only prove to the crowd that they were indeed up to something. It would be a disastrous blow to them if news of their casino cruise cheating got out. Old Gao drew a long face and gestured to the dealer beside him. That dealer nodded with a bitter face as he reached to open the cover. His arms were trembling. 2, 3, For 9 points. Small. Haha. We won. We won. It's amazing. The group of middle-aged men who had just won were jubilant. The old man walked back to the young man with a troubled face and said, "He is skillful." The young man looked extremely displeased and clenched his fist tightly. He stared at Wang Xian harshly and said, "Young man, it's good to know when to stop." Wang Xian looked back at the young man as he replied coldly, "I will leave when I win $800 million to $1 billion. What's the matter? You are operating a casino cruise and you won't let your customer win? If that is the case, you might as well shut it down." When that young man heard what Wang Xian said, cold radiance flashed in his eyes. "I just won more than 30 million and you're stopping me already? What about those people who lost over more than $10 million? Why aren't you stopping them? Do you mean that people can only lose and not win any money here?" Wang Xian asked loudly with a disdainful look as he observed the young man's expression. "That's right. You let us gamble if we lose our money. But how can you stop us when we're winning some money? I lost more than $5 million last year. Are you stopping us because we're winning? That's right. I saw a wealthy man lose more than 10 million just a few days ago." The audience around them began to speak loudly when they witnessed such a situation. Everyone knew that the chance of losing was more than winning in gambling. But if the casino stopped you from gambling just when you were winning some money, how would you feel? Everyone was displeased as they looked over there and commented. People from the other side of the casino came over out of curiosity when they saw the crowd. The young man was looking awfully embarrassed. "Why would we stop you? Our casino can still afford to lose this bit of money." The old man turned to the crowd and said slowly, "Since you guys want to play, let's continue then. Carry on." Cold radiance surfaced in the old man's eyes as he took the dice shaker and shook it violently. "Pack." When the dice shaker hit the table, the old man said impassively, "Finalize your bets." Interesting. Wang Xian saw 2 out of 3 dices stacked up together. The dice that was stacked up on top was 1 point while the remaining dice was also 1 point. They added up to 2 points altogether. But given the rules, 3 to 10 points would make a small. There was no betting option for 2 points. Going by this, all betting options were losing options. But Wang Xian continued to bet on the small with 10 million. The middle-aged men and the spectators around the table were tempted as they followed his bet. "Get that dealer to open the cover." Wang Xian pointed at the dealer by the side and said. Radiance flickered in the old man's eyes as he signaled the dealer to open the cover. That dealer almost burst into tears as he lifted the cover gently. 2 points, you lose. Haha. When Zhu Qian saw the dice stacking up, he exclaimed with thrills. Damn, why is it 2 points? Is this fucking possible? How did the dice end up stacking up together? Is this cheating? That's right, such a probability is too small. Those customers who had lost burst out with loud voices and grumpy looks on their faces. Wang Xian clapped his hands. Awesome. This old man is simply impressive. I'm sure you didn't learn how to stack all the dice together or crush them into powder just like the movie. Did you? Brilliant. As he spoke, his face was full of sarcasm. He continued, let's carry on. I don't believe I'll lose all the time. The old man stared at Wang Xian with surprise. When he saw a group of customers beginning to crowd over, his expression turned wretched. The young man at the side noticed the issue. This fellow obviously knew 2 dice were stacking on each other. But he continued to place a 10 million bet, encouraging the customers around him to follow him. It was okay if the dice stacked once or twice. However, what would the customers who lost their money think when this happened again and again? They could argue that this was absolutely cheating. I'm not sure who you are, but I'm paying you $100 million for you to leave from my gambling cruise and never come back again. The young man had mixed expression as he gritted his teeth and whispered to Wang Xian. Hee, what's the matter? Are you admitting your defeat? Wang Xian looked at the young man scornfully as he drew his lips slightly. Just now your friend made cheap remarks. I'll not leave without $500 million. You still need to fork over another $100 million to distribute to the customers over here. If you're unwilling to do it, we can continue with the game, Wang Xian said slowly. He did not forget about the customers around him. He just wanted to make the young man feel disgusted. Otherwise, Wang Xian would lose out big time if he just let this young man off after spending 400,000 dragon energy on modifying his eyes. This young man had to pay some price for the 400,000 dragon energy. Brat, don't push your luck. The young man shot up from his seat as he glared at Wang Xian with a pair of cold eyes fuming with murderous intent. I'm pushing my luck? I came here just to have some fun. If it were not for your friend who was rude to my girlfriend while you said you could handle me, do you think I'd be here playing along with you? You want to have a game? Then let's have fair play. Wang Xian stood up and spoke sarcastically to the young man. Upon hearing Wang Xian calling her girlfriend, Lan Qingyue slightly blushed. Immediately, she rolled her eyes at him. Zhu Qian had a rather awful expression on his face when he heard Wang Xian. He stared malevolently at him. Everyone saw that I lost more than 1 million right from the start. Since you guys taunted me, I should take this gamble seriously. Let me continue or pay all the customers here and me. Then I'll leave. Wang Xian continued to say nonchalantly. I'm out to make them disgusted. The customers around them were looking doubtful yet hopeful. If the casino is giving away $100 million to them, each of them could get quite a sum of money. Get out of here now, or else I'll make sure you regret it. The young man darkened his expression as he walked to Wang Xian and threatened him. He did not care about the strange looks on the faces of the surrounding customers. Bam, bam, bam. As the young man spoke, the security guards on the cruise ran over with electric batons in their hands. They glared at Wang Xian in a threatening manner. You are chasing and threatening me just because I won $30 million at your place. Haha. You can forget about operating such a gambling cruise from now on. Wang Xian fixed his indifferent eyes on all the people. The surrounding customers pondered slightly when they saw such a situation. Seeing the way that Venture handled such cases, they really had to reconsider if they should come here again in the future. If you dare to utter a word again, I can cripple your legs. No one dares to play punk on the turf of Zhang family in Gambling City. The young man stared at him with fiery eyes and an ice-cold expression. Brat, you're here to make trouble, aren't you? Zhu Qian walked over and glared at Wang Xian. I, Zhu Qian from the Zhu family, will make sure you have a miserable ending in the future for offending me. Is this a threat? Wang Xian looked at Zhu Qian and the young man before him with a trace of a smile on his face. If that's the case, let's wait and see. You better remember what you said just now. After Wang Xian finished his sentence, he looked at Lan Qingyue with a smiling face. Let's return to our yacht. Okay. Lan Qingyue nodded her head with a stern look on her face. Xiao Xian, I heard my grandpa mention Jiang family of the Gambling City once before. They are a powerful family. It's okay. Let's go back to the yacht to enjoy the beautiful scenery. This rascal is courting death. How dare he be so arrogant when he doesn't have the capabilities to support it? Zhu Qian said. He gave a grim look as he saw Wang Xian leaving. TSK, you don't know what you have gotten yourself into. I will not let things end like this. Jiang Tiancheng looked at the dispersing crowd with a cold face. Leave the girl to me, Zhu Qian said to Jiang Tiancheng with a vile expression. Jiang Tiancheng nodded and replied, This rascal has a yacht outside. If they aren't leaving, we shall wait till night. A 150-meter cruise, what a pity. After returning to the yacht, Wang Xian smiled when looking at the 150-meter cruise 30 meters in front of him. The entire cruise, inclusive of the renovation, was estimated to be worth at least $1 billion. Zhu family? Zhang family of the Gambling City? Wang Xian's eyes lit up. With just a thought, he sent a signal into the sea. At this moment, 50 meters under the sea, members of the Dragon Palace were cultivating on the seabed. There were nearly 800 devil monkeys gathered there, and Prime Minister Turtle was lying on the sand. Roving Girl and Roving Lobster remained motionless. Only the 9 venomous sea snakes were swimming freely in the vicinity. As the signal came, all of them opened their eyes. They looked up at the cruise that was a few hundred meters away. Leave this to me, Roving Lobster said. Roving Lobster's body emitted a metallic glow as it swam swiftly towards the hull of the cruise. Roving Lobster was the second subordinate Wang Xian had gotten. His current level was level 9. Roving Lobster was currently at level 9 and had fighting power almost comparable to an inborn expert. It swam under the cruise and struck the hull viciously with its huge pincer. The nearly impregnable cruise was damaged instantly with a 1-meter tear on its hull. Boom! Seawater started gushing into the cruise at a terrifying speed. Screech! The pincer struck again and another huge crack appeared on the hull of the cruise. Seawater surged in crazily. Beep 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 beep. On the cruise, Jiang Tiancheng brought Zhu Qian and a few young men along as they walked towards the third story. They were conversing happily. When the emergency alarm sounded, Jiang Tiancheng was stunned. What is going on? His expression changed and he hurriedly turned towards old Gao who was at his side. It must be a fault on the cruise. Young master, let's go to the control room. Old Gao expression changed, and he spoke in a hurry. Let's go. Jiang Tiancheng had a solemn look. The cruise was just fine. Why would the alarm go off all of a sudden? What is happening? What is happening? He asked. Why would the alarm of the cruise go off suddenly? What happened? Don't tell me the cruise hit the coral reefs. The alarm rang through the whole cruise. Everyone was alarmed by it and ran out in a hurry. All crew members, please head to the first level deck. All crew members, please head to the first level deck. At this moment, the cruise's warning announcement sounded. Oh no! There is a major accident. Jiang Tiancheng and his friends who were heading to the control room were shocked by the developments. Damn it! What's going on? Jiang Tiancheng was very anxious. He couldn't care about being discovered anymore and jumped towards the first level. The old man followed behind and jumped down next. Zhu Qian and the rest followed after. Bam! Jiang Tiancheng pushed through the control room's door and saw the distressed crowd. He shouted towards them angrily, "Damn it, what happened?" Young Master Jiang, the situation is bad. Water is flooding into the cruise at a rapid pace. It will only take half an hour before our cruise sinks, the captain replied. The middle-aged captain continued maniacally, "The rescue party from our country will need an hour to arrive. We need to get all our customers onto the rescue boat." What? Why would the cruise be flooding suddenly without any premonitions? Why the hell are we flooding? Jiang Tiancheng was flustered after hearing the captain. Sinking cruise? This has to be a joke. This cruise cost close to $1 billion. Furthermore, this cruise had been bought for less than 5 years. If the ship sank, the losses to the Jiang family would not just be $1 billion. They would also lose a gold mine in the sea. Young Master Jiang, we have no idea either. According to the mechanics, 2 holes appeared on the hull out of nowhere. Seawater is surging in through the holes. The displacement rate could not match that of the water. We have approximately half an hour before we sink completely. You should hurry to the escape boat. This cruise is beyond repair. This cruise is beyond repair. Jiang Tiancheng's expression turned gloomy as he heard the last few words of the captain. He clenched his fist tightly. God damn it! Jiang Tiancheng punched the door at the side heavily and left a hole in it. Brother Tiancheng, you should come to my yacht now. Let the crew handle the situation here, Zhu Qian said. His friend and he was shocked by the situation. Young master, let them handle it. Old Gao, who was beside Jiang Tiancheng, spoke solemnly. He looked equally aghast. Let's go. Jiang Tiancheng gritted his teeth. The cruise that he was in charge of was sinking. He would be severely punished when he returned home. Fuck. This damn ship sank when it wasn't even moving. This cruise by the Jiang family is really trash. Damn it, we played here for just 3 days and the ship sank. I heard the venture just threw a person out because he was winning. This is freaking karma. I'm never going to a casino by the Jiang family. What shitty luck they have. The group heard the customers cursing angrily just as they exited the control room. You guys fucking shut your mouth. Jiang Tiancheng growled angrily as he heard the conversations. Fuck, you won't even let us speak? Trash is trash. What is this shitty place? I have to discard the things I've brought along. You better compensate me for that. Although Jiang Tiancheng was in a foul mood, the rest of the customers were unhappy too. They were cursing at Jiang Tiancheng right to his face. Young master, don't be bothered by them. Let's go. Old Gao reminded Jiang Tiancheng. Jiang Tiancheng took a deep breath and barged through the crowd. Brother Tiancheng, let's go. They reached the opposite side while the customers gathered at the exit. No one was left behind. Zhu Qian jumped off the cruise, stepped lightly on the waters and leaped onto the blue yacht at the side. Jiang Tiancheng jumped and followed behind him. When he reached the deck of the yacht, his face was gloomy. As he looked at the sinking cruise, his heart was bleeding. Zhu Qian and his friends remained silent after seeing Jiang Tiancheng's face. This scene would be truly shocking if it appeared in a movie, Wang Xian said from a yacht not far from the scene. He was smiling brightly. This? Lan Qingyue watched as the event unfolded before her, her eyes gaping and in disbelief. A cruise of more than 100 meters sank, making a shocking scene which was even more impactful than Armageddon in the science fiction movies. Xiao Xian, there are a lot of people on the cruise. Can you? Said Lan Qingyue, stupefied as she watched. Don't worry. The ship will take another half-hour to sink completely. All of the people will be safely transferred to another place during that time, Wang Xian said as he narrowed his eyes. Qingyue, I still have matters to settle. Will you be watching it, or? Wang Xian turned around and asked Lan Qingyue. Because it could be very gruesome for what comes next. Lan Qingyue looked at Wang Xian with hesitation. She slowly made out the words, Xiao Xian, don't kill the innocent. Don't worry. Wang Xian knew Lan Qingyue had guessed what his next course of action was. I will not hurt anyone unless they provoke me or hurt those people whom I care about. Okay, I'll cook you some fish and lobsters. We can eat it together later. Lan Qingyue smiled as she looked at Wang Xian. Sure. Wang Xian nodded as he watched Lan Qingyue enter the kitchen on the yacht. Then he cast his gaze to the left-hand side. Some familiar figures were standing on the deck of the blue luxury cruise. With a thought, Prime Minister Turtle quickly surfaced on the water from the bottom of the sea. He then carried the yacht on his back, steering it closer to the cruise. Young master, the family head wants us to investigate this and beg for forgiveness, said the old man with an awful look as he hung up the phone and walked to Jiang Tiancheng on the blue cruise. Beg for forgiveness? Jiang Tiancheng clenched his fist tightly with a hideous expression. Who is that? It's that rascal. Just then, Zhu Qian pointed to the front and shouted loudly with his eyes wide open. Her? Everyone on the deck was stunned as they followed the direction Zhu Qian was pointing at. A yacht slowly approached them. On the yacht, a familiar young guy raised the tea in his hand and smiled. It's that brat. Jiang Tiancheng's eyes were fuming with ferocious radiance. Could the sinking of the cruise have something to do with him? Suddenly, a young man spoke. All of them were stunned. Even the old man by the side knit his eyebrows together. The sinking of the cruise was simply too creepy. How could a hole appear at the bottom of the cruise when it was not even moving? No one would believe it if someone said there was nothing odd about this. Jiang Tiancheng trembled as he fixed his eyes on Wang Xian. The yacht approached a close distance of 5 meters away from the cruise. I detest threats and people who have filthy mouths and spout nonsense. Wang Xian revealed a smile when he saw the 6 people on the cruise 5 meters away from him. I told you that you could forget about operating your casino. He spoke with a sarcastic look on his face. I wonder if you're regretting it now. Wang Xian looked at them indifferently. As he spoke slowly, he sipped tea and continued. Look, how spectacular this is. It was you. Jiang Tiancheng let out a low bellow from his throat as he stared malevolently at Wang Xian. I want you dead. Whoosh. At this time, Zhu Qian, who was next to him, swung his arm. Dozens of hidden weapons darted out at Wang Xian all of a sudden. Do you know that I hate you for littering? Wang Xian gently swung his hand, and the hidden weapons fell into the water. He then gazed coldly at Zhu Qian. Martial artist, you're a martial artist too. When Zhu Qian saw Wang Xian sweep his hidden weapons without any difficulties, he found it hard to believe. Wang Xian, as a divine dragon, did not practice any inner energy. If he did not strike, no one could sense his strength. How dare you sink our cruise? Go to hell. The old man beside Jiang Tiancheng exuded murderous aura. As he struck, he displayed domineering oppression towards Wang Xian. Half step to inborn. Not bad. Wang Xian commented with a smile. Whoosh! As Wang Xian spoke, aquatic ropes suddenly shot out from the sea. They moved like flexible serpents as they launched a swift and fierce attack at the old man in the air. The old man had a drastic change in his expression. His entire body jerked as he brandished his palms at the aquatic ropes in the sea. Whoosh! However, more than 100 aquatic ropes surfaced again at this time. Oh no! The old man exhibited a shocked expression as the ropes wrapped around his body. Bam! Water splashed as the half-step to inborn expert was dragged into the sea. The next moment he was out of sight completely. What? The people on the blue cruise were shocked when they saw the old man disappearing into the sea. Old Gao is a half-step to inborn expert. How could that be possible? A young man revealed an expression of disbelief as he mumbled. Jiang Tiancheng was equally surprised. He lifted his chin and looked fearfully at the young man who was staring back at him. The ocean is my turf. Whoever provokes me, I'll make sure he sinks to the bottom of the sea. Wang Xian glared at the young men before him with a pair of icy-cold eyes. No, this has got nothing to do with us. 3 young men were totally freaked out on the cruise. He could sink a 100-meter cruise easily, and make a half-step to inborn expert disappear into the sea in the blink of an eye. Creepy aquatic ropes and freaky means. They retreated to the back as they pleaded for mercy. Zhu Qian and Jiang Tiancheng were trembling. They seemed to have seen a devil laughing when they saw that young fellow displaying a beaming face. "Get into the sea," said Wang Xian to them. Boom! After he finished his sentence, the entire cruise sank to the bottom of the sea without warning. I was wrong. Please let me off. Please don't kill. Jiang Tiancheng and Zhu Qian blurted out with fearful voices, but they quickly came to an abrupt end. The ocean waves surged and combed, bringing about little ripples in the sea before it restored to a peaceful state. Wang Xian exhibited a nonchalant look. If others leave me alone, I'll leave them alone too. But if they provoke me, I'll pay them back tenfold. This was Wang Xian's principle. What a spoil sport! After Wang Xian dealt with the few fellows, he lost all interest. He only displayed a smile when he watched the sinking venture. Constructing the Dragon Palace required a large amount of steel and metal. Just nice. This cruise, weighing 100 tons, could provide a huge amount of resources. Wang Xian cast a look before he walked into the yacht. Xiao Xian, wait for another 10 minutes. I'll be done soon, said Lan Qingyue smilingly when she saw Wang Xian walking in. Sure. Wang Xian nodded as he sat on the sofa and waited with a beaming face. Here, try my cooking. Xiao Xian, thank you. I've really enjoyed myself today. I need to go now, and don't forget our promise. On the beach, Lan Qingyue bade goodbye to Wang Xian joyously before leaving in a car. Wang Xian grinned while looking at her disappearing back view, after which he walked slowly back to his villa. 3 days. Wang Xian had accompanied Lan Qingyue on the seas for 3 days. And in those 3 days, he had increased his level to level 7 and gathered 30% of the materials required for the Dragon Palace. He would just need 70% of the materials to complete the Dragon Palace. Let's go to the medical hall. Over the last 2 days, there had been more than a dozen people from the hospital or individuals who had contacted him for treatment. This was a lot more than usual. As Wang Xian had been on the seas, he had rejected all of them. After riding his heavy-duty motorcycle to the medical hall, Wang Xian opened up the shop. After which, he switched on his computer and entered the Underworld website to check out the latest news. My ranking on the Miracle Doctors chart has gone up. When Wang Xian came across the Miracle Doctors chart, he clicked out of curiosity. His ranking had been 18th in the past. At this moment, it had risen to 11th. At the back of the Miracle Doctors chart, there was a new comment. Increased ranking to 11th, as he cured the son of Ji Yuankuan from Flow City. So this is because I cured the son of Maniac Ji. Wang Xian nodded his head slowly, after which he clicked into the interactive news page and continued his browsing. Dragon Sect of Rivertown. A surprising thread appeared on the forum page which Wang Xian clicked hesitantly. First-class force from Rivertown, Dragon Sect. Maniac Ji from Flow City annihilated the tyrannical sword, Lu family of Hailing Province under the invitation of Miracle Dr. Wang of Rivertown. Dragon Sect officially appeared in front of the public. Dragon Sect of Rivertown has an inborn expert and a dozen level 8 and level 9 martial artists. The exact strength of the dragon sect is unknown. The introduction in this thread wasn't complete and only had a few descriptions. The annihilation of the tyrannical sword Lu family caused a huge ruckus in the neighboring provinces, among which news relating to Dragon Sect and Miracle Dr. Wang of Rivertown had also attracted the attention of many people. It seems like the people of the underworld still don't know that I'm the one who established the Dragon Sect. Wang Xian was slightly surprised and continued browsing for a while. Miracle Dr. Wang. At this moment, a figure approached Wang Xian silently. Wang Xian turned around and nodded his head at Maniac G. Maniac G placed a bag beside him and said, "These are spiritual stones. A total of 120 pieces." "Oh? So many of them." Wang Xian took up the bag in shock. However, when he saw the spiritual stones in it, a satisfied look appeared on his face. "I accepted a great mission and earned some spiritual stones from it." Maniac G showed a faint smile and continued, "In half a month, if everything goes as planned, I should be getting 200 more pieces." Wang Xian looked at Maniac G in astonishment. What kind of mission is it to give 200 spiritual stones as a reward? Collecting a level 5 spiritual medicine. There's a strong guarding monster beside that spiritual medicine. As long as I can get the spiritual medicine, I will be able to get 200 spiritual stones as a reward. Maniac G grinned. "Goodbye, Miracle Dr. Wang. Feel free to instruct me as you wish." Wang Xian nodded his head. Looking at the spiritual stones in his hand, he hesitated for a moment. Building the Dragon Palace would require 10,000 pieces of spiritual stones. Currently, he had over 100 pieces. Moreover, these were all given to him by Maniac G. If I sell all my spiritual medicine, I should be able to get approximately 2,000 pieces of spiritual stones. If I breed more spiritual medicine, I will have gathered 10,000 pieces of spiritual stones in 1 to 2 years. This is still too slow. Wang Xian pondered. Since Maniac G can obtain so many spiritual stones through missions, why don't I let the Dragonians of Dragon Sect out to earn spiritual stones? With the current strength of the Dragonians, they are easily among the cream of the crop in the underworld. Wang Xian made up his mind. Dragon Sect was supposed to serve the Dragon Palace after all. Letting them out to complete missions could also accelerate the process of building the Dragon Palace. Moreover, only through more battles could the Dragonians get even stronger. In that case, I should send all the Dragonians out. Hopefully, they will be able to make a name for themselves. Wang Xian thought, and his lips curved into a smile. He wasn't fond of the idea of exposing his force, but the Dragon Sect had now been discovered by the public. In that case, he should separate the Dragonians and let them pursue their own paths. It's fine if they choose to go alone or develop their own influence. He did not want the Dragonians to simply stay within the base. If he required manpower in the future, the dispersed Dragonians would return to obey his orders as he commanded. Great. The Dragonians are pretty strong now. It's a waste that they are staying within the base the whole time. If I let them roam the underworld, they would be even stronger in the future. Wang Xian squinted his eyes and looked forward to the arrival of that day. The day when various forces would gather with a command from him. Having made his decision, Wang Xian summoned Mo Qinglong. In less than 20 minutes, Mo Qinglong appeared within the Divine Dragon Medical Hall. Dragon King. Mo Qinglong's burly figure bowed respectfully at Wang Xian as he greeted him. Huh? Wang Xian was slightly shocked when he saw Mo Qinglong's left shoulder. "Why is your arm injured?" Wang Xian asked in a solemn tone. "It's the people from Sacred Seas of Swords. A ship came near our island yesterday. An old man on it questioned us, asking if it was us who had killed Yen Feng. He was arrogant and therefore I killed that old fool and everyone that was with him." Mo Qinglong replied dimly. "Sacred Seas of Swords?" Wang Xian squinted his eyes. He naturally knew about the Sacred Seas of Swords. Yen Feng of the Yen family was a disciple of the Sacred Seas of Swords. His master was an inborn expert. The news of Yen family being eliminated and Yen Feng being killed had reached the people of the Sacred Seas of Swords. Moreover, only the newly emerged first-class force, Dragon Sect, could possibly eliminate the Yen family and kill Yen Feng in Rivertown. What good timing? Wang Xian hesitated for a moment. He waved his arm and instantly cured Mo Qinglong's injuries. I happen to have an idea in mind to disperse the Dragonians and let them move freely. Alternatively, they can move in teams of 3 to 5 people while roaming the underworld and collecting spiritual stones. They can establish their own forces or rule over an area. They are free to do what they want, but are not allowed to kill the innocent. Staying in the base would be a waste of their talents. Let's give them the opportunity to roam the world. Yes, Dragon King. Mo Qinglong nodded his head. Dragon King, what about me? Let me accompany you and be your butler. Mo Qinglong smiled. All right. Wang Xian thought for a while before nodding his head. However, he soon frowned and commented, however, many know about your appearance now. This will be a little troublesome. Dragon King, I can alter my appearance. As Mo Qinglong finished his words, he shook his body. The wrinkles on his face slowly faded, making him look a dozen years younger. A 40-year-old-looking middle-aged man appeared in front of Wang Xian. He looked completely different from before. Since I have reached the inborn realm and obtained the bloodline of the Dragon King, I have regained my youth. It is just that I didn't think this was necessary and therefore maintained my previous appearance. Mo Qinglong's voice sounded a lot younger too as he explained deferentially to Wang Xian. Haha, great. You shall follow me in the future. Let Mo Yuan keep in contact with the rest of the Dragonians. Seeing the appearance of Mo Qinglong, Wang Xian revealed a faint smile. His decision to separate the Dragonians now would surely allow him to summon an unstoppable force with a command in the future. Wang Xian looked forward to that day and was interested in what the Dragonians would be able to achieve. The seas are my world and I'll conquer it bit by bit. As for the underworld, I'll leave it to the Dragonians. Brother, are you going out for a few days? Sister-in-law wants me to tell you that you can bring Lan Qingyue here for a gathering after you're back. The next morning, Xiao Yu told this to Wang Xian after her breakfast. As Mo Qinglong stood beside Wang Xian, who had a chest in his hand, the entire river town, even the southern province, knew that Wang Xian had exterminated Lu family. Xiao Yu heard about it naturally. When she found out, she parted her lips slightly with a face full of surprises. She went to chat with Guan Shuqing. Through various devious questions, she realized that Guan Shuqing did not mind about all this. She did not seem to oppose it. Xiao Yu was speechless. Hence, she recognized that she might have 2 sisters-in-law in the future. Okay. You'll accompany Shuqing tomorrow during your break. Wang Xian had nothing to say as he nodded with a smile. Sure, brother. Rest assured that I will take good care of sister-in-law, Xiao Yu said playfully. Wang Xian patted her head helplessly. I'm off. I should be back in 3 to 4 days. Okay. Sister Li will be here with us tomorrow too. Xiao Yu waved her hand as she gave him the cold shoulder. With Wang Xian's current status in Rivertown, Sister Li's husband, father, and mother-in-law treated her like something precious. Apart from her owning all of their family assets, Wang Xian's current status was also one of the reasons why her father and mother-in-law dared not make things difficult for her. Instead, they had to treat her with care. With such a daughter-in-law in the Wei family, the family had turned supreme in the Rivertown. Old Mo, can you drive? Asked Wang Xian to Mo Qinglong when he walked out of the villa. Yes, young master. Great. Let's get a car after we're back. Wang Xian smiled as he spoke. They took a cab to Deep Sea Jewelry Building. Xiao Xian. Lan Qingyue wore a red dress today and it was evident that she was in high spirits. A middle-aged man was following beside her. He was an uncle of Lan Qingyue. Wang Xian had seen him once at the Qin family's banquet. You look beautiful today. Wang Xian praised her with a smile. Miracle Dr. Wang, hello? Thank you for going with us. Lan Qingyue's uncle immediately walked to Wang Xian and spoke eagerly with respect. You're welcome. Wang Xian gestured with a hand and a smiling face. He looked at Lan Qingyue. How do we get there? We're heading to the international airport at Flow City. Let's go. With Lan Qingyue's leading, they reached the airport. They took a private jet of Lan family to the airport at Flow City before they transferred to the capital of Jade Nation. It will only take 3 hours from Flow City to Jade Nation. The journey is quite fast. I went there once and the scenery there was breathtaking. There are also many huge mountains. Lan Qingyue walked shoulder to shoulder with Wang Xian as she introduced Jade Nation happily to him. Oh, really? This is my first time going abroad. Wang Xian smiled and said, I went there once with my dad. There are a lot of mountains. One of them was Jade King Mountain Range. 50% of the world's jade stones came from there. It was beautiful next to the Jade King Mountain Range. They dug holes in the mountain and some reside there. Some even opened shops there. It's quite interesting. We can visit that place when the time comes. Lan Qingyue explained to him joyously. Wang Xian smiled and nodded his head. Qingyue, it's our boarding time. Let's go over. While Lan Qingyue and Wang Xian were chatting, Lan Quanfeng came over and informed them. Let's go. Lan Qingyue smiled and nodded as she headed to the first-class cabin. They boarded the plane. Wang Xian and Lan Qingyue were sitting far from each other due to a large number of people in the first-class cabin. One sat at the front and the other one sat at the back. The first-class seats were comfortable sofas with two attached together in a row. Mo Qinglong's seat was not far away from Wang Xian, but they were not sitting next to each other. Wang Xian came to his seat while the rest of the passengers strolled into the cabin slowly. I'm sure Master will be able to cure the leader of Gordonway and complete his mission this time. I'm sure he can. Our Master made a breakthrough in his medical skills recently. His rank on the Miracle Doctor's chart has seen improvements. A 500 spiritual stones reward. The Gordonway family is really wealthy. Junior sister, this is your first time out with our Master. If you are unsure of anything, let me know. At this time, conversations in whispers were heard next to him. Wang Xian spun his head around and he was slightly stunned to see a few young men and a pretty woman walking over. It's her. Wang Xian's face revealed a hint of surprise. Junior sister, your seat is here. Let me see if I can exchange my seat with the one beside yours. A solicitous voice was heard. Subsequently, Wang Xian heard, Hey handsome, can you swap your seat with me? Wang Xian lifted his head as he looked at the young man beside Dr. Sun. The young man was about 27 or 28 years old. He was wearing a white shirt, and he had an extremely fair complexion. The young man asked and looked at Wang Xian at this time. Dr. Sun was left without any choice. But when she saw Wang Xian, she froze for a moment. Surprise and shock flashed in her eyes. Wang Xian put out his palm and pointed to some stuff in front of him. He declined, sorry. Please. The young man flashed a smile and continued to be a gentleman. He took out his wallet before he pulled out a stack of $100 notes and handed them to Wang Xian. Wang Xian shook his head and smiled. Miracle Dr. Wang. At this time, Dr. Sun quickly sat in the seat beside Wang Xian and chatted with him. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you here. Yes. What a coincidence. Are you heading to Jade Nation too? Wang Xian asked Dr. Sun curiously. Dr. Sun was a doctor in one of the city hospitals. Previously, Dr. Sun came with some patients who were sent over by the hospitals too. However, she did not turn up in the previous 2 times. He did not ask for the reason either. Now, they actually ran into each other on a flight. From their conversations just now, it seemed like Dr. Sun had gotten herself a new master. Yes. I'm going to the Jade Nation with my master and the rest. Dr. Sun nodded with a smile. What are the chances of us meeting each other here? Wang Xian smiled and nodded his head. The white shirt man and 2 other young men were standing next to them with a surprised look. When the white shirt man saw Dr. Sun's surprised and zealous expressions, he put an annoyed expression on his face. He tried to get into the good book of Dr. Sun in every possible way, but she remained lukewarm to him. Yet she displayed a zealous attitude to this young fellow and even addressed him as Miracle Dr. Wang. Junior sister, is he a doctor too? The white shirt man asked with a darkened expression. Not any doctor could be called a miracle doctor. He is incredible. Dr. Sun rebutted him immediately. She had just gotten herself a miracle doctor as her master a few days ago. Hence, she knew nothing about the underworld. She did not even know about the miracle doctor ranking chart. All she knew was that Wang Xian was incredible. Incredible? Is he as incredible as our master? In fact, is he even more incredible than us? The white shirt young man revealed a disdainful expression. How incredible can a brat be? What's a miracle doctor? Only those that ranked in the top 30s on the miracle doctors chart could be called miracle doctors. As for the rest, they are at most renowned doctors. The white-shirt young man continued proudly. Junior sister, your medical skills might be great in the hospital but are still far from average in the medical circle. When you learn more about medical techniques, you will then understand what real miracle doctors are. The title of miracle doctor shouldn't be used carelessly. Only people like our master, who ranked 15 on the miracle doctor's chart, are qualified to be called a miracle doctor, the white-shirt young man said to Dr. Sun in an educating tone. Dr. Sun frowned and retorted, Miracle Dr. Wang is indeed very incredible. Even the doctors from the Sacred Followers Guild are defeated by Miracle Dr. Wang in medical techniques. Seeing Dr. Sun rebut him again, the white-shirt young man replied angrily, the Sacred Followers Guild is indeed really incredible. However, they have more than 200 followers. Among them, some followers have great medical skills. However, they will at most be considered renowned doctors. Master once said that if the few of us take part in the assessment of the Sacred Followers Guild, we have a high chance of passing it. Oh! Dr. Sun swallowed her words and couldn't retort. After all, her experiences were too far from those miracle doctors or the Sacred Followers Guild. She didn't understand them well and didn't know how to rebut. I really didn't expect you to be a renowned doctor. Let's spar when we have the opportunity, the white-shirt young man said coldly to Wang Xian. It was clear that he had seen Wang Xian as a rival in love. Wang Xian maintained his smile throughout and didn't say a word. Their master ranked 15 on the Miracle Doctor's chart while he ranked 11th. Clearly, he wasn't completely convinced of the ranking on the Miracle Doctor's chart. With his current strength, he was confident to even challenge the number 1 on the chart. However, this was only his conjecture. Those who stood at the top of the ranking chart would definitely not be simple. TSK, you are pretty arrogant to answer when one addresses you as Miracle Doctor, the white-shirt young man remarked sarcastically after seeing that Wang Xian wasn't answering him. Why aren't you guys in your seats? What are you guys standing here for? At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from the back. An old man walked over and spoke to the group of young men. Master, it's nothing much. We are just chatting with Junior's sister and a renowned doctor. The white-shirt young man immediately bowed and explained. Oh, a doctor. The old man looked confused and turned his attention to the female disciple he had just taken in. Master, this is a very incredible doctor that I met in Rivertown. Dr. Sun could see the doubts on her master's face and immediately explained. After getting to know more about the medical circle, she didn't dare to address Wang Xian as Miracle Doctor carelessly. Just an arrogant small doctor who claims to be a miracle doctor, the white-shirt young man standing by the side quickly added. One should really not claim to be a miracle doctor rashly. The old man nodded his head slowly. The title of miracle doctor represents the cream of the crop in the medical realm. Any rascal who impersonates a miracle doctor will suffer a terrible death. Rascal! When the white-shirt young man heard his master, he looked at Wang Xian mockingly. Guanghua. At this moment, Wang Xian recalled a name when he saw the old man. Ha! The old man was taken aback and looked at Wang Xian in surprise. The white-shirt young man also looked at Wang Xian with surprise. Brat! You are not qualified to call my master by the name. Rivertown? Wang Xian? Miracle Dr. Wang. The old man pondered and tried to probe further. It's my honor to meet you. Wang Xian smiled faintly and nodded his head. He clearly knew about the Miracle Doctor's chart, as he had gone through the top 30 on the chart. Guanghua, 65 years old. A factionless doctor. A factionless doctor was similar to what Wang Xian was at this moment. They were not affiliated to any forces. On the Miracle Doctor's chart, factionless doctors were few. The Sacred Followers Guild and Medical Saints sect took up 80% of the Miracle Doctor's chart. This was also why the two saint sects were so strong. Guanghua had been a traveling doctor since the 1970s and 1980s. He had been to the majority of the country by feet. During the journey, his medical skills achieved a breakthrough and he had reached the 15th spot on the Miracle Doctor's chart. One would consider him to be a miracle doctor with a unique background. Wang Xian had a lot of respect for him. Sorry for not recognizing you. I had not expected to meet Miracle Dr. Wang here. Miracle Dr. Guanghua immediately greeted him and started observing this absurdly young Miracle Dr. Wang. He was still rather curious about a 20-year-old juvenile who had made it to the 11th spot on the ranking chart. The interests were exacerbated by the fact that Wang Xian seemed to be a factionless doctor too.
Baisong, is this how you should talk to Miracle Dr. Wang?
Where are your manners? Apologize to him immediately. Miracle Dr. Guang Hua looked at his disciple and chided him. The white-shirt young man was stunned as he stared at Wang Xian in disbelief. Suddenly, he felt a chill down his spine. Recalling the recent news on Miracle Dr. Wang from Rivertown, fear started welling up. Miracle Dr. Wang, I'm really sorry. It's my fault that I did not recognize a distinguished person like you. Please forgive me. Wang Xian simply waved his hand at him and didn't pay attention to him after.
A petty person like him wasn't worth his time.
What a coincidence, Miracle Dr. Wang. Xiao Xiao, go and sit at my seat. I'd like to have a good chat with Miracle Dr. Wang. Yes, Master. Dr. Sun was dumbfounded. She immediately stood up and left. The white-shirt young man also went to his seat immediately. His eyes would turn to where Wang Xian was from time to time.
That white-shirt young man's forehead was covered with perspiration.
Under no circumstance would he have expected that juvenile to be the 11th-ranked Miracle Dr. Wang, who was in the limelight recently.
This was a ranking even higher than his master.
Recalling what he had done and what he had just said, he felt a chill down his spine once again.
Senior brother, is Miracle Dr. Wang famous? Dr. Sun sat in her master's seat and asked inquisitively.
The white-shirt young man didn't answer. His face had turned as white as a sheet. The other young man sitting beside him nodded his head bitterly. He's incredible, and he currently ranked 11th on the Miracle Doctor's chart. Even higher than our master?
Dr. Sun's eyes popped open as he looked to Wang Xian in admiration.
Miracle Dr. Wang has also accepted the mission from the leader of Gordonway? Miracle Dr. Guang Hua asked. Nope, I don't know about this mission. Could Miracle Dr. Guang Hua shed some light on it? Wang Xian shook his head and asked.
Hee.
Sure. This is an open mission in the underworld and everyone can see it. The leader of Gordonway, Jade Nation, ran into some issues while cultivating. Jade Nation has always been behind in the medical field. Therefore, he invited miracle doctors from all over the world to treat him. As long as you rank in the top 100 in the world's miracle doctors chart, you will get 10 pieces of spiritual stone even if you can't cure him. If you can cure him, the reward will be 500 pieces of spiritual stone. I've brought my disciples along to give it a try.
After Miracle Dr. Guang Hua's explanation, Wang Xian finally understood the entire mission completely.
The leader of Gordonway led a significant family in Jade Nation. They were considered to be powerful and mighty in the Jade Nation.
The leader of Gordonway was an inborn expert. Something went wrong during his cultivation, so he was seeking medical treatment from the miracle doctors around the world.
Jade Nation was only a small and poor country. The Gordonway family possessed 3 to 4 inborn experts. Hence, they were a colossus in the Jade Nation. As they were situated at the Jade King mountain range, they were rich, especially with spiritual stones. All the spiritual stones were dug out from the stone mines. They were generous to give away 10 spiritual stones to those top 100 doctors from the global ranking who made a trip here. If the doctors were to sell the spiritual stones, they could easily fetch a price of $100 million. Gordonway family had deep pockets. I heard that many domestic miracle doctors took up this mission. After all, 500 spiritual stones were quite attractive, said Miracle Dr. Guang Hua with a beaming face.
Wang Xian nodded in agreement. Getting spiritual stones was difficult.
Not everyone possessed a strength like Maniac G who could earn spiritual stones at such a fast rate. It was not easy for an average level 7 to 9 martial artists to earn a piece of spiritual stone. Miracle Doctor was considered to be one of the highest paying occupations.
Miracle Dr. Wang, why don't you join us for fun since you're here? Even if you can't treat him, you will at least get 10 spiritual stones as a consolation prize. Miracle Dr. Guang Hua said with a smile.
Sure. Wang Xian nodded his head slowly. 500 spiritual stones was attractive enough for him to work. Haha, we'll be going over. At that time, we can take a look at the top doctors from the world. Miracle Dr. Guang Hua said, smiling.
Wang Xian nodded and began to chit-chat with Miracle Dr. Guang Hua.
Perhaps Miracle Dr. Guanghua did not have many interactions with miracle doctors that were of the same level as him. Hence, he was rather chatty. Wang Xian also liked his personality. As such, both of them had a great time chatting.
The plane took off, heading to Jade Nation. 3 hours later, the plane landed at the international airport of Jade Nation's capital. Qingwei, I want to tell you something. Wang Xian came to Lan Qingwei and said apologetically.
What is it? Lan Qingwei looked at him with doubts. I probably can't keep you company for today and tomorrow. I've got something going on. Wang Xian scratched his head as he spoke. Her. Lan Qingwei looked at him with consternation. Just now, I met Miracle Dr. Guanghua, ranked 15th on the Miracle Doctor's chart. He took a mission and I wanted to check it out with him. So, you're really unreliable. Lan Qingwei interrupted his words as she rolled her eyes at him with a sulky face. I'm going to earn some money. I'll look for you as soon as I'm done, and I'll bring you some top-grade jade stones. Wang Xian immediately promised.
Fine. Lan Qingwei pouted and nodded. Hehe. Wang Xian let out an awkward smile as he walked Lan Qingwei out of the airport and waved to her. Miracle Dr. Guanghua, let's go. Wang Xian came to Miracle Dr. Guanghua and said, A car sent by Gordon Wei is waiting for us outside.
Miracle Dr. Guanghua nodded as he took the lead. The white-shirt young man who was following behind saw Wang Xian tagging along. Hence, he was well-behaved and did not dare to utter a word.
2 luxury vehicles were waiting outside of the airport.
Wang Xian, together with Mo Qinglong, got in the car. Instead of the city center, the car traveled towards the mountains in the distance. Just like what Lan Qingwei had mentioned, Jade Nation had many towering and magnificent mountains. There were endless mountains along the way. This is Jade King Mountain Range, which stretches for a few hundred kilometers. It is the largest mountain in Jade Nation. All the jade stones in Jade Nation were mined from this mountain. The Gordonwei family is located just beside Jade King Mountain Range. Miracle Dr. Guanghua introduced this place to Wang Xian, as he had some knowledge of it.
The scenery is extravagant here.
Wang Xian looked at the surroundings with smiles. Miracle Dr. Guanghua chuckled. The caves that they reside in are more interesting. After a 30-minute ride, the cars stopped beside a green mountain in the Jade King Mountain Range. Please follow me. The driver got out of the vehicle and led the way before them.
Wang Xian followed him as he looked ahead.
It was a large village with a stone at the entrance engraved with some Jade Nation words on it.
At the entrance, 5 young men were standing there with guns in their hands. The leader of Gordonwei was holding a general position in Jade Nation. Hence, they had troops stationed at this place. Upon entering, it was a small village.
Their dressing was much of the same as the people in China.
They followed the driver to a huge mountain. Wang Xian noticed that the entire mountain had been excavated with windows on the outside, just like ordinary buildings.
Not many people in Jade Nation reside in the caves of Jade King Mountain Range. Only a few significant families and businessmen carry on with this type of lifestyle. Upon seeing Wang Xian's curious look, Miracle Dr. Guanghua explained to him.
Wang Xian nodded and went into the mountain. There was a huge hall about 1,000 square meters in size.
The interior was decorated to give a luxurious vibe. Pieces of beast's fur were hung up on the wall as ornaments.
But the lighting appliances were all in modern style. The entire hall gave an alternative aesthetic. Tisk, it's indeed the top family in the country.
Wang Xian swept his gaze around and exclaimed slightly. The cave houses of Jade Nation were comparable to the castles in Europe.
At this moment, quite a number of people were gathered in the hall. They were all seated around in chairs. Wang Xian looked around. He noticed that not only Asians were here, but there were also Europeans and Americans. Poison Doc is here too. A shocked voice came out from the mouth of Miracle Dr. Guanghua. Wang Xian looked over and saw a scrawny old man sitting on the sofa. A black, poisonous snake was couching on his hand, which made him look frightening. Poison Doc.
Wang Xian thought of the Miracle Doctor ranked 9th on the Miracle Doctor chart. Poison Doc Yen, she was an elder of the Sacred Followers Guild. Not only was he proficient in medical skills, but he also possessed inborn strength. There is Miracle Dr. Bloodman from Europe, but I'm not sure who that is. That's holy priest from the holy sect. His medical skills must be known as strong to become a holy priest. The miracle doctor Yang from Island Country is here too. Looks like we have lots of compelling characters gathered here.
Miracle Dr. Guanghua swept his gaze around with a surprised look.
Wang Xian looked over and traced all the miracle doctors one by one. Blood Man of Europe was similar to a vampire. They could enhance their strength with the energy from fresh blood. The miracle doctor Yang from Island Country was a yin and yang master. Originating from China, the skills were developed and expanded in the island country. Miracle Dr. Yang was a renowned doctor over there. The 500 spiritual stones were really attractive. Wang Xian looked around him and pondered to himself.
However, Wang Xian was determined to get those 500 spiritual stones.
Let me express my gratitude to all miracle doctors from all around the world for gathering at Gordonway. Wang Xian and Miracle Dr. Guanghua sat in the chairs and waited for more than half an hour. Finally, a middle-aged man walked out and expressed his gratitude to the crowd.
Just as the middle-aged man finished his sentence, a middle-aged Caucasian shouted, "Let's skip the pleasantries.
Bring us to the leader of Gordonway. We have prepared a banquet for everyone. In that case, let's push that back. However, we will be giving out part of the remuneration first."
The middle-aged man wasn't angered by the middle-aged Caucasian at all. Instead, he clapped his hands as he remarked,
"Those that had come were miracle doctors from all over the world. Some of these miracle doctors had strength that wasn't inferior to the Gordonway family. Therefore, they weren't acting too deferentially. Naturally, as a powerful and influential force, the wealth of the Gordonway family wasn't something that the miracle doctors could possibly match."
Various beautiful ladies carried a plate and walked towards the crowd of miracle doctors.
On each plate, there was a bag with 10 pieces of spiritual stones in it. After getting part of the remuneration, all the other miracle doctors were clearly looking more patient. "Since everyone is so anxious, follow me," the middle-aged man said to the crowd. There were a total of 15 miracle doctors. If their disciples or subordinates were included, there were a total of more than 40 people. The crowd followed behind the middle-aged man. "Pervert!" At this moment, Wang Xian heard a very soft voice from his side.
He was slightly shocked and looked to Dr. Sun, who was beside her, immediately.
He saw Dr. Sun frown and look at the two people beside her with disdain. Wang Xian followed her gaze and noticed that the pale-looking middle-aged Caucasian was staring fervently at Dr. Sun. At the other end, an old man was frowning and staring at Dr. Sun intensely.
The first man was Miracle Dr. Bloodman and the second man was Holy Priest. Wang Xian was confused. Logically speaking, considering their status, even if Dr. Sun was extremely alluring, they shouldn't be staring at her so intensely. He looked at Dr. Sun but didn't find anything strange.
"Everyone, please come in."
At this moment, the crowd passed through a tunnel and entered a cave. This was clearly a cave for cultivation. In the cave, an old man was sitting in the center. Within the cave, thousands of spiritual stones were embedded in the surroundings. All the miracle doctors who stepped into the cave were shocked to witness this.
The cave was extremely warm. It was at least 40 degrees Celsius. Within the cave, the most eye-catching thing was a pangolin beside the old man.
This was a pangolin that was close to 3 meters long. It had bright red scales and emitted savage vibes.
"Thank you, everyone, for coming." The old man opened his eyes slowly and looked at the surrounding crowd. "Greetings, leader of Gordonway." The surrounding miracle doctors greeted the old man. The old man in front of them was an extremely strong inborn expert. As the leader of the top family in Jade Nation, his strength wasn't something that an ordinary inborn expert could match.
"Everyone,
I'm sure you guys know about my condition. I'd like to invite you to take a look right now," the leader of Gordonway said slowly.
"Let me go first," the 21st ranked miracle doctor on the domestic miracle doctors chart said.
"Please," the leader of Gordonway nodded his head. "Excuse me for my intrusion."
That middle-aged miracle doctor nodded his head. As he waved his arm, a silver thread flew out and wrapped around the wrist of the old man.
The leader of Gordonway did not dodge and simply allowed himself to be caught by the silver thread.
The middle-aged man placed a finger on the silver and shut his eyes slightly.
Soon he frowned. The silver thread extended and wrapped around the body of the leader of Gordonway gradually.
However, after going around him twice, he still did not discover any abnormalities.
The middle-aged man was clearly disappointed. Please pardon my incompetence. I'm unable to help. Silver thread inspection technique of the 21st ranked miracle doctor can accurately detect various kinds of injuries. It's surprising that he couldn't detect any abnormalities. Miracle Dr. Guang Hua let out a silent sigh.
Silver thread inspection was an extremely powerful ability in the medical techniques of China.
Dr. Sun was stunned by what she had seen. Such unbelievable techniques had truly opened her horizons. Let me give it a try.
Seeing that the middle-aged man had backed down, Holy Priest walked ahead with a wooden rod in his hand. Waving his wooden rod, pure white energy entered the body of the leader of Gordonway.
The Holy Priest frowned and commented, "My light hasn't detected any darkness. The leader of Gordonway should be." That's what many other miracle doctors have said.
The leader of Gordonway looked up to the Holy Priest. His eyes were clearly fatigued as he commented, "Whenever I cultivate, I will sense my internal energy going berserk. In fact, I have to constantly restrict the powers in my body right now."
That Holy Priest frowned and shook his head. After this, he backed down.
What many people did not notice was that when the Holy Priest released his light, Dr. Sun's body shimmered. "Let me give it a try, hee." The pale-looking middle-aged Caucasian took a step forward. Moving his finger, blood that emitted a black aura appeared in his hand.
"I'll have to trouble the leader of Gordonway to open your mouth."
The leader of Gordonway nodded his head. He knew about the treatment technique of Miracle Dr. Bloodman.
The blood that emitted a black aura entered the old man's body through the mouth. Soon it entered his heart and into every part of his blood vessels.
"Ha!" The middle-aged Miracle Dr. Bloodman frowned. He stretched his hand forward and the blood flew out from the mouth of the leader of Gordonway. Miracle Dr. Bloodman shook his head, clearly looking disappointed.
Following which, another 5 to 6 miracle doctors stood out and exhibited their unique skills.
However, everyone ended frowning. No one had discovered where the issue was. If they couldn't even identify the source of the illness, how were they going to devise a treatment method?
The leader of Gordonway wasn't looking great.
Miracle Dr. Guang Hua gave it a try, but the attempt turned out to be futile. In the end, only Wang Xian, the 8th-ranked poison doc, and Miracle Dr. Inyang from Japan were left. "Let me give it a try."
The poison doc took 2 steps forward. The black poisonous snake that was wrapped around him lifted its head and started hissing. "SSS, SSS, SSS."
The poisonous snake leaped and jumped beside the old man who was 3 meters away. As it stuck out its tongue, its blood-red eyes stared constantly at the leader of Gordonway.
"Poison doc from China, I have long heard of you," the old man said to the poison doc. "That's just a superficial name." Poison doc replied emotionlessly while keeping his eyes on his poison snake.
"SSS, SSS."
The black poisonous snake went around the old man. Suddenly, its vision shifted to the pangolin. "SSS, SSS." Suddenly, the pangolin stuck out its tongue and emitted a horrifying aura. "SSS, SSS."
The black poisonous snake was shocked and slithered back to the poison doc in fear.
"Xiao Jia, don't move," the old man said gently to the pangolin. The crowd gasped and looked at the pangolin in shock.
The aura it emitted in that instant was that of an inborn expert.
The poison doc looked a little embarrassed and shook his head helplessly. "China's medical techniques are only so." A mocking voice sounded which irked poison doc and miracle Dr. Guang Hua. Wang Xian wasn't paying attention to the mockery.
Within his eyes, blue and red light alternated. His eyes shifted to a direction as he revealed a faint smile. Victory was in his hands. The art of yin and yang originated from China. The so-called miracle Dr. Yin Yang was relying on our ancestors' skills.
"Humph, you're from a small country. Even King Sanhe would not dare to be brazen. How dare Qi Shi, who is ranked only 49th on the global ranking, speak gibberish here?"
Poison Doc, Guang Hua, and the rest of the miracle doctors looked coldly at the miracle Dr. Yin Yang from the island country. "Tisk, Poison Doc is ranked 31 and my ranking is 49. But looks like someone claimed a higher position without any strength today." Miracle Dr. Yin Yang spoke sarcastically. He turned to look at the leader of Gordonway. "Since the 5 to 6 Chinese miracle doctors can't identify the source of the illness, I guess you can only leave this to me."
Her? Miracle Dr. Inyong, you've got a solution. The leader of Gordon Wei looked at the miracle Dr. Inyong, who was full of confidence, with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. All the miracle doctors stared at miracle Dr. Inyong with doubts on their faces. Poison Doc, Guanghua, and the rest watched with darkened expressions. I'm 80% confident. Miracle Dr. Inyong exhibited a confident look. He swept his gaze across Poison Doc, Guanghua, and the rest. With a swing, a gust of black and white air darted out from a bell. The black and white stream of gas flew towards the leader of Gordon Wei. Her! Everyone observed the cloud of black and white fog doubtfully. Slowly, the black and white fog encompassed the leader of Gordon Wei. Leader of Gordon Wei, please keep a distance away from your pangolin. The heat energy emitted from its body will greatly affect my yin-yang cloud. After all, that pangolin is an inborn animal. Miracle Dr. Yin-yang instructed leader of Gordon Wei nonchalantly. Okay. He nodded. Xiao Jia. Go to that corner. Assess. The 3-meter-sized pangolin nodded its head just like a human. It then went to a corner and kept still. Boundless yin and yang expel evil spirits. Miracle Dr. Yin-yang let out a soft bellow, and the cloud of black and white fog spun slowly around the leader of Gordon Wei. I studied a little on the art of yin and yang. According to historical records, Miracle Dr. Yin-yang will use rituals, talismans, and chantings to get rid of evil spirits. This is the first time I've heard of the yin-yang clouds. Poison Doc Yen, she stared at the cloud of black and white air with flickering eyes. Humph, ignorant people. What do you know about my medical skills? She scorned at Poison Doc and continued. Today, I'll show you bunch of ignorant fellows. Ha! The yin-yang clouds spun rapidly at this time. This scene was much more spectacular than the means displayed by those miracle doctors just now. My internal energy is no longer in unrest. Ha ha ha. I no longer need to suppress my internal energy. Just when everyone was in disbelief, the leader of Gordon Wei, who was in the clouds, exclaimed excitedly. He stood up immediately and looked at Qi with thrills. Thank you, Miracle Dr. Qi. You actually suppressed my internal energy for me. Can you provide a permanent remedy? How is it possible? Guanghua, Poison Doc, and the rest of the people were shocked. This miracle Dr. Yin-yang actually found treatment through this way. The rest of the miracle doctors gazed at Qi with surprises. Ha! No one can match my medical skills. Qi stared at them with a cold but arrogant face. He turned to the leader of Gordon Wei and chuckled. Sir, give me another 10 days. I'll be able to cure your illness permanently. Great! The Gordon Wei old man was elated. You have saved my life. I'll never forget your kindness, and I'll reward you handsomely for this. Ha! You're welcome. Qi laughed out loud as he turned to look at Poison Doc and the rest of the people. I told you all. The Chinese miracle doctors are SOSO. Ha! Poison Doc, Guanghua, and the rest were looking grumpy. But on the other side, Wang Xian gave a creepy smile. He did not expect this mission would involve a conspiracy. He gazed meaningfully at Qi, but he did not expose him right away. Miracle Dr. Qi, must I stay in the yin-yang clouds all the time? Asked the leader of Gordon Wei respectfully with smiles. No, I'll paste something on you. Miracle Dr. Qi shook his head as he took out pieces of a weird-looking talisman. He then walked to the leader of Gordon Wei and pasted them on him. These talismans could temporarily keep your illness under control. You should never take this down. Qi warned the leader of Gordon Wei. Don't worry, Miracle Dr. Qi. No one can take it down without my permission, the leader of Gordon Wei said with a beaming face. All right, you're free to move now. Qi had smiles all over his face. He took out the bell and kept the yin-yang clouds. Ha! I really recovered. Since the leader of Gordon Wei could move his body freely, he could not help but laugh out loud. Thank you, Qi Miracle Doctor. I would also like to extend my gratitude to the rest of the miracle doctors too. Today, I'll play a good host to all of you and I'll send you off tomorrow. Since the leader of Gordon Wei is cured, it's a load off our minds. That's right. We're glad that you're recovering well. We're incompetent, but luckily, we've got Miracle Dr. Qi. Miracle Dr. Qi was impressive.
I believe you'll improve your ranking tremendously on the chart from today onwards. One by one, the miracle doctors congratulated the leader of Gordon Wei and miracle doctor Qi Shi. Poison Doc, Guang Hua, and the rest of the Chinese doctors wore awful looks on their faces. They had the highest number of Chinese miracle doctors here on this trip. Even the Poison Doc, ranking 9th, was present. In the end, the leader was cured by a miracle doctor from the island country. Such a disgrace. Let's go. It's getting late. I've gotten my people to get dinner ready. The leader of Gordon Wei exclaimed happily. All of the people followed the leader of Gordon Wei to the banquet cave. There were singing and dancing performances with wine and food. Miracle Dr. Qi Shi, no doubt, had become the most attention-grabbing figure in the dinner. Most of the miracle doctors went up to him to curry favors. Even the leader of Gordon Wei gave a toast to him with joy. The art of yin and yang originated from China. He used our medical skills to cure the leader of Gordon Wei, and yet he spoke impudently to us. What a villain! Guang Hua drank a glass of wine angrily. Some of the Chinese miracle doctors also darkened their expressions. Why didn't Miracle Dr. Wang give it a shot just now? Asked Poison Doc Yen, she all of a sudden, as he held the body of a poisonous snake that licked the wine in the glass. Hee. I'm not that proficient yet. Wang Xian shook his head and smiled. Miracle Dr. Wang could even cripple Fang Huazi's arms, leaving all the miracle doctors in Sacred Followers Guild with no solutions. I think you're proficient enough. Poison Doc looked at Wang Xian and threw him a faint smile as he spoke. Oh. Wang Xian looked to Poison Doc and asked plainly, Poison Doc wants to stand up for Fang Huazi? Haha, I'm not that free. Furthermore, his arms were crippled because he lost in a challenge he initiated. He's too full of himself. However, I'd just like to inform you that Fang Huazi has a master. Poison Doc laughed heartily. Thank you, Senior Poison Doc, for your reminder. Wang Xian was taken aback but nodded his head with a faint smile. The Sacred Followers Guild is much better than the Medical Saint sect. Poison Doc made a baffling statement casually. Wang Xian smiled and didn't say a word. He lifted his wine cup. Come. Miracle doctors from China. Although you guys didn't do a thing, I'll still give a toast to you guys. At this moment, Qi Shi carried a cup, walked over proudly and laughed loudly. No one was paying attention to him. Poison Doc was silently playing with his black poisonous snake. Guang Hua was enjoying his wine, and the other few miracle doctors were conversing softly. There's a saying in China which goes along the line of this: when one reaches a certain level, he can be a tutor for the rest. There shouldn't be a geographical distinction in the medical world. It seems like you guys are still too petty, commented Qi Shi sarcastically. Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here. At this moment, the leader of Gordon Wei also walked in with a cup of wine in his hand. Lifting it, he announced, Let Miracle Dr. Qi Shi and I give a toast to everyone. Qi Shi, who was standing beside, lifted his cup at the crowd with a sarcastic expression. Thank you, leader of Gordon Wei, for the warm welcome. Poison Doc, Guang Hua, Wang Xian and the crowd stood up and lifted their cups. This young miracle doctor looks a little familiar. I didn't see you attempt previously. It must have been really easy to get these spiritual stones. When Qi Shi saw Wang Xian, he smiled. If I act, someone's going to lose his life, said Wang Xian emotionlessly to Qi Shi. Haha, this is interesting. To be able to become a miracle doctor at such a young age, it seems like the medical circle in China has really fallen back. Qi Shi laughed sarcastically as he shook his head and walked towards the crowd. The leader of Gordon Wei took a glance at Wang Xian and didn't say a word. After a simple nod, he left. Wang Xian looked at Qi Shi and his lips curved into a smile. The banquet wasn't lengthy and ended in an hour plus. Several service attendants brought the guests to their own personal rooms. The rooms were within a stone cave. However, the interior was luxurious. Soon, Mo Qinglong entered and reported to Wang Xian, Young master, the leader of Gordon Wei has returned to that cultivation cave. Qi Shi has also left that place. Let's head over then. It's really not easy to earn these 500 pieces of spiritual stones. I will have to ask for a pay increase from Gordon Wei. Wang Xian smiled and stood up before walking towards the cave where the leader of Gordon Wei was with Mo Qinglong. With the strength of them, they easily avoided the patrolling guards and arrived at the entrance of the cave.
Papa! Wang Xian didn't attempt to hide. His footsteps immediately alerted the leader from Gordonway, who was sitting in the middle of the cave.
Ha! The leader of Gordonway opened his eyes and stared at Wang Xian and Mo Qi Long. May I know why you are here at this hour?
It's all because of those spiritual stones.
Wang Xian saw a talisman on the leader of Gordonway and walked directly to him.
Huh?
Stop right there. Seeing Wang Xian walking directly towards him, the leader of Gordonway chided solemnly.
SSS. At this moment, the pangolin in the corner got up and headed towards Wang Xian slowly with a vicious look.
I'm here to save the leader of Gordonway. Wang Xian stared at the pangolin that was walking towards him and released his aura. SSS.
The pangolin was petrified and retreated in horror. What?
The leader of Gordonway was shocked and stared at Wang Xian in disbelief.
His companion was an inborn existence, and yet it was petrified with a single look. This was simply impossible.
Wang Xian grinned and continued walking towards the leader of Gordonway. You must be courting your own death. This is the territory of the Gordonway family.
The leader of Gordonway stood up and emitted a strong aura.
Don't worry, we are here to help. Mo Qi Long saw a gust of aura charging towards them. With a wave of his hand, he blocked it off.
Inborn expert. The leader of Gordonway became vigilant in an instant and stared closely at Wang Xian and Mo Qi Long.
I'm here to save you. Otherwise, you wouldn't even know when others have killed you. Wang Xian walked in front of the leader of Gordonway and reached for the talisman on his body.
Ha! The leader of Gordonway was shocked. Seeing Wang Xian lift his hands, he immediately put on his guard. However, to his astonishment, dense droplets of water appeared and swept away the talisman on his body. The talisman broke into pieces after being immersed in water. The leader of Gordonway was horrified as a chill went down his spine. He couldn't even withstand a strike from the young man in front of him when he was at the peak of the inborn realm.
However, he quickly recovered and looked blankly at the talisman on the floor.
How is this possible?
What's the matter? Wang Xian smiled and signaled to the pangolin.
SSS. The pangolin stared at Wang Xian in fear. The stifling pressure he felt from Wang Xian a while ago completely petrified him.
The pangolin hesitated for a while before crawling over. Arg! Just as the pangolin approached, the leader of Gordonway let out a shriek in pain. He immediately sat on the floor and started suppressing the pain.
SSS. The pangolin immediately came to the side of the leader of Gordonway and used its tongue to lick his body. Get back to the corner.
After he released his aura once again, the pangolin felt a stifling pressure and scampered to the corner in a hurry.
At this moment, the strange feelings on the body of the leader of Gordonway also dissipated. What is this about?
This is the leader of Gordonway lifted his head suddenly and looked bitterly at the pangolin. You aren't sick at all, but there's something wrong with it.
Wang Xian pointed to the pangolin in the corner. Wang Xian had attempted to use his piercing eye to check out the injuries on the leader of Gordonway in the afternoon. Under the supervision of the piercing eye, everything could be seen as energy.
He noticed faint energy emitted from the pangolin that was being absorbed by the leader of Gordonway.
This source of energy was the source of his illness. You were saying there's something wrong with Xiao Jia? The leader of Gordonway asked bitterly. It was clear that someone did something to the pangolin and must be using another method to slowly control you. Wang Xian explained. The leader of Gordonway clenched his fist tightly. Taking a glance at the pangolin in the corner, he walked slowly towards it. Instantly, the feeling of losing control could be felt once again.
The leader of Gordonway took a deep breath as he stared at the talisman that had dropped on the ground just now. He gradually calmed down.
He stood there without a word as he was pondering. Wang Xian did not interrupt him. He believed that the wise old man before him was capable of straightening this out.
Gosh, given Gordonway's current status after decades of dominance in Jade Nation, never did I expect that someone close to me would hurt me.
Radiance flickered in the eyes of the leader of Gordonway. Xiao Jia grew up with me and has been following me around. It's the closest kin that I have. But they actually found a way to control me, and eventually the entire Gordonway family through Xiao Jia. Damn!
As he finished his sentence, flashes of ferocious radiance were found in the eyes of the leader of Gordonway before he closed them.
Thank you for your reminder. I guess Gordonway family is now full of loopholes. Since you can spot this, I hope you can cure Xiao Jia's injuries. When the leader of Gordonway opened his eyes again, he bowed to Wang Xian and pleaded immediately. The leader of Gordonway was even more respectful to the mysterious and formidable miracle doctor as compared to Qi Shi. Of course, I'm here for the spiritual stones anyway.
Wang Xian smiled and beckoned the pangolin over. The leader of Gordonway did the same thing too.
When the pangolin walked over, the leader of Gordonway was in pain again. Wang Xian stroked its head, and the dragon energy in Wang Xian's body quickly neutralized the poison in the pangolin's body. This was a unique poisonous gas that was absorbed into the body through food. It did no harm to the pangolin, but it would bring extreme harm to those who were near it. In particular, the leader of Gordonway, who practiced his cultivation around the pangolin and would absorb the poisonous gas directly.
Thank you, Miracle Doctor. The leader of Gordonway could no longer feel the pain. With an exhilarated expression, he quickly thanked Wang Xian respectfully. Just giving me a handsome reward will do, Wang Xian said nonchalantly.
Yes, certainly.
The leader of Gordonway nodded in haste before he knit his eyebrows. Miracle Doctor, I'll deal with my family matters first, and I must get it done by tonight before anything happens.
Go ahead. I'm going back to sleep. Wang Xian waved a dismissive hand and went out. Mo Qinglong was following closely.
The leader of Gordonway fixed his eyes on Wang Xian. This young man is much more formidable than me.
Hiss.
The pangolin stuck out its tongues as it made some noises. Xiao Jia, are you saying that you felt oppressed when you saw him? The leader of Gordonway stroked the head of the pangolin as he asked softly.
The pangolin nodded. I heard from my master that there's another kind of existence apart from the realm above inborn realm. They are known as the immortals of the land. Has that young miracle doctor reached that stage? He murmured as he stared at the pangolin with flickering radiance in his eyes. Let's go, Xiaojia. Today we need to get rid of the black sheep. The night in Jade Nation was not peaceful.
The growling sound of beasts could be heard occasionally from the surrounding mountains.
It was all the more restless within the territory of Gordonway.
Wang Xian did not want to get involved in their affairs. He was here to earn those spiritual stones, not to meddle in family affairs. He detested getting into more trouble. The sun was shining brightly the next morning. The air in Jade Nation was much better than in China.
Wang Xian's mood was lifted as he breathed in the fresh air from nature. Sir, I'll lead you to the restaurant. The leader of Gordonway will be sending all of you off later, a waitress said to Wang Xian. Sure. Wang Xian nodded as he came to the restaurant with Mo Qinglong.
Congratulations to Miracle Dr. Qi Shi. Word about you curing the leader of Gordonway has successfully gotten out. I'm sure your ranking will improve in no time.
This time, Miracle Dr. Qi Shi can definitely rank as the top 30 in the global ranking. After all, you beat many doctors yesterday. That's right. Even Poison Doc Yen Shi is not your match. Your ranking will improve by a lot. Wang Xian overheard the conservations as soon as he entered the restaurant. Haha, my medical skills aren't that formidable. It's just that some people are overrated. Qi Shi raised his voice as he swept his gaze across Poison Doc and other doctors at the corner of the restaurant. He could not hide the conceited look on his face. Miracle Dr. Qi Shi, don't be modest. Your medical skills are impressive. We can't compare to you at all. Several people laughed and replied immediately. Given my medical skills, I can at most get into the top 5. There are several people better than me. Qi Shi shook his head gently. But the art of yin and yang is still compelling in our country. But the Chinese doctors who were known to be the best are getting worse with each generation. Even a young lad is on the chart.
As he spoke, he thought it was funny when he saw Wang Xian walking in. That's true. That lad did not do anything yesterday. Obviously, he did not want to embarrass himself in front of us. That's right. He was the only one who did nothing. Since he's so young, he might have some insider dealings.
He came here to enjoy free food and 10 spiritual stones by doing nothing. What a shameless act. Some of the surrounding people commented with smiles just to fawn upon Miracle Dr. Qi Shi. Hee hee. Wang Xian overheard their comments as soon as he sat down. He had a sarcastic look as he looked at the door.
The leader of Gordon Wei brought 5 to 6 men with him to the entrance.
Everyone could sense a vague blood-shedding aura from them.
Apparently, they had been killing people not long ago. The leader of Gordon Wei is here. Looks like he is looking good. Miracle Dr. Qi Shi is really awesome, said the people around Miracle Dr. Qi Shi when they saw the leader of Gordon Wei. Miracle Dr. Qi Shi was slightly taken aback as he spun around. Leader of Gordon Wei, you got up early today. Why didn't you take a good rest? With my talisman, you should be able to have a good sleep. Miracle Dr. Qi Shi said with a smiling face.
I didn't sleep a wink last night. The leader of Gordon Wei gave a bloodthirsty look.
Why is it so? Miracle Dr. Qi Shi asked with doubts when he observed something wrong with the leader of Gordon Wei's expression. I was getting rid of those black sheep, the leader of Gordon Wei said with a ghastly voice. Soon after, everyone watched with shock as a fist struck Qi Shi's chest.
Bam! How dare you collude with those traitors and poison me, Miracle Dr. Qi Shi. You'll join them too.
Puke. Miracle Dr. Qi Shi spat out a mouthful of fresh blood with a drastic change in his expression. He was petrified. How did you find out? Take him away. I'll make sure he enjoys the rest of his life.
The leader of Gordon Wei commanded the people behind him coldly and let out a sigh of relief.
He walked to Wang Xian and bowed. Miracle Dr. Wang, thank you.
Shocking. Everyone in the restaurant was dumbfounded and looked at the development with disbelief. They looked blankly at the leader of Gordon Wei, bowing down to the young man and thanking him respectfully. His bow was deep and he did not have the demeanor of an inborn expert at all. He also didn't act in a way that the leader of the top-tier family in Jade Nation would be expected to. He was just like an ordinary citizen thanking his benefactor for lending a helping hand. It seems that the matter you are concerned about has been settled, said Wang Xian heartily. Thank you, Miracle Dr. Wang, for your assistance. I have settled them.
The leader of Gordon Wei showed a faint smile and sat opposite to Wang Xian. Miracle Dr. Wang, if there's anything you require my assistance for in Jade Nation, feel free to let me know.
Sure. I wouldn't stand on ceremony. Wang Xian replied with a laugh. Will Miracle Dr. Wang be interested in hanging around Jade Nation for a few days? I'll let my guys bring you around Jade Nation. The leader of Gordon Wei extended his hospitality. I'm good. I'm here in Jade Nation to settle some other stuff. I'll be leaving after having my meal. Wang Xian shook his head and rejected. If he stayed in this place for a longer time, Lan Qingyue would probably kill him with her stare.
All right then, Miracle Dr. Wang. I'll get you a chauffeur later to bring you around in Jade Nation. If you ever visit the Jade Nation in the future, let me know in advance. I'll definitely be a good host. The leader of Gordon Wei smiled and stood up. Miracle Dr. Wang, the medical techniques of China indeed have incredible effects and you are really a worthy young hero.
Enjoy your meal. I'll be leaving now. Wang Xian heard his last sentence. He smiled and bade goodbye to the leader of Gordon Wei.
Wow.
When the leader of Gordon Wei left, everyone was shocked. They had been watching the entire development attentively. The feeling they got was that the leader of Gordon Wei had put himself down a little too much. The tone he was using when talking to that juvenile was completely deferential. Even when Miracle Dr. Qi Shi had found a way to treat the illness of the leader of Gordon Wei yesterday, he wasn't treated as such. However, that juvenile's response was even more shocking. He seemed to take everything as a given, acting nonchalantly. One should know that this was a top-class family with several inborn experts in the clan, and it even had a strong army. They could be considered as elite even when compared with the rest of Jade Nation. From what the leader of Gordon Wei said, his illness was caused by Miracle Dr. Qi Shi and his clan members. The plot seems to have been seen through by Miracle Dr. Wang. Miracle Dr. Wang from China is really incredible to be able to see through the conspiracy. Moreover, he seems to have cured the illness of the leader of Gordon Wei. There is a saying in China that goes along with the idea that heroes are often young. Miracle Dr. Wang has such astonishing medical skills at such a young age. His future will definitely be extraordinary. Miracle Dr. Yin Yang was really arrogant. He was still mocking miracle doctors from China yesterday. Now that his plan has been exposed, he's most likely finished. No wonder Miracle Dr. Yin Yang has ways to treat the leader of Gordon Wei.
It was all his doing in the first place.
The surrounding group of miracle doctors sighed emotionally. The remaining followers and disciples of these miracle doctors looked across in awe. No one had expected such a young juvenile to be in possession of such astonishing medical skills.
As for those who were still crowding around Miracle Dr. Qi Shi a while ago, they immediately walked out with blushing faces.
Haha, Miracle Dr. Wang has truly made Chinese miracle doctors proud. This is really beyond my imagination. Miracle Dr. Guanghua brought his disciples along and laughed heartily to Wang Xian.
I guess I'm just lucky too, replied Wang Xian with a laugh. Miracle Dr. Wang's medical skills are truly exceptional and much better than ours. Another miracle doctor walked over and said respectfully to Wang Xian. When one reached a certain level of proficiency, he could be the tutor of others. They had not looked down on Wang Xian just because of his young age. Through this incident, Wang Xian had also become famous.
Poison Doc walked over and asked inquisitively, Miracle Dr. Wang, can you share with us how you diagnosed the illness of the leader of Gordonway? The truth was that the leader of Gordonway wasn't sick at all, but someone poisoned the pangolin beside him. Poison Doc's poisonous snake had probably discovered this. However, it was probably fearful, and the pangolin and didn't dare to go over. Wang Xian said heartily, Oh, so that's how it is. Poison Doc nodded his head slightly. No wonder so many miracle doctors couldn't find the source of illness. The problem wasn't with the leader of Gordonway after all. Miracle Dr. Wang, you are really incredible. I'm truly convinced this time. Wang Xian exchanged pleasantries and smiled with them. Dr. Sun, who was standing by the side, looked at Wang Xian with even more admiration. As for the white-shirt young man, his eyes popped wide open and he was clearly shaken. Miracle Dr. Wang, are you heading back to China in a while? Asked Guanghua. Nope. I still have something to attend to and will be leaving later. Wang Xian shook his head.
We will also be hanging around here. Since we are here, we have plans to play for a few more days.
After finishing their breakfast, Wang Xian bade goodbye to Guanghua and his disciples. He boarded the car assigned to him by the leader of Gordonway and headed towards where Lan Qingyue was. The end of the Jade King mountain range was the liveliest region in the entire Jade Nation.
To ensure the local customs would continue, the local government dug a lot of caves around the area to attract customers.
And for the next few days, it would also be the busiest few days of the year. The annual stone betting festival would be held over the next few days. During this period, stone bettors, Jade Stones lovers and Jade Stones businesses would be here to bet and purchase. Wang Xian saw a huge crowd gathered in the area they just went past. Miracle Dr. Wang, I'll be waiting here. If you have any instructions for me, you can give me a call, the driver said deferentially to Wang Xian. All right. Wang Xian nodded his head. He alighted from the car and looked ahead of him.
This was a magnificent entrance. The center of the Jade King mountain range had been dug through and both sides along the path had various stone caves.
Within the stone caves and at the entrance, there were various stones on display.
Some stones had a faint green shade while others had a tinge of red.
These were none other than stones for stone betting.
Wang Xian called Lan Qingyue and walked in. Passing through the entrance, there were more exquisite caves. At the entrances of these caves, there were jade stones that had been cut open with clear prices.
Wang Xian saw Lan Qingyue standing with her uncle at the entrance of a rather luxurious-looking shop. Lan Qingyue had a bitter look on her and stood solemnly there.
Wang Xian was confused and frowned. He walked over and shouted, Qingyue.
Xiao Xian. Seeing him walking towards her, Lan Qingyue forced out a smile.
Wang Xian could tell Lan Qingyue was unhappy and asked caringly what happened.
Nothing. It's just some matters relating to purchasing jade stones. A supplier we have been working with for a long time suddenly decided to stop working with us.
Lan Qingyue frowned slightly. They said someone is preventing them from working with deep-sea jewelry. TSK.
The ones behind this must have been the Zhou jewelry and Lingyue sect. Qingyue, how many jade stones do you intend to procure? Asked Wang Xian to Qingyue, who was looking sulky. I need about 600 kilograms of low-class jade stones, 100 kilograms of middle-class ones, 50 to 60 top-class ones, and more than 1,000 grams of supreme-class ones, Lan Qingyue answered.
As the top-notch jewelry company in China, the deep-sea jewelry had to spend more than billions annually in procurement just to support the sales of the entire group. They worked with an established company in Jade Nation in previous years through installment payments. However, that group had refused to work with them this year. With this, deep-sea jewelry would be in trouble. Without sufficient jade stones to produce jade jewelry, there would be a severe shortage in this category. This would be a huge blow to a top jewelry group.
"Can't you change to another supplier?" asked Wang Xian doubtfully.
No. Lan Qingyue shook her head and said with a depressed look, "We don't have enough capital. We only have more than 500 million liquidity in the group. Most of them were reserved for managing other risks. Currently, we can only afford to take out 100 or 200 million. Besides, the process will be too long to find a new working partner. By that time, the stone betting festival of Jade Nation will be over."
"Qingyue, why don't we take a bank loan just to tide us over through this crisis first?" At this time, Lan Quanfeng suggested this to Lan Qingyue.
Lan Qingyue nodded her head. "I guess this is the only way out. We cannot have a shortage of jade stones as they are important. Otherwise, we'll suffer a significant impact from it. Qingyue, don't you have some masters in deep-sea jewelry who are proficient in stone betting?"
"I believe if you purchase some jade stones through betting, it would be much cheaper than a direct procurement," Wang Xian asked as he looked at Lan Qingyue with questions.
"Stone betting is like life betting.
One can become a millionaire or bankrupt with a single bet. But a top-notch stone betting master could still guarantee a profitable business. Miracle Dr. Wang, we had a stone betting team in deep-sea jewelry in the past. But the entire team has been poached." Lan Quanfeng shook his head as he said with a heartache, "It's unrealistic to rely on stone betting.
Even if we have a team, we're just saving a little money." Lan Qingyue was not concerned about the stone betting team that had been poached. "Let me do it. I'll act as the stone betting master for today." Wang Xian straightened his clothes and said to Lan Qingyue as though he was some master, "Enough, Xiao Xian. You don't have to worry about this. I'll get the group to send me all their funding." Lan Qingyue chuckled at his funny look. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows. "Since you're free now, you can join me in stone betting. Let's go." "Xiao Xian, are you serious?"
"If you want to bet, go ahead. I'll give you some suggestions on the side." Lan Qingyue smiled and said.
Since they had insufficient capital as of now, they could only put a stall on the procurement. Stone betting is not easy. I learned from a few masters for a long time in the past. But I lost most of the time, Lan Quanfeng said to Wang Xian. "I'm good at stone betting." Wang Xian laughed as he spoke. He looked at Lan Qingyue. "I didn't reveal my other identity. I'm actually a stone betting master." Lan Qingyue rolled her eyes at him with apparent disbelief.
She knew better than anyone else about jade stones and stone betting.
It was not only about experience, but it was also about luck. Wang Xian smiled with confidence. With a pair of piercing eyes, stone betting was totally chicken feet. This place is known as Stone Betting Street. The entire street is 3 kilometers long, and more than 10,000 stones can be found here. Someone used more than 1 million and 200 million worth of jade stones before over here. Lan Qingyue introduced this place to Wang Xian. Wang Xian nodded as he observed the place that he'd passed by just now. There was a variety of stalls displaying stones and their prices. Wang Xian walked to a stall. The stall owner was a middle-aged man. When they walked over, his eyes brightened up. "Take a look. Just now, someone won 1 million worth of jade stones with $100,000. My stall has the best feng shui in the entire stone betting street." The middle-aged man raised his voice as he introduced his stall to them. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes as he swept his gaze across the few hundred pieces of stones at the stall.
Wang Xian was speechless when he saw all the common stones in that stall. There were no jade stones at all, and he claimed he had an excellent feng shui. During the stone betting festival, the Jade Nation will bustle with the highest number of tourists. Some people might make use of this opportunity to gain advantages. If you are not skillful, it would be hard to win a jade stone during these few days. Lan Qingyue reminded Wang Xian when she saw him staring at the stones seriously.
"Got it. The stone betting master never fails." Wang Xian turned around and smiled. He came to the second store, pointed at a stone, and asked,
Boss, how much are you selling this for?
There's a price tag on it. The stall owner looked at Wang Xian and smiled. The entire stone betting street is clearly priced.
Lan Qingyue, next to him, nodded too. Great. I'll get this.
Wang Xian went over and picked up the stone. The stone was about the size of 2 fists with green dots on the outside. This type of stones was not exactly good. It was not cheap for a price of $80,000 either.
Sure. Do you want to cut the stone here? We can do it for free, asked the stall owner with a smile. Can I do it myself? Wang Xian asked. Certainly. He nodded. Oh, look who I saw.
Someone from Deep Sea Jewelry.
Why? Do you intend to rely on stone betting to support the sales of the deep sea jewelry? Haha. At this time, a chuckle of sarcasm was heard.
Lan Qingwei and Lan Quanfeng were stunned for a moment. When they turned around and saw the group of people, their faces sank immediately. There were more than 20 people with 1 lady and 4 middle-aged men in the center.
Several old men and young men were following behind them. The one who spoke was a lady. She fixed her eyes on Wang Xian and the rest who were gambling with a taunting look. Hee the Zhou. What a huge lineup. Lan Qingyue stared at the lady and the rest of the people with a darkened expression. The girl from Lan family, you've got quite an ability. You were going to marry into the Lu family a few days ago. But now you are sticking to Miracle Dr. Wang. How nice it is to be a youngster. The middle-aged lady mocked Lan Qingyue. She then turned to look at Wang Xian. I bet you're Miracle Dr. Wang. What a young and promising man. Her. Upon hearing what the middle-aged lady said, Lan Qingyue had a nasty look. You're already old, so don't be jealous. Hee. Even if I was not old, I would not be a loose person. A hint of coldness flashed in the middle-aged lady's eyes as she followed up with a sarcastic remark. Her remarks made Lan Qingwei uncomfortable as Lan Qingwei stared harshly at the middle-aged woman. Old hag, don't disturb us here. Wang Xian gave a cold reply after hearing what the middle-aged woman said. What did you call me? Old hag? The middle-aged woman shrieked upon hearing Wang Xian and stared furiously at him. I'm talking about you. Do you need me to emphasize it again? Wang Xian remarked emotionlessly at the middle-aged woman. Miracle Dr. Wang. Don't think you can be arrogant just because your ranking on the Miracle Doctor's chart is high. We are not the Lu family. You are just a factionless doctor. You should take a look at your standing. A middle-aged man beside the middle-aged woman reminded Wang Xian in a harsh tone. Oh, is it so? Wang Xian looked at the middle-aged man mockingly. TSK. It's easy to die young when you are so arrogant. The middle-aged man showed no signs of weakness and retorted. A factionless doctor isn't safe anywhere. It's easy to die away from home. Hee. I'd like to give it a try. Killing intent flashed in Wang Xian's eyes. The middle-aged man laughed nonchalantly. His Lingua sect was a first-class force similar to the Lu family. Although this juvenile had annihilated the Lu family, Lingua sect wasn't fearful of him at all. In fact, he didn't even see Wang Xian as equal. Although miracle doctors were strong and could summon experts who owed them favors, a factionless doctor had a huge weakness. That was that they did not have any real supporting force or incredible individual strength. The Sacred Followers Guild did not exist in the past. The establishment of the Sacred Followers Guild was a gathering of various miracle doctors. The purpose was to ensure the safety of various miracle doctors. This was because many miracle doctors were often threatened and slain in the past. The 9th-ranked miracle doctor was also killed by Maniac G, and yet Maniac G was still alive and kicking. The reason was because the 9th-ranked miracle doctor wasn't from the Sacred Followers Guild or the Medical Saints sect. If he had a strong supporting force behind him, Maniac G would definitely not act rashly. This was because if he did, it would be equivalent to a slap to the supporting force behind him and a declaration of war against it. The strong supporting force would definitely hunt Maniac G down. However, those who owed the 9th-ranked miracle doctor favors were fearful of Maniac G's strength and didn't seek revenge for him. Other than that, experts wouldn't be at the beck and call of the miracle doctors they owed favors to forever. Once they had repaid the favor, they naturally wouldn't help in the future. These were the weaknesses of a factionless doctor and also the reason why Lingua sect wasn't afraid of Wang Xian.
If Wang Xian dared to summon two inborn experts to Lingwei sect could also invite other sects or friends to face them. The Lu family just happened to be caught by surprise. If the Lu family had made preparations, they wouldn't have been annihilated. At this moment, a Jade Nation local beside the middle-aged man suddenly added, "This is our territory. If Brother Zhou has any need, just leave it to us." Haha, I don't have to trouble brother with this. These are some small matters and Lingwei sect can still settle them. The middle-aged man from Lingwei sect laughed heartily. Hey brat, I'll offer you a piece of kind advice to the deep sea jewelry. It's better if you guys act honestly in the future. You guys aren't a match for Zhou jewelry. Retreat to the second tier silently or your losses will be grave, the middle-aged woman said to Lan Qingwei with a smile. You guys sure are confident. Wang Xian looked at them with contempt and ridicule. Not only will deep-sea jewelry not retreat to the second tier, but it will also grow stronger and stronger. Wang Xian walked to the stone-cutting machine and signaled to the master stone cutter. The master stone cutter moved away and made a hand gesture to ask Wang Xian to continue. Wang Xian lifted the stone-cutting equipment and placed the stone on it. With a confident grin, he cut it down decisively. The owner of the stall was shocked to see the crowd. When he saw Wang Xian cutting the stone, he immediately looked over. "Eh, it's green, it's green. It's a gain, a huge gain." The owner of the stall exclaimed loudly in disbelief after seeing the stone. "It's really a gain." Lan Qingwei and Lan Quanfeng looked over. Their bitter expressions quickly turned to radiant smiles. Wang Xian smiled. Everything was as he had expected. How could he not get a gain with his piercing eyes? If he had failed, he must be blind. Using his piercing eye to scan the stone, Wang Xian could look past the impurities of the stone. He could already see approximately 1,000 grams of top-class jade stone in it. What a killing! Top-class jade. This piece is worth at least $7 to $8 million. That's 100 times profit. The stone betting owner exclaimed loudly. The owner's voice drew the attention of the nearby crowd as they came over inquisitively. Wow, what a huge piece without any impurities. That's at least $7 to $8 million. Hey brother, will you sell it for $8 million? A man shouted loudly from the crowd. Wang Xian shook his head and threw the stone to Mo Qinglong. Huh? You guys sure are lucky to get a gain. The middle-aged woman from the Zhou jewelry looked at that piece of jade stone in shock and remarked coldly. My luck has always been great. Wang Xian replied the middle-aged lady. After which he turned to Lan Qingyue and asked, How is it? As I've said, I'm a master of stone betting. Even you dare to call yourself a master of stone betting? Aren't you afraid of others cutting your tongue off? An old man behind the middle-aged woman spoke with disdain. He looked to the middle-aged woman and said, Madam Zhou, leave the stone betting to us. All right, old phone, I'll leave this to the various masters. The middle-aged lady smiled and nodded her head. Let them know that stone betting isn't just about luck, and who's a real master. Hee, just leave it to us. He's just a brat and his luck alone can't be compared with us. 5 to 6 old men walked to the stall ahead. They took out professional tools and started examining each stone. Seeing their proficiency, the owner was shocked and knew that these old men were experts. Hee. Wang Xian glanced at the group of old men acting professionally. He signaled to the boss and pointed his fingers directly. Boss, give me that stone right there and this. All right, brother. The owner nodded his head and picked up 2 stones. One was 5 to 6,000 grams while the other was just the size of a fist. Wang Xian gave the boss $150,000. After which, he brought the stones to the stone-cutting equipment. As he swung the blade down, glorious red light was reflected off the stone. Bloodstone. Supreme class bloodstone. Oh my god. It's another gain. This is a huge gain. Supreme class bloodstone. Just a small spot like this is worth at least $3 million. Oh my, is this luck? How can one be so lucky? 2 consecutive huge gains. His luck is simply exceptional. Exclamations broke out moments after Wang Xian cut the stone. His lips curved into a smile as he looked towards the group of dumbfounded old men. Master of stone betting? If you guys are masters of stone betting,
I'll be the god of stone betting.
Sigh, Lady Luck is smiling on me. Wang Xian sighed softly as he taunted. In just a few cuts, he cut out a piece of supreme-class bloodstone from it completely.
It was worth at least $5 million. Lan Qingyue and Lan Quanfeng stared dumbfoundedly at the jade stone in Wang Xian's hand with their mouths agape.
His luck is way too good, isn't it?
Madame Zhou and the rest of the people stared at Wang Xian, stunned as their expressions gradually turned nasty. It's too early to be happy, Madame Zhou scorned at Wang Xian coldly.
Let's continue.
Wang Xian tossed the jade stone in his hand to Mo Qinglong before he picked up the stone that was the size of a head.
This is the third one. He is not going to have a huge gain, is he?
How can he have such good luck? Even a master cannot guarantee he could double or triple the investment for all the stones in 3 consecutive rounds. He has the luck of the Irish if the same thing happens again.
The surrounding onlookers stared at Wang Xian as they discussed in whispers.
Madame Zhou and the rest of them fixed their eyes on him as well. Wang Xian felt funny when he saw the crowd. Without much consideration, he wielded his knife.
Oops! Wang Xian exclaimed with a smile when he shook his head as soon as he saw the gray stone in it.
The first knife fails.
This is normal. How can one have such good luck? The people around them commented. Ha, he thought that Lady Luck is always by his side. What an idiot.
Just when Madame Zhou was gloating over his misfortune, Wang Xian brought the knife down again. How is this possible? Madame Zhou swallowed her words abruptly as she shrieked.
A hint of immense green was seen.
Gosh, he got it again. Fuck. It's a huge gain. All 3 stones were huge gains. This is fucking awesome.
Gosh, boss. Did you have all the best stones? The green one was not too bad. Despite the value not being any higher than those 2 earlier on, it still could fetch millions of dollars.
My luck is really good. Wang Xian shook his head slowly as he cut the stone open.
Xiao Xian, you're simply impressive.
Lan Qingyue ran over exhilaratingly as she gazed at him with admiration. Haha, I was wrong. They are the masters. I'm the god of stone betting. Wang Xian chuckled. Let's go to another stall. We'll make huge money today. Wang Xian tossed the jade stone to Mo Qinglong and looked at those urban masters. Old people, good luck. The several old men had their cheeks flushed as they stared at Wang Xian with shaky bodies.
Hee hee.
Wang Xian laughed sarcastically and proceeded to the next stall. Madame Zhou and the middle-aged man from Lingyue sect glared at Wang Xian with nasty looks. They gritted their teeth. Let's follow them. Wang Xian came to another stall as he scanned the jade stones. Immediately, he knew everything.
Boss, give me these 7 pieces. Wang Xian pointed at 7 stones as he instructed the stall owner. Are you buying all these? They cost a total of $1.85 million.
Bring them over, Wang Xian said immediately. Xiao Xian, aren't you buying too much? Lan Qingyue hesitated and reminded him when she saw him buying 7 pieces of rocks in one shot. Qingyue, just you watch.
Wang Xian smiled at her as he received all the stones.
He really thinks he can get a huge gain for all the stones he picked? Madame Zhou looked at Wang Xian and said with a sullen look. Wang Xian chuckled as soon as he heard that. He picked up a knife and wielded it at the jade stone. Tisk, tisk. Why is it a gain again? Wang Xian sighed and shook his head pretentiously. Those stone-betting masters were totally stunned as they witnessed it themselves. It's a fucking gain again. He looks at a stone, buys it, cuts it, and it's a gain.
This is godlike.
Fucking hell. It's a gain.
Looks like it must be a middle-class jade stone that costs over $1 million. Lan Qingyue clapped her hands like a kid and exclaimed. This future son-in-law of the Lan family is too sick. Lan Quanfeng widened his eyes with his mouth wide open like a fool as he watched.
Well, this should be more than $1 million. Here.
He tossed the jade stone to Mo Qinglong before he continued. Another cut was done.
Oops, nothing. It's a loss. My luck is getting poor. Wang Xian revealed a smile on his face. Out of 7 stones, 3 of them were gains, and 3 of them were wastes. Boom! However, a commotion erupted around him when he cut the last stone. FML.
Emerald gemstone? Such a huge emerald gemstone that fucking costs $100 million.
This is insane. The first emerald gemstone, highest value of a jade stone, was found in this year's stone betting festival.
It was already impressive for someone to get a glass stone yesterday. Today, someone actually got an emerald gemstone.
Emerald gemstone, the most supreme stone among the jade stones. Any one of them could easily fetch at least over 10 million. The one that Wang Xian got was worth at least 100 million. Yes. Wang Xian exhibited satisfaction on his face. He held the emerald gemstone that was palm-sized and passed it to Mo Qinglong with a smile. Gosh, Xiao Xian. You're amazing. Really amazing.
Lan Qingwei was so excited that she could not help but give Wang Xian a peck.
Of course. Wang Xian grinned. You don't have to procure the jade stones this year. Just leave it to me.
Great, then I'll leave this to you. Lan Qingwei exclaimed with excitement.
Wang Xian nodded with a smile. Let's carry on. Okay.
Let's continue.
How is this possible? Madame Zhou stared at Wang Xian with disbelief as she gritted her teeth.
Madame Zhou, this is bizarre. He's picking up random jade stones and he already made big bucks from them. This is totally illogical, those stone betting masters said with embarrassment. They were the top-notch stone betting masters in China. Now, a young man had surpassed them totally. This was simply.
Yes, that fellow is bizarre to earn more than 100 million within a short period. If he continues, he can support the entire deep-sea jewelry, Madame Zhou said with a sullen look.
If that's the case, whatever plans we have to stop deep-sea jewelry from running their business are wasted, the middle-aged man from Lingwei sect said calmly.
Madame Zhou turned around slowly as she looked at the middle-aged man from Jade Nation with a malevolent face. When the middle-aged man from Lingwei sect saw the look on Madame Zhou, he knit his eyebrows as a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Shamala, can you settle something for us? The middle-aged man from Lingwei sect asked gravely. Brother Zhou, the jade stones are ours. We cannot do anything to them since they are not from our country. Marine understood their intentions immediately as he smiled. Okay. When should we strike?
Haha, we don't need timing. This is the turf of Shamala. We can strike at any time. Marine said with nothing to fear.
Madame Zhou and the middle-aged man from Lingwei sect gave a cold smirk. Shamala was a top-tier family in the capital of Jade Nation. The sect leader of Lingwei sect met the leader of the Shamala family by chance while on a mission. Because of this, the Zhou jewelry had been able to rise up rapidly.
Just before this, to take a further step forward, the Zhou jewelry had allied completely with Lingwei sect.
Since then, the Zhou jewelry and Lingwei sect would each receive 50% of the profits. As for the Zhou jewelry, it also made its way to become the strongest jewelry business in the country. This was the territory of Shamala family and they were in Jade Nation. It was too easy for them to deal with some external people.
Hehe. It's a shame that Miracle Dr. Wang has to die so early despite being so incredible. Madame Zhou said coldly with a smile.
Deep-sea jewelry wants to compete with us? They are still a far cry from us.
The middle-aged man from Lingwei sect laughed.
Huh? This is? Near the center of the stone betting street, Wang Xian stood in front of a stall. Beside him, Mo Qinglong was carrying a huge bag. There were all kinds of gemstones in the bag. Adding them together, their value had exceeded $500 million, and their cost was only slightly above $10 million.
This speed of earning money was truly horrifying. To prevent others from following them, Wang Xian stopped opening the stones after purchasing them. He was preparing to send them back to be checked in a secured place. This was also to prevent them from attracting too much attention.
Wang Xian looked at the largest stone at the stall he came across. Using his piercing eye, he found the interior of the stone to be extremely creepy. It wasn't a gemstone in it, nor impurities. It was a sapling, a jade-green sapling. At the center of the stone, there was a blue liquid. Weird.
Extremely weird.
Moreover, Wang Xian found his eyes getting tired and extremely uncomfortable when looking into the stone with his piercing eye. This was the feeling he would get only when he tried to look through some immense power. However, why would a stone have such immense power?
This might be a treasure. That sapling is able to survive within the stone. It is definitely not simple.
Wang Xian thought to himself as his eyes lit up. He immediately said, "Boss, I'm getting this stone."
All right, sir. It's $2.3 million.
That owner was thrilled and replied immediately. Wang Xian didn't say a word and simply reached his hands over to receive the stone. This stone was much larger than a basketball and weighed 30 to 40 caddies. I'll do a thorough examination when I get back, he thought to himself before placing the stone in the bag Mo Qinglong was holding.
Hello, everyone.
It seems like you're having quite a fruitful day.
At this moment, the voice of the middle-aged man from Lingwei sect sounded beside them.
Ha! Lan Qingyue and Lan Quanfeng turned around and saw that 20-odd people had suddenly surrounded them. What are you guys trying to do now?
Lan Quanfeng looked at the group of young men from Jade Nation. It was clear that they weren't friendly. How do you guys steal in my territory?
You guys must be really daring. Moraine's eyes lit up when he saw the bag in Mo Qinglong's hand as he remarked sarcastically. Steal. Lan Quanfeng and Lan Qingyue were shocked. Soon anger raged up. Steal? Since when did we steal?
Which eyes of yours caught us stealing? Lan Quanfeng growled angrily.
When?
Just today. The loot is right in the bag you guys are carrying. Moraine smiled.
I can attest to it, Madame Zhou said with a smile confidently. Why did you have to resort to stealing? How shameless. Come with us, Moraine said mockingly. Slander.
What proof do you have of us stealing? It is clear that we bought these. Moreover, what authority do you have to order us to go with you? Lan Quanfeng said solemnly. The authority comes from being part of the Shamala family. Moraine replied arrogantly. And based on the fact that this is our territory.
Shamala. The owner was shocked when he heard the middle-aged man. He quickly lowered his head and greeted respectfully. Good afternoon, sir. Shamala?
You are from the Shamala family. Shamala is an exceptionally strong family in the capital. This group of people must be eager to die for them to be daring to steal the items of the Shamala family. Isn't that middle-aged man the one in charge of this place?
His standing in Shamala is really high. How did this group of foreigners offend them? This is the territory of the Shamala family. No one dares to offend the people of Shamala family in this place. Some passers-by looked across in shock and at Moraine. Madame Zhou, aren't you going a little overboard to accuse us without evidence? Lan Qingyue said coldly to Madame Zhou and the crowd from Lingyue sect.
With the strength of their country, the ancient martial arts families in Jade Nation wouldn't dare to beat them up.
Moreover, the business circle restricted assassination of the other party. Once a party broke the rules, the party would be penalized.
You stole the gemstones, and it's only natural that they will be confiscated. Moreover, we won't harm you. However, the middle-aged man looked at Wang Xian and gave a murderous stare. Miracle Dr. Wang is from the underworld. He might suffer some injuries or even death.
Haha, Miracle Dr. Wang is really incredible at stone betting. I'm really convinced. However, I've forgotten to tell you that this is my territory.
Madame Zhou laughed loudly and looked at Wang Xian.
Shamala.
Wang Xian turned solemn. He had not expected the Zhou jewelry and Lingwei sect to link up with the local forces to target them. Moreover, they were so blatant.
You guys are no different from robbers. Upon hearing them, Lan Qingyue stared coldly and chided them. Brat. You are now in my territory and you should watch your words. Otherwise, it's still fine to teach you a small lesson. Moraine replied coldly. Incredible.
Incredible.
To ally with Shamala family and frame us directly.
Wang Xian looked mockingly at Moraine and remarked emotionlessly, Are you sure the Shamala family would want to go against us?
I'm reminding you to think this through. Ha 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 ha. Moraine laughed loudly. Brat, I don't have to think about it. So what if we are going against you? Who the hell are you?
Using the words from the Chinese, this is the territory of the Shamala family. Even if you are a dragon, you better stay down in front of us. Even if you are a tiger, you shall bow down in front of us. In my territory, you guys are just like ants.
Is it so? Wang Xian revealed a cold smirk. I don't like to remain down. Wang Xian turned and stared harshly at the people from the Zhou jewelry and Lingyue sect. Since you have chosen this, it's only courteous that I return the favor. Haha. Returning a favor?
Then I shall wait and see what favors you are going to return us. Moraine looked at Wang Xian and laughed haughtily. For centuries, since the establishment of Shambhala in Jade Nation, they had a strong foundation for over 100 years. How could a foreigner crush it as he wished? Shambhala had nothing to be afraid of over here. Such arrogance. You're insolent when you're on someone else's turf. Seeking your own death. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and stared at Wang Xian scornfully. This is not your river town. 5 minutes. Wang Xian took his phone and said without any expressions. I'll give you 5 minutes. After that you'll find out the consequences, said Marine sarcastically. He felt funny when he heard the remarks and could not be bothered by them. Xiao Xian Lan Qingwei walked to Wang Xian and looked at him with worries. It's okay. Just wait for 5 minutes. Wang Xian beamed at Lan Qingwei. They are too powerful. Let me see if I can think of ways. Lan Quanfeng was unsure if Wang Xian could find a way to shake them off within 5 minutes. With panic, he took out a phone and made calls. Marine, what are you doing here? Just then, an old man's voice was heard. Marine was slightly stunned as he quickly put a smile on his face. He looked at that old man. Gambling king, they are trivial matters. A few people stole our things, and we're here to nab them. Yet one of them told me to wait for 5 minutes. Hee. Oh, the old man smiled and nodded. Someone actually dared to provoke you guys in your territory? Some ignorant people. Marine laughed and said. Apparently, he was fearful of the old man before him. Gambling king. He's the gambling king. Gambling king of Gambling City who went into seclusion 5 years ago. Never did I expect him to show up in Jade Nation. I heard the gambling king has been addicted to gambling his entire life. He's invincible in the Gambling City. After his gambling skill became almost godlike, he was addicted to stone betting. Never did I expect Gambling King to be here. The people behind Madame Zhou looked at the old man with wonder. Senior Gambling King. I'm Zhou Hong from Lingyue sect. The middle-aged man from Lingyue sect greeted the old man before him. Carry on with your business. I'm here for fun. Hee. The old man beamed and waved his hand before he looked at Wang Xian and the rest. Suddenly, the old man paused and stared at Wang Xian. He narrowed his eyes. You look familiar. You killed Gao Wen, didn't you? And the kids from Jiang family and Zhu clan. You did it, right? Her? Wang Xian froze for a moment as he looked at the old man. The old man stared at Wang Xian with a darkened expression. Gao Wen is considered half a disciple to me. He's now working for Jiang family and those kids from Jiang family and Zhu clan. You can take your death penalty from the Gambling City. What? Everyone around him was stunned as they fixed their eyes on Wang Xian with disbelief. You even offended the Gambling City. Ignorant fellow. Madame Zhou and Zhou Hong from Lingyue sect had their eyes on Wang Xian as they gloated over his misfortune. Gambling King, I didn't know that this fellow offended the Gambling City. He's asking for his own death. Marine peered over and jeered at him. Ignorant indeed. Didn't he stir trouble in the Shambhala's territory too? The old man said with a stern face. Old thing, you better watch what you're saying if you want to have a longer life. Just then, Mo Qinglong, who was standing at the side, glared coldly at him when he heard the old man asking the Dragon King to take his death penalty in Gambling City. The old man had a slight change in his expression. The aura around him began to alter as he stared at Mo Qinglong. Mo Qinglong continued with his stare while a black and soul-catching flame flashed in his eyes. Boom! Boom! At this moment, a booming sound was heard abruptly from the sky. Everyone was shocked as they shifted their attention from Mo Qinglong to the sky. Helicopters, armed helicopters. Hundreds of helicopters whirred in the sky as the sound of the engines echoed through the stone-bedding street. Woo! Everyone was peering at the hundreds of helicopters which were 20 meters away from the ground. At this moment, all the armed elite sodders slid down from the helicopters. An old man, at the center position, slid down from the helicopters as he scanned below him with a pair of cold eyes. When he saw Wang Xian's location, his eyes narrowed. Pack. All the armed soldiers landed with weapons in their hands. They were waiting for orders with icy cold eyes. The old man landed on the ground and walked towards Wang Xian. Everyone around was dumbfounded and shocked to witness this. They did not understand why hundreds of helicopters and armed soldiers were present. General Gordon Wei,
Leader of Gordonway. The crowd cried out with their eyes wide open when they saw the old man taking majestic steps. The leader of Gordonway, General Gordonway, the founder of Gordonway family. The top figure in Jade Nation. He was a legendary figure who made his way to the top of the Jade Nation from a nobody. Leader of Gordonway. Marine was taken aback as he looked at the old man fearfully.
Those who knew the inside stories would understand how powerful this legendary figure was.
Leading a congregation of buddies, this man and his pangolin had built the mighty Gordonway family. Over 30 years, the leader of Gordonway and his pangolin had dug up half of Jade Nation.
Less than 5 people in the entire Jade Nation could compare with the inborn experts under him.
Earlier on, he had encountered some issues with his cultivation. As such, all the experts in Jade Nation went to visit him. Why is he here? Looks like he's fine. Marine pondered to himself.
Just when Marine, Madame Zhou, and Zhou Hong were shocked by the lineup, the leader of Gordonway was already walking towards them.
Under everyone's shocking gaze, the leader of Gordonway walked to Wang Xian and lowered himself with respect. Miracle Dr. Wang, please give me your order. What? Marine could not believe his eyes. All the people around them were watching in disbelief. The leader of Gordonway from Jade Nation was bowing to that young man with respect.
The legendary leader? You're fast. Wang Xian was shocked by his speed as he spoke with a smile. Your matter is my priority. I wonder which ignorant fellow offended you. The leader of Gordonway wore a smiling face as he spoke. However, Marine, who saw his smiling face, was trembling in his boots. This member of the Shambhala family accused us of stealing their jade stone and wanted to teach us a lesson. What an interesting accusation. Wang Xian said plainly to Marine, who was by the side.
When Marine heard Wang Xian, his body shivered. To the astonishment of the surrounding crowd, he went down on his knees and begged, Leader of Gordonway, I didn't know. I didn't know that this man is your. All right, just get that old man from Shambhala family to explain to me. If he can't explain clearly, just don't let me see him ever again. The leader of Gordonway looked at Marine and remarked emotionlessly. Shambhala family was powerful and a top-tier family in the entire capital. Claiming this to be the territory of Shambhala family wasn't an exaggeration at all.
However, this was just a city after all. It was just the capital. As for the Gordonway family, one could say that they possessed a similar standing as the Shambhala family throughout the entire Jade Nation. The differences between the two of them were huge. Leader of Gordonway, please forgive me. I'm begging you to forgive me. I was wrong. Please. Marine kowtowed to the leader of Gordonway constantly in horror.
If he were to ask the leader of the Shambhala family to explain, without a doubt, he would be sent to the leader of Gordonway as a corpse. Scram! The leader of Gordonway saw Marine and chided coldly. No. Marine's eyes were filled with despair. He kneeled in front of Wang Xian and begged, Your Honor,
please let me go. Please forgive me. Ignorance isn't a fault. I beg you.
Oh, you know ignorance isn't a fault? It seems like you understand Chinese idioms pretty well. What a shame.
We are in Jade Nation and Jade Nation doesn't have this line. Wang Xian looked mockingly at Marine. Didn't you say that you would show me the outcome? What's the matter now? You meant this outcome?
No. Bam. A warrior saw Marine remain on the floor begging for forgiveness. Therefore, he walked straight over and kicked him in the head, after which he dragged him away. Miracle Dr. Wang. I'll give you a satisfactory answer for this. The leader of Gordonway gave his promise to Wang Xian. I'll just leave him to you. Oh right. As Wang Xian was speaking, he turned to the people from the Zhou jewelry and Lingyue sect. He gave them a cold smirk before adding, Leader of Gordonway, do you have a say on the jadestone trade of this place? The trading of jadestone and similar activities are mainly in the control of the Shambhala family and a few other families. However, I have the same authority over these. The leader of Gordonway replied with a smile. That's great. In that case, I'd like the leader of Gordonway to do me a favor by stopping all trade with the Zhou jewelry in the future. On top of it, please help Deep Sea Jewelry get in contact with the respective families so as to discuss further collaboration. Wang Xian said heartily, Not a problem. These are just some small matters. The leader of Gordonway nodded his head. turned to Madame Zhou and the group from Lingua sect and said emotionlessly, "Ban them from entering Jade Nation in the future."
"And expel them right now," the leader of Gordonway said and gestured to the warriors around him.
"Get out of Jade Nation immediately."
In that instant, a dozen warriors pointed their weapons at them and shouted coldly.
At this moment, Madame Zhou and the group from Lingua sect was completely stunned and embarrassed.
They had never expected a phone call from that juvenile to summon more than 100 helicopters over in less than 5 minutes. Moreover, his background was so strong that it sent chills down their spines.
They had heard of the reputation of the leader of Gordonway too. Yet, an existence of such status was so respectful towards him.
How? How could this be possible? Banning Jadestone Tredesel with the Zhou jewelry? Madame Zhou shivered as she got flustered and terrified. Banning the Zhou jewelry from the trade of Jadestone would be equivalent to chopping off their arms. How were they going to compete with the deep-sea jewelry in the future?
Scram. Otherwise, we won't be courteous. A warrior chided coldly at Madame Zhou and the group from Lingua sect. Let's go, let's go.
Zhou Hong from Lingua sect turned around bitterly. To be expelled from the Jade Nation and restricted from entering ever again was the greatest humiliation he ever received.
At this moment, a soft voice sounded from the side. So powerful.
So powerful.
The gambling king from Gambling City wiped the blood off the edge of his mouth with his arm. He looked in shock at Mo Qinglong as fear flashed past his eyes.
In the clash of aura during the exchange of gazes, he threw out blood directly from the pressure he felt.
He was the strongest existence in Gambling City and an inborn expert. Yet he was injured in the clash of the aura. Hey old fool, don't act tough when you speak. It might just cost you your life. Mo Qinglong said emotionlessly to the old man.
The old man was surprised and didn't say a further word. He took a glance at the leader of Gordonway talking to Wang Xian and was even more shocked. Can't afford to offend. We really can't afford to offend. No wonder he could sink the crews of the Jiang family and kill that brat from the Zhu clan of the Jiang family without reserve.
Puff. He took a deep breath and looked at Mo Qinglong again. This horrifying expert that even he was wary of turned around and left briefly. Hey! The Gambling King took out his phone and made a call briefly. Gambling King, what are your instructions? The gambling city within the country was one of the 4 largest gambling cities in the world. In a grandly renovated casino, an old man answered the phone respectfully. Despite being in a different country, this old man was still very cautious and respectful. From this, one could tell the influence of the Gambling King. Just forget about the incident of Gao Wan and your grandson. That miracle Dr. Wang isn't simple. The Gambling King said emotionlessly before hanging up directly without a second word. Forget it. The old man held the phone in his hand blankly as his expression changed.
Forget about the billion-dollar cruise and the life of my grandson just like this? The old man was bitter. However, the instructions were given by the Gambling King and he had to be cautious with them.
Should I just give up like this? The old man was unwilling to. His eyes flickered as he picked up the phone and contacted the old man from the Zhu clan.
Xiaoxian. You.
When the leader of Gordonway left, Lan Qingyue stared at Wang Xian, feeling stunned and speechless. A phone call and 5 minutes.
And the highest existence in Gordonway rushed over with 100 helicopters.
A request and the Zhou jewelry was restricted from stepping into Jade Nation and restricted from getting any Jadestone. A request and the deep-sea jewelry would become the most loyal working partner with the Jade Nation. Everything seemed so simple to the point that Lan Qingyue found it unbelievable. She recalled the Gambling King from Gambling City who left spewing blood, and the sunken crews on the seas previously. The man, who was younger than him, seemed to possess unrivaled capabilities. Lan Quanfeng, who was standing by the side, was equally dumbfounded. His hand, which was carrying his phone, was shivering a little. He made a call to look for a contact in Jade Nation. The answer he received from his contact was that he was completely helpless, and that he couldn't offend the Shamala family, and Lan Quanfeng was on his own.
Yet, to his astonishment, the future son-in-law of the Lan family was able to get the top-tier force in the entire Jade Nation to help him with just a single call. This was even more shocking than annihilating the Liu family previously.
Who are they to summon the leader of Gordonway and his troops here personally? He must have formidable backings. Could he be the young master of some Chinese supreme-class families? How scary. This time, Shamala family has hit a snag. When the spectators around them saw the departure of the leader of Gordonway, they began to peer over the other side and whisper among themselves. Let's continue.
Wang Xian spotted Lan Qingyue's shocked look, so he stroked her head gently. Gosh, Xiaoxian, you're way too impressive. You actually summoned the leader of Gordonway over.
Without the channel in Jade Nation, the Zhou jewelry will not be the match of deep-sea jewelry in the future.
Xiaoxian, thank you. How about this?
When I go back, I'll have a board meeting, and I'll distribute you some shares. Lan Qingyue was animated as she grabbed Wang Xian's arm and rattled on non-stop.
Wang Xian chuckled, forget it. I'm not interested in this. Oh, I'll pass the jade stones to you later on. Qingwei, help me get some gold and silver bricks with that. The more, the merrier.
Gold and silver bricks? Sure. Leave this to me, said Lan Qingyue with a smile without asking anything further. Currently, the Dragon Palace required 100 tons of gold, 100,000 of silver, 1 million tons of bronze, 10,000 tons of fine iron, 1 million tons of coral reefs, 1 ton of 5 colors of gemstones each, and 1 ton of spiritual stones. He had collected 23 tons of gold, around 100 tons of silver, 5 tons of bronze, and 100 tons of fine iron. No progress on coral reefs and 5 colors of gemstones had been made yet, but he had managed to collect 1/10 of the spiritual stones. On the whole, Wang Xian lacked many things. He needed to find coral reefs and 5 colors of gemstones in the sea. Coral reefs were common, though. After touring the stone bedding street once, about 500 stones were collected in 2 of Mo Qinglong's bags. If Wang Xian cut out all the stones, he believed their value would not be less than 2 billion. Let's find a hotel and rest. My uncle and I will be discussing the Jade Stones partnership with a few companies tomorrow. You don't have to follow me. After a busy day, Wang Xian and Lan Qingyue checked into a hotel in the evening. Sure. I'll get some rest tomorrow at the hotel. Wang Xian smiled and said.
Yes, we should be departing for China tomorrow afternoon. Get some rest.
After dinner, Wang Xian chatted with Lan Qingyue for a while before he returned to his room.
I wonder, what's that sapling in the stone?
When Wang Xian returned to his room, he took out the stone that he had bought from the stall and observed it with amazement. Let me open it. He held the rock in his hand and began to apply force. Her? I can't even break this stone, even with my current strength.
Wang Xian was shocked. He thought of the time when his eyes ached after staring at it with his piercing eyes. He knit his eyebrows and punched hard on that stone.
The stone remained unmoved.
Buzz. At the same time, Wang Xian's phone suddenly rang. Feeling doubtful, he placed the stone aside for the time being.
Hello, Miracle Dr. Guanghua?
Is there anything? Wang Xian picked up the phone and asked puzzledly.
Miracle Dr. Wang. I'm sorry to disturb you at this hour. Where are you now? Asked Miracle Dr. Guanghua in panic. I'm at the Oi International Hotel. What's the matter, Miracle Dr. Guanghua?
Is anything wrong? Upon hearing his tonality, Wang Xian hurriedly asked.
My most junior disciple is in trouble. It's complicated. I would like you to come over and take a look, said Miracle Dr. Guanghua anxiously. Your most junior disciple? Wang Xian was slightly stunned as he thought of Dr. Sunday immediately. He asked, Where are you now?
I'll be right over. I'll send you an address.
It's not far. Wang Xian looked at the map and rushed over to Miracle Dr. Guanghua's place. Wang Xian arrived at a hotel 10 minutes later. He headed directly to the presidential suite on the highest floor.
Miracle Dr. Wang, you're here?
It was a disciple of Miracle Dr. Guanghua who opened the door. When he saw his arrival, he quickly led him into the room. Wang Xian saw Dr. Sun lying on the sofa after he entered the living room. Guanghua, beside her, was poking her with a silver needle non-stop. Wang Xian noticed that Miracle Dr. Guanghua's clothes were in bits and pieces. Apparently, this was after a fight.
What's going on?
What happened? Wang Xian went over and saw Dr. Sun, whose entire body was as white as snow. Her entire body was a milk color, exuding a faint luster. Not even a drop of blood was flowing in her body. She was as white as snow, glowing just like a goddess.
Miracle Dr. Bloodman did this.
Miracle Dr. Guanghua lifted his chin and looked at Wang Xian with a worn-out face. Xiao Xiu went back to the room in the evening. Subsequently, I didn't find her inside, but there were signs of a struggle in the room. I traced it and found Xiao Xiu lying on the ground in a mountain. Miracle Dr. Bloodman was battling with the holy priest.
I got her back, but I realized all her blood had been sucked. Miracle Dr. Guanghua darkened his expression as he spoke. All her blood was sucked? Wang Xian's heart sank as he walked to Dr. Sun immediately. With his piercing eyes, her perfect figure was exposed under his vision.
He scanned inside Dr. Sun's body and realized there was not a single drop of blood in it. Yet, unique white-colored energy was maintaining her vitality. This?
Her heart is not beating, yet she maintained her vitality. How did you do it, Miracle Dr. Guanghua?
Wang Xian was shocked as he squatted down. With all the blood sucked dry, Dr. Sun should have been dead immediately. But yet, she was still alive. If the white-colored energy completely disappeared, she would die immediately at such a state.
I don't have this ability. Miracle Dr. Guanghua shook his head bitterly. I guess this is her unique constitution. When I first met her, I found her special as though she was carrying bright energy with her. She's suitable to be a doctor. She gave me a similar feeling to the holy priest.
Hence, I accepted her as my disciple. Miracle Dr. Wang, I asked you here to see if you have ways to treat my disciple.
Her blood was sucked dry and her vitality is maintained by special energy. Once this energy disappears, she will die. Besides, she would reject other blood given her current state. Guanghua continued to say, I can only slow down the energy consumption through acupuncture.
But I don't think this will last any longer.
Wang Xian nodded and grabbed Dr. Sun's arm. A stream of wood energy entered her body.
Boom! The moment Wang Xian's wood energy entered Dr. Sun's body, the white-colored glowing energy intensified in her body. It was as hot as the sun. This. When Miracle Dr. Guanghua saw his disciple emitting a brilliant light, he was shocked. Junior sister looks so holy and pure. The white-shirt young man by the side was dumbfounded and simply stared blankly at Dr. Sun, who was on the sofa. Her current pure and beautiful looks were similar to the records of holy goddesses in mythology. Seeing Dr. Sun emitting radiant light, Wang Xian was stunned. He started observing her body carefully.
Pure and flawless, fair without impurities.
Even her 8 extraordinary meridians have no signs of blockage at all. Inborn constitution. This is what a real inborn constitution is.
Wang Xian looked at Dr. Sun's body in shock.
Pure and flawless. This wasn't the inborn constitution created using dragon energy by Wang Xian, but a naturally formed inborn constitution. And there's unique white-colored energy of the light attribute around her. No, it can't be.
Wang Xian squinted his eyes and recalled the time when he had encountered the 5-element stone plate.
5 elements source stone was the origin sources of the 5 attributes. The light that Dr. Sun was emitting currently was almost identical to the energy emitted by the 5 elements origin sources. Origin source constitution?
This is comparable to the divine dragon's bloodline. Why would this appear on Earth?
Wang Xian's eyes popped open.
When looking at races in the universe, one could look at bloodline or constitution. The divine dragon's bloodline was the bloodline of the highest level. As for origin source constitution, it was the constitution of the highest level. I would never have expected this.
Wang Xian's eyes flickered. However, Dr. Sun's blood had been sucked dry. I have to inject fresh blood into her. However, the origin source constitution will reject an ordinary bloodline.
Wang Xian hesitated for a moment before squeezing out a drop of essence blood from his hand. He dripped the blood onto Dr. Sun and directed it slowly into where her heart was. Thump.
At this moment, her heart beat. A concentrated stream of dragon energy entered the heart of Dr. Sun. Thump, thump, thump. Not good. This won't work unless I inject all my blood into Dr. Sun's body. Wang Xian frowned instantly. He wanted to use his blood as a starter and rely on the blood creation ability of the heart to restore blood in Dr. Sunday. However, things weren't as simple as he had thought. Her heart's blood creation ability isn't sufficient. Although her constitution is exceptional, she is still an ordinary person. She has not even contacted ancient martial arts previously. Wang Xian frowned and pondered. How is it? Is there nothing Miracle Dr. Wang can do?
Guanghua saw the light disappearing and commented bitterly.
I can give it a try, but I have to get back to the country. Wang Xian recalled something and said to Guanghua.
Phew. Are you confident, Miracle Dr. Wang? Guanghua frowned and asked.
Rest assured, it shouldn't be a problem. I can still maintain her vitality at this moment. Wang Xian said with a smile. That's great. That's great. Miracle Dr. Wang's medical skills are indeed incredible. There's nothing I could have done. Miracle Dr. Guanghua shook his head and sighed emotionally.
I will also need to rely on some spiritual medicine. Wang Xian shook his head and continued, do you want to hand Dr. Sun to me, or would Miracle Dr. Guanghua prefer to go to Rivertown with me?
I'll go to Rivertown with you. Although I have just accepted this disciple, she has only encountered this catastrophe because she followed me. If I can't see her recovery, I won't be at ease. Miracle Dr. Guanghua replied. All right. We will head back tomorrow afternoon. At that time, we can travel together.
All right, Miracle Dr. Wang.
On the second morning, Lan Qingyue and Lan Quanfeng went to negotiate the details of the collaboration. As for Wang Xian, he continued his examination of that stone. In the afternoon, the group took a plane back to Flow City.
Xiaoxian, I have told Guan Shuqing about you helping to treat the disciple of Miracle Dr. Guanghua. Don't harbor other ideas?
When the two of them were about to separate, Lan Qingyue took a glance at Dr. Sun, who was on the stretcher, and warned Wang Xian.
Wang Xian was speechless and found it hilarious. Nonetheless, he nodded his head and commented, I'm a doctor. TSK.
After giving a cold sneer and rolling her eyes at Wang Xian, Lan Qingyue pouted and left.
Wang Xian shook his head and looked to Miracle Dr. Guanghua. Miracle Dr. Guanghua, send Dr. Sun to my place.
All right. After sending Dr. Sun to Wang Xian's villa, Miracle Dr. Guanghua sat around for a little while before leaving with his disciples.
Wang Xian looked at Dr. Sun, who slept silently on the bed like a holy goddess, before taking a glance at the time. Let's go get that thing over,
Wang Xian thought in his mind.
He went to the top floor of the villa, removed his clothes, and jumped into the sea.
Roar. He swayed his tail and swam towards the coral region of Bohai Sea rapidly. Swish, swish, swish. Along the way, Prime Minister Turtle, Roving Heavens, Roving Lobster, and Roving Girl joined in and followed behind him. After half an hour, Wang Xian arrived at the coral region once again. That was the dangerous territory of the Devil Flowers. Devil Flowers, Level 12.
Extractable dragon energy from the flower sac, 1,112,343.
Looking at the giant devil flowers ahead of him, Wang Xian turned serious.
The level 12 devil flowers were the strongest marine animals in the entire Bohai Sea.
Wang Xian could only choose to avoid it when he encountered it previously. However, with his current strength, he definitely could defeat it. Restrict all the tentacles of the devil flowers and kill it. Wang Xian instructed his subordinates. Yes, Dragon King.
Attack. Wang Xian shifted his body and turned into a golden dragon of the metal attribute. He immediately attacked the flower petals using his razor-sharp claws. Swish, swish, swish.
At the instant Wang Xian launched his attack, hundreds of tentacles wrapped towards Wang Xian. Wang! Boom! At this moment, Roving Heavens and Prime Minister Turtle also acted. They immediately attacked the various tentacles.
Wang Xian grabbed towards the huge petal with his dragon claws.
With the powers from the entire Dragon Palace and Wang Xian's level increment, the devil flowers were slowly being ripped apart. The tentacles were being chopped off one after another. It's done. Wang Xian reached downwards and pulled up a huge flower sac. I can get more than 1,000,000 points of dragon energy if I devour it. It seems like I have to let Dr. Sun repay this slowly in the future.
Wang Xian shifted and swam back towards his villa.
His subordinates dispersed to the surroundings and continued with their cultivation practice.
Splash! Back in his room, Wang Xian noted that Xiaoyu had not returned. He went into the room where Dr. Sun was. Extractable dragon energy from the flower sac is 1,112,343.
Could restore and strengthen one's heart. This flour sac is equivalent to a level 12 spiritual medicine. Its effects are definitely insane, Wang Xian thought in his heart. He looked at Dr. Sun and slowly slipped the flour sac into her mouth. With a thought, the flour sac turned into liquid and entered her body. In that instant, her body glowed in glorious white light and her heart started beating violently. With Wang Xian's blood as a trigger, drop after drop of blood was being created. Blood of the divine dragon was being created and slowly flowed into her body and limbs. Wang Xian looked at Dr. Sun and hesitated for a moment. With a thought, he injected the cultivation arts of the light divine dragon into her mind. The current Dr. Sun had completely shaken off the bloodline of a human and was metamorphosing into the bloodline of the divine dragon. This form of bloodline was not something the Dragonians couldn't compete with. A female light divine dragon. Gagaga! I finally reached Prince Realm. What exhilarating and mighty energy! Back on the other side of the world, Miracle Dr. Bloodman was roaring with excitement in the basement of a castle in Europe. Massive energy including oppression, darkness, terror, and the power to conceal sun and moon exuded from his body. Brother, sister-in-law is here too. We're here to check if you're hiding any woman. Just when Wang Xian was staring at Dr. Sun, Xiao Yu's exclamation was heard from the outside. He was stunned, and the door swung open immediately. 3 girls, Xiao Yu, Guan Shuqing, and Elder Fang went inside. Wow! 3 of them stared at Dr. Sun on the bed with amazement in their eyes. Her pure and flawless face made her look just like a holy goddess. Her perfect figure was envied by all the girls. She was a goddess that could make countless men go crazy for her. Even when Elder Fang looked at her, she could not hide her astonishment. No wonder Qing Yue sent me a message to get me here. Guan Shuqing stared blankly at Dr. Sun as she whispered, Wow, brother, where did you get this stunning beauty from? She's so ravishing, pure and holy. That was her disposition. Dr. Sun, who was lying on the bed, was giving off a glow just like a goddess. This would make most of the girls ashamed of themselves. She's the disciple of Miracle Dr. Guanghua and used to be a doctor from our city hospital. Something happened to her, so she needed treatment. Wang Xian looked at them and quickly explained. You used to give treatments only in the medical hall. That's where you get your mad doctor nickname from. But now you brought a patient back home just because she's a beauty. Guan Shuqing glared at him angrily. This is a special case. Her sickness is quite complicated even when I'm the one treating her. I don't know when she can wake up. Wang Xian explained again. Immediately, he fished out pieces of jade jewelry from his pocket. Pigeon blood ruby. I bought this from Jade Nation especially for you. Wang Xian pressed near Guan Shuqing with a smiling face as he took out an exquisite necklace and passed it to her. Hee. That's more like it. Guan Shuqing was pleased as she held the necklace up and gazed at it with love. Brother. At this time, Wang Xian heard Xiao Yu's displeased voice. Hee. How could I forget about my beloved sister? Wang Xian laughed and took out another piece of jewelry. Then, he turned to Elder Fang and said, Elder Fang, here's yours. Everyone gets one. Thank you. Elder Fang smiled as she received the jewelry from Wang Xian. Shuqing, you've been practicing with Xiao Yu for a few days. How's your cultivation? Wang Xian asked Guan Shuqing with concern. When Guan Shuqing found out about Xiao Yu's cultivation, she was tempted to try too. Hence, Wang Xian got Elder Fang to guide her as well. I'm a level 5 martial artist now. Am I awesome? Guan Shuqing said animatedly. So fast. Wang Xian was stunned as he asked with consternation. Brother, you don't know how crazy sister-in-law is. She's even faster than I am now. I started my cultivation a dozen days ahead of her, and I'm only at level 6. It was also the spiritual medicine that I took which got me this far. Xiao Yu went along with her words with a surprised look. Wang Xian looked over with an astonished look as Elder Fang nodded her head slowly. Apparently, she was also shocked by the cultivation speed of Guan Shuqing. She was simply too crazy. Are you that powerful? Wang Xian was somewhat surprised as he had not unblocked all the 8 extraordinary meridians in her. Yet, her cultivation was much faster than Xiao Yu. That's my ability. Guan Shuqing lifted her chin complacently as she replied joyously. Wang Xian smiled and nodded. That's true. Shuqing, you're the best. You've got a wife. So you forget all about your sister. Xiaoyu, next to him, rolled her eyes at him.
By the way, did you see the spiritual medicines on the rooftop?
That fish secretion grass? You can use it if it's useful for your cultivation, said Wang Xian to Xiaoyu.
Yes, I saw it. When sect leader Tang sent some spiritual medicines to me the other day, he was dumbfounded. Xiaoyu chuckled.
After Wang Xian was gone, Xiaoyu came to the rooftop for her cultivation every day.
When she went up with her master for the first time, they were stunned for 5 minutes after seeing the spiritual medicines. The level 4 spiritual beads and the level 5 spiritual medicine, fish secretion grass, contained immense spiritual strength.
Sect leader Tang found level 2 spiritual medicine after some hard work. Hence, he brought them over. In the end, he was so embarrassed that he put his spiritual medicine away when he saw the spiritual grass lying around on the rooftop. Thinking back, Xiaoyu found it extremely funny. If it benefits your cultivation, just use it. You don't have to save it for me. Elder Fong, you can use it to enhance your strength too, said Wang Xian to them. Elder Fong gave a bitter smile. It was level 5 spiritual medicine. Even her sect leader swallowed mouthfuls of saliva when he saw it. He also stared at it with a shaky body for half a day, not to mention her. Yet, the spiritual medicine was placed on the rooftop just like some weed. It was a total waste of resources. They were chatting and laughing as they came to the living room. Elder Fong went to the kitchen to cook dinner. After dinner, Wang Xian pulled Guan Shuqing into the room for a chat. Their moaning was so loud that Elder Fong jerked her body slightly with flickering eyes on the second floor. But Wang Xian missed the fiery flame flashing in Guan Shuqing's eyes during their intercourse. 3 hours later, Guan Shuqing pleaded with him to stop. Wang Xian came to the rooftop of the villa to enjoy the cold breeze while sobering himself up. I shall check out this thing then. Wang Xian picked up the stone beside him. It was the same stone he'd bought from Jade Nation. There was no way he could break the stone in his human form.
Wang Xian took the stone and leaped into the sea. Roar! With a soft growl, Wang Xian turned into a divine dragon. He immediately scratched the stone with his dragon claws.
Ka. Finally, the stone cracked under his mighty force.
Ding! A sapling of a progenitor tree was found. Do you want to plant it in your body?
The moment the stone cracked open, he felt a gust of green aura coming at him. The system notification prompted him at the same time. Wang Xian was stunned for a moment, but without further ado he agreed. The sapling of the progenitor tree is planted. You may absorb the Azure Dragon energy. The system notification was heard again. At that instant, Wang Xian felt a strong suction in his body that seemed to be sucking all the vitality he had in his body. His facial expression changed slightly as he quickly closed his eyes. He began to meditate so that he could control the suction to absorb all the dragon energy in the world.
1 hour. 5 hours. 10 hours.
Wang Xian sat with his legs crossed in the ocean quietly without moving. This won't do. This is a fucking endless pit. I must go for a retreat to suck the sapling of the progenitor tree dry. After 12 hours, Wang Xian opened his eyes and spoke with a grumpy look. He immediately returned to the villa and quickly explained to Guan Shuqing and Xiaoyu about his plan before he went back to his room. Retreat.
1 day, 2 days, 3 days.
Wang Xian didn't know how long he had been cultivating. Only through constant cultivation practice could he barely keep up with the absorption of that damn sapling of the progenitor tree. Guan Shuqing, Xiaoyu and Lan Qingyue would come over to take a look at Wang Xian, who was sitting with his legs crossed in his room, from time to time. If it wasn't for Wang Xian emitting dense vitality and reminders from Mo Qinglong who stayed beside Wang Xian, they would probably have sent Wang Xian to the hospital. On the 25th day, Dr. Sun woke up.
When she opened her eyes, the image of a light divine dragon flickered and a horrifying pressure emitted from her body. Xiaoyu and Guan Shuqing asked Dr. Sun to go home first but were rejected by her. She stayed within the villa and within Wang Xian's room the entire day while looking blankly at Wang Xian. From time to time, she would use a towel to clean his face. While doing so, she always wore a blissful expression which might have been due to having the same bloodline as Wang Xian.
Her body emitted a kind of holiness and nobility that made one feel that this woman shouldn't exist in the mortal realm. Dr. Sun's persistence and gentleness made Guan Shuqing and Lan Qingyue feel a strong sense of danger. However, Dr. Sun was treating them very kindly. This made them a little speechless.
In the room of Wang Xian a month later, Dr. Sun stared at Wang Xian with a blissful smile while Mo Qinglong stood at his side deferentially.
When he looked at Dr. Sun, it was with respect and fear. Phew, it's finally not absorbing anymore.
At this moment, Wang Xian opened his eyes and heaved a sigh.
Miracle Dr. Wang, you are awake. A pleasant voice sounded beside his ears. Wang Xian was slightly stunned and looked over.
An exquisite and perfect face appeared in front of him. Her bright eyes were staring intensely at Wang Xian.
Wang Xian was taken aback. Sensing the dramatic change in her aura and the even more beautiful Dr. Sun, he revealed a faint smile and exclaimed, Dr. Sun, you are awake. Yeah, thank you, Miracle Dr. Wang. You can just call me Lingxiu. Don't call me Dr. Sun. Sun Lingxiu had the smile of a goddess. When she saw Wang Xian getting up, she immediately reached over to help him up. It's all right. I can do it myself. Wang Xian immediately replied. However, Sun Lingxiu still kept a warm smile, looking intensely at him and helping him up.
An alluring scent floated by, making Wang Xian a little aroused.
Miracle Dr. Wang, shoes. Sun Lingxiu picked up the shoes on the floor and wanted to put them on for him. What the? Wang Xian looked blankly at Sun Lingxiu. She was holy like a goddess and wore a white shirt. Her perfect figure was much better than Guan Shuqing and Lan Qingyue. It was especially so for the vibes from her body. Even Wang Xian felt inferior to her in this aspect. Someone like her was going to put on shoes for him? It's fine. Let me do it myself. I can do it myself. Wang Xian interrupted immediately. It's all right. Miracle Dr. Wang saved my life. This is something I should do. Sun Lingxiu shook her head and squatted down.
Wang Xian couldn't take it. He grabbed his shoes quickly and put them on.
Miracle Dr. Wang, let me make you some food. You have not eaten for a long time. Sun Lingxiu replied with a smile before walking out of the room. Wang Xian's jaw dropped and he looked to Mo Qinglong who was beside him. He felt confused and asked, Old Mo, what happened? Mo Qinglong shook his head and answered, Young master, I don't know either. Since Miss Sun woke up, she has been staying by your side.
Moreover, Mo Qinglong hesitated for a moment before continuing. Miss Sun is really strong now. In fact, she's even stronger than me. I can sense young master's vibes from her. I believe that this is because of the bloodline.
Bloodline? Wang Xian sank into thought. There's a saying that goes along with the idea that blood is thicker than water.
The blood within Sun Lingxiu was from him and they shared a common root and source.
This was similar to Wang Xian's future child who would inherit his bloodline. It was just that Sun Lingxiu had inherited it by a different method. Therefore, Sun Lingxiu would develop a unique affection for him.
This type of unique feelings together with her admiration and love for Wang Xian from previous occasions made these feelings even stronger than before.
It seems like things have gone beyond my expectations.
Wang Xian had initially thought of curing her and raising her to be a great miracle doctor. In that case, there would be someone helping him earn money and he wouldn't be that busy in the future.
Forget it. Let's just take a step at a time. However, Sun Lingxiu still has to stay with me at this moment, Wang Xian thought to himself. After which, he looked to Mo Qinglong and asked, How long have I been practicing behind closed doors?
A month, young master. Some things happened during the month, answered Mo Qinglong.
So long? Speak. What happened? Wang Xian asked curiously.
First, young master's ranking on the miracle doctor's chart has increased to 8th. Many people have invited young master to take a look at their illnesses. Second, assassins from the Sneaky Thorn organization were sent to assassinate young master recently.
The Sneaky Thorn organization has now been annihilated by 7 Dragonians. The 7 of them have established the Abyss, an assassin organization, and returned to their previous occupations. The Abyss received news from the Sneaky Thorn organization that the one who issued the mission was from the gambling city. They are now assassinating the higher management of Gambling City.
An inborn expert has been assassinated by Abyss, and the name of Abyss is now known throughout the underworld. Mo Qinglong smiled and explained to Wang Xian.
Oh, is it?
That's great. Establishing an assassination organization in less than a month.
However, inform them to only kill those who deserve it. We don't have to be the embodiment of justice, but we can't be too evil, replied Wang Xian with a smile. Based on the cultivation pace of the 50 Dragonians, they should be martial artist level 9 by now. Those who were diligent might have even reached the stage of half-step to inborn. Previously, the 50 Dragonians could have reached the inborn realm if they practiced behind closed doors for 100 days. However, they were now acting outside. Therefore, the time required to reach the inborn realm might have been extended a little.
Nonetheless, 50 Dragonians were definitely able to cause a storm in the underworld.
Yes, young master. The 50 Dragonians managed to earn 500 spiritual stones in a month. Mo Qinglong answered. It seems like my previous decision was correct.
Wang Xian smiled and stretched his body. I haven't been out for a month. It's time to relax a little. He had been behind closed doors for a while. Feeling the little sapling in his body, Wang Xian had the urge to spew blood.
The little sapling was known as the progenitor tree. The name sounded cool, and the fact that it could merge with his body was impressive. However, it didn't seem to have any effects at all. The only information about the progenitor tree was the ancestor of all wood. As to its effects, he had no clues at all.
This made him speechless. A month of cultivation practice behind closed doors, and all he got was a little sapling that he did not know the use of.
Miracle Dr. Wang. Have something to eat.
At this moment, the voice of Sun Lingxiu sounded from outside the room. Her voice was as sweet as a bird and made one's heart skip a beat.
All right, thank you. Wang Xian walked out of the room. When he saw dishes of delicacies placed on the dining table, he quickened his pace down the stairs.
You don't have to thank me. I'm just repaying the debt of gratitude, Sun Lingxiu said to Wang Xian with a smile.
If the food doesn't taste good, let me know, and I'll do it again. Sun Lingxiu sat opposite Wang Xian as she looked at him with a smiling face.
There was a faint smile on a fair and flawless face. Staring at her holy look seemed almost a disrespectful act. Wang Xian was uncomfortable with her gaze. With slight hesitation, he asked, Lingxiu, just call me Wang Xian. How's your cultivation progress going?
I think I'll still call you Xiao Xian since it is more cordial. Sun Lingxiu tilted her head slightly and beamed. I'm at the 5th divine dragon transformation, but I don't think I can transform into a divine dragon yet.
When Wang Xian saw her adorable look that was inconsistent with her holy appearance, he received a significant impact due to the stark contrast.
Probably, it was not the right time yet.
Sun Lingxiu was, after all, not a real dragon race. If she wanted to become a dragon, she would need an evolution process.
Hence, she was not an authentic female divine dragon yet. From now on, you can just follow me. I'll leave the divine dragon medical hall in your hands. Wang Xian hesitated before he spoke. Part of the reason he spent tremendous effort to treat her was because of the divine dragon medical hall. Really, Xiao Xian?
A hint of excitement flashed in Sun Lingxiu's eyes. The light divine dragon transformation which I'm cultivating can cleanse any impurities through the light energy. It is quite effective too. Given my current strength, I'm confident in treating some terminal diseases.
Okay, I'm kinda lazy. I'll leave Divine Dragon Medical Hall to you from now on. Wang Xian smiled and nodded. But you need to let Miracle Dr. Guang Hua know about this.
I got this. Master is very kind to me. I'll tell him about it later.
Sun Lingxiu nodded. Miracle Dr. Guang Hua could no longer guide her in her current medical skills. Okay.
Wang Xian smiled and took out his phone to check the time. He realized it was noon.
In addition, he had received many messages which included some from the school counselor from the school. The counselor sent him dozens of messages.
The school counselor sounded angry and anxious in his last message.
You'll be expelled if you don't come back to school. Wang Xian revealed a bitter smile. His attendance for classes did not exceed 10 days ever since the new semester began. Earlier on, he had applied for a month's vacation, but it was already over.
Besides, he may have been a well-known figure in Rivertown, but not many people in school knew about it.
All the more, the school counselors were going nuts about it. They would deduct credits as long as he was absent. Apart from his school counselor's messages, there were dozens of Wang Dehai's calls and messages. He was asking about his whereabouts and why he was not there for classes. Then he stopped asking 10 days ago. Probably he had heard about Wang Xian's updates from Xiao Yu. Then it was old Qin and old Shui's messages. Wang Xian replied to them one by one.
Let's go back to school.
Wang Xian pondered. No matter what, he could not be expelled from the school. He intended to visit the principal or send some gifts to him. I need to go to school. I'll take you to the medical hall tomorrow, Wang Xian told Sun Lingxiu.
Sure, I'll look for my master later on. Sun Lingxiu nodded. Wang Xian nodded. After lunch, he went outside with Mo Qinglong following behind him.
Let's get a cab. We'll go to school, Wang Xian instructed Mo Qinglong, who was following behind him. Young master, we don't have to take a cab. I bought a car recently. Mo Qinglong chuckled as he told Wang Xian. You bought a car?
What car? Wang Xian was stunned and asked with interest.
When Wang Xian had told Mo Qinglong to buy a car some time ago, he was ready to get a Rolls-Royce or Maybach. Both of the car models were impressive and they looked cool on the road. A caravan. Mo Qinglong smiled and replied. Caravan. Wang Xian was stupefied for a second. Immediately he laughed. Caravan is good. It's more comfortable to take a caravan. Mo Qinglong fitted the role of steward quite well. No car was as comfortable as a caravan. Young master, the car is over here. Come with me. Mo Qinglong walked towards the back of the villa, where there was an open car park.
When Wang Xian came to the car park, he saw the huge caravan parked in the lot.
The entire vehicle was painted black. It looked more like a huge truck than a caravan. The entire vehicle was at least 10 meters long. This is the German-made MAN 8x8 cross-country caravan. It's 11 meters long, 2.5 meters wide and almost 4 meters tall. It weighs 21 tons. After some special modifications to the vehicle, it is explosion-proof. Even level 8 martial artists cannot smash the door open easily. It will not be damaged, even when hit by a rocket. Mo Qinglong introduced the vehicle to Wang Xian with a beaming face. How is it, young master?
Do you like it?
Impressive. With his eyes brightened up, Wang Xian walked to the front of the vehicle. The entire car was overbearing after the modifications.
If this vehicle collides with another vehicle on the road, wouldn't it crush the other car?
Wang Xian was dumbfounded as he opened the door. The entire vehicle was like a small house with a bedroom, washroom, living room, and dining area. It even came with a spiral staircase which led to the second floor of the vehicle.
The roof of the vehicle was a convertible one. Once the roof was opened, it would turn into something like the flybridge yacht that has an open living room. An electrical adjustable table was located in the middle.
The interior of the entire vehicle was extremely luxurious. Great, not bad.
Wang Xian was delighted as this vehicle was even cooler than those Rolls-Royces and Maybachs.
From the outside, the entire vehicle looked just like a pickup. Those who had no knowledge about caravans would not know that this was a luxurious caravan. The car took more than half a month and more than 10 million to complete the customizations and modifications. Mo Qinglong smiled and said, Young master, sit tight. I'll take you to school. Okay.
Wang Xian nodded and sat on the sofa inside while observing the interior.
The vehicle was well equipped with smart appliances such as a TV and computers. When the car hit the road, he could not feel any bumps from the inside. It was very quiet inside as the soundproof walls were quite effective. Gee! Wang Xian giggled as he lay on the sofa with a cup of tea. He sipped the tea with a beaming face. Young master, the school guard forbade us from entering, as our vehicle is too big.
Mo Qinglong's voice was heard after half an hour.
Wang Xian was stunned for a second as he was speechless. I'll get down. You'll wait for me here. Yes, young master.
Wang Xian opened the door and stepped down from the car. A bunch of students were driving sports cars a few days ago. This is even better, it's a pickup. Students are really full of ideas nowadays.
As soon as Wang Xian walked out of the car, he heard the muttering of the school guard. Wang Xian smiled and walked into the school as the school guard watched him curiously. Wang Xian looked at the time and sent Wang Dehai a message. Soon he got a reply.
The lesson just started, hurry up and come over.
Wang Xian quickened his steps to the classroom after reading the message. When he reached the doorstep of the classroom, he heaved a sigh of relief after realizing that the lecturer wasn't the strict one. Instead, this lecturer, who was teaching information technology engineering, was funny. "I am here to report," Wang Xian shouted at the doorstep when he saw the lecturer didn't notice him. "Whoa, isn't this the famous student, Wang Xian?
How many lessons have you skipped?
I reckon you will need to retake the module," the middle-aged lecturer said mockingly while looking at Wang Xian. Wang Xian smiled but remained silent. "Come on in. There is still a seat in the first row. Listen attentively," said the lecturer while pointing to an empty seat in the first row. The lecturer didn't question further. Wang Xian smiled bitterly while walking to the first row.
The tables of the classroom were all arranged in rows of 4, and there happened to be an empty seat in the first row of the room. Wang Xian went over to sit down. However, when he looked to the side, he was shocked.
He did not know any of his classmates in the first row.
There were 2 rather good-looking girls who looked like twins and a lean and modest guy wearing a pair of glasses.
Wang Xian truly couldn't recognize them. There weren't that many people in the previous classes. He looked around and was surprised to find more than 10 unfamiliar faces.
While Wang Xian observed his classmates, they were observing him too.
The current Wang Xian was well known throughout the entire school. Not only was he chosen by 2 goddesses, but he was also filthy rich.
He was the owner of first-grade restaurant and had bought a luxurious car for his sister, which was worth about $3 to $4 million. Furthermore, he possessed formidable individual strength.
One could say that he was the most eye-catching student in the University of Rivertown. Even those whom Wang Xian did not know were looking at him.
Wang Xian was about 1.8 meters tall and well-dressed. His handsome face also had a unique quality. With his smiling face, his disposition, and his handsome looks, many male celebrities weren't as attractive as him. Being handsome would naturally attract more attention.
If he was not in a lesson, there might be some students who would surround him. Wang Xian looked and smiled at the beautiful twins beside him before looking forward. The lesson started and the lecturer was lecturing like usual. With Wang Xian's current memory and comprehension skills, he could easily catch up with the progress simply by flipping through the contents taught previously. Wang Xian came to understand where these new joiners had come from while listening to the lecture. They were exchange students from University of Modu.
The discipline of information technology engineering in the University of Rivertown was top-notch in the entire country and attracted various exchange students who would come to the University of Rivertown each year. Similarly, some students from the University of Rivertown would also head to the University of Modu for exchange.
Often, the exchange would last 2 semesters, which equated to a year. "Class has ended," announced the lecturer. An hour later, the bell that signaled the end of the lesson rang. The lecturer knocked on the table and left. "Brother Xian, you are finally here. I thought you had died from a mishap and wouldn't be returning."
"Wang Xian, you still know you have to come for lessons? Even the school counselors couldn't reach you."
"Incredible. You should bring some things to bribe the school counselor. After skipping classes for so many days."
"Big boss, when are you bringing our class to your restaurant for a meal?"
Wang Xian was surrounded by his classmates immediately after the class had ended. Wang Dehai and Zhang Wen even ran over while questioning him. I was busy for the last few weeks and hence I didn't attend the classes," Wang Xian explained with a smile. He continued, "Just wait a few more days. I will definitely bring everyone to my restaurant a few days from now. We've got to hug his thigh tightly. Wang Xian, you have the thickest thighs in our class," the students joked. The beautiful twins were looking at the crowd around Wang Xian, feeling puzzled.
"Hey, can you guys stop pushing around?" A displeased voice sounded at this moment. Instantly, the commotion around Wang Xian died down substantially.
"I'm sorry, Hua Ziming. We are sorry.
The classmates quickly apologized. Wang Xian looked over to check what was happening. For people were sitting there and every single one of them was wearing a branded outfit and a branded watch.
The one that spoke was the guy sitting in the middle. He was good-looking and his hair was slightly long. He looked just like a rich young man often portrayed in dramas. "Dehai, Zhang Feng and Zhang Wen, let's go outside," Wang Xian said to Wang Dehai, Zhang Feng and Zhang Wen. As they walked out, the trio laughed.
The four guys sitting at the back stared at Wang Xian as he left. The one guy who was seated closest to the door asked a girl beside him, "Who is that?"
Han Junming, that is Wang Xian. He's the most well-known person in the school currently. He established his own business and is now very rich. Oh, right, the restaurant where you gave the class a treat a few days back belongs to him. Two goddesses in school openly declared their love for him.
Even the coach of the Taekwondo club, Yen Hu, said he was not his match. "He's incredible," replied the girl with a bright smile.
Oh, is it so?
A well-known person.
Han Junming laughed and looked at Hua Ziming.
Hua Ziming snorted and showed contempt. "There are lots of unfamiliar faces in class," Wang Xian said to Wang Dehai and the group when they walked out.
Yes, there are quite a number of them. The four that came to our class are relatively influential. They were all born with silver spoons in their mouths. A few days back, they brought the whole class to your restaurant and spent more than $500,000 after discount. Furthermore, Hua Ziming defeated Su Qingcheng with a single strike. He is really strong. Although they just came to our school, they are quite well known.
"All of them drive supercars and are a little arrogant," replied Zhang Wen enviously. "I think the most incredible exchange student is the girl named Mu Wanwan. You might know about her, but she is simply stunning. She's comparable to Lan Qingwei and Guan Shuqing. More than 10 rich second-generation guys have confessed to her since she came.
I heard she's the reason why many other rich second-generation guys from Modu came here for exchange. TSK. Our school is rather famous now," Wang Dehai continued.
"Really?" Wang Xian replied with a smile. "The twins in our class are pretty good-looking too."
Those twins are a pair of internet celebrities with a few million fans online. They are pretty incredible, but I already have Su Qian. They are destined to not be able to be with me. Wang Dehai exaggerated. He continued, "Oh yes, old Wang. Lan Qingyue has returned to school and she was seen with Guan Shuqing each time. Brother, what's your view on this?
Is there something fishy going on?"
Is there?" Wang Xian shook his head slightly and said.
Wang Xian was stunned as the trio stared at him. Guan Shuqing and Lan Qingwei clearly had some agreements between them. He was probably going to be penalized if they caught him looking at other girls.
"Let's go, old Wang. We can continue our chat at the back of the class," Wang Dehai said to the rest as the bell that signaled the start of class rang. Wang Xian nodded and the four of them headed back to class. When they were at the back of the class, Wang Dehai, Zhang Wen and Zhang Feng were surprised to see their seats taken. There were 4 more seats at the back, but these seats were also taken by the beautiful twins. "Hey, friends, these are our seats. Our books are still on the table too," said Wang Dehai as he frowned at Hua Ziming, Han Junming and the group. "Can you move to the front seats?" Han Junming took the books and put them on the side of the table with a beaming face. He then turned to Wang Dehai and spoke with a smile. "No, we're not used to sitting in the front seats since we're a bunch of slackers." Zhang Feng smiled. Only the straight-A students would prefer to sit in the front seats. People like them would find it torturous to sit at the front. Besides, if the 4 of them were 4 beauties, probably Wang Dehai, Zhang Feng, and the rest would not have any comments. But since they were hunks, all the more they would not agree to it. Her. Han Junming narrowed his eyes as he stared at the quartet standing at the side. All the students in the class were back. Some of them looked at Wang Dehai, Zhang Feng, and the rest with surprise. "Hey guys, since Han Junming said they want to sit here, you should just let them be. They bought everyone lunch a few days ago. Can't you just give in to such a simple request?"
Before Han Junming and his clique could answer, the beautiful twins at the back spoke. They were playing with their phones as they peered at Wang Xian and his clique through the corners of their eyes.
"Just because he bought us lunch doesn't mean he can take someone's seats." Zhang Wen frowned as he stared at the beautiful twins. "Besides, do you know that we had a 50% discount when we were at the first-grade restaurant?"
"Have they ever given a discount before?"
"Do you think the food you had at that time only cost $500,000? That's right. This is a separate issue. Didn't you hear Guan Shuqing say she will give us a 50% discount?"
"We really have nothing to say if you're taking this matter as your bargaining chip." Wang Dehai shrugged and told the beautiful twins frankly.
"It's not much. We don't need a discount anyway. Han Junming smiled with no intention of leaving his seat. The remaining 3 people disregarded them completely as they continued playing on their phones with arrogant and aloof looks. Ha! Wang Xian found it funny upon seeing their attitudes. Do you think my roommates need your treat when they come to my restaurant? Get out of the way and stop embarrassing yourself. 4 of them knit their eyebrows as they lifted their heads and stared at Wang Xian with dissatisfaction. Their gazes were cold. Shay, such petty men. We will give our seats to you. The beautiful twins sitting at the back were furious as they stood up, glaring at Wang Xian and his clique. This is none of your business. Trying to seek attention. Wang Xian frowned as he looked at the beautiful twins with impatience. You? The twins revealed a hint of anger on their faces. Enough. Both of you can stop your nagging. That's just annoying. Wang Dehai told the twins off and turned to the 4 guys. Get out of the way. Bam. Han Juming, Hua Ziming, and the other 2 guys stood up slowly. With their chins up, they glared coldly at Wang Dehai, Wang Xian, and the rest. We're starting our class. Why are you guys still standing there? Just then, an old man with a pair of spectacles walked in. He gazed at the back of the class and spoke in a stern voice. Brat, you're arrogant. Just you wait. Han Junming stared at Wang Xian with icy cold eyes. The well-known figure in school? Ha ha. Hua Ziming gave a vague smile, and the 4 of them walked to the front with an expressionless face. This is the University of Rivertown, said Wang Xian impassively. Back to your seats now. The professor raised his voice and said to everyone in the class. The rest of the classmates looked at Wang Xian first, and then Hua Ziming's clique. What a show-off! Wang Dehai whispered as he looked at him with an unhappy look. Wang Xian smiled and sat down. He did not care about the quartet. If they were to seek trouble, he would teach them a lesson learned to stay low in Rivertown. The class began, and the 4 people at the back exchanged communication in whispers when the professor was not paying attention to them. Wang Dehai, Zhang Wen, Zhang Feng were hopeless students. They only studied at the last minute when it was time for examinations. Wang Xian used to be all right, but now he had also caved in. Bring your girlfriends for dinner tonight. I'll go to the counselor's office first thing after school. Wang Xian began to cram after he said this. Old Wang. We'll wait for you at the school entrance. Wang Dehai, Zhang Wen, and Zhang Feng said to Wang Xian when the dismissal bell rang. Okay. I'll look for the counselor now. Wang Xian nodded and went to the teaching building with a beaming face. That fellow is super arrogant. Should we teach him a lesson? Any hidden talents in this small river town are totally incomparable to us. How dare he act snobbish in front of us? I can't stand it. Hee. We'll have our chance to play with him. Hua Ziming and the rest of the 3 stood up slowly in the class. The pair of beautiful twins immediately joined in. Hey, get this board up and draw some pictures on it. It must be perfect this time. Yes, then we will take some photos and post in the forum. Let's see if we can get some donations for Wu Huanwan. The teaching building was located in the center region of the school. Wang Xian went in and saw some students from the student council working on the campus board for the school on his way. He swept a glance at it and pondered. Wang Xian recognized the University of Rivertown as a good school, and the counselors were helpful too. When he was just admitted to the university, his results were excellent. When the counselor found out about his family situation, he even applied a tuition grant for a semester from the school for him. Even though every school had such vacancies for assisting the needy students, Wang Xian was very grateful as a beneficiary. The few $1,000s was a considerable sum of money to him back then. Why don't I repay the school? And, at the same time, settle the problem of skipping school in the future. Wang Xian smiled as he continued on his way to the teaching building. The counselor's office was located on the 3rd floor. Wang Xian went up and knocked on the office door. Come in. A voice was heard from the room. He opened the door and realized that many teachers were having conversations inside the room. With some embarrassment, he noticed that all subject teachers were inside. Mr. Li. Wang Xian looked at his counselor and walked towards him. You're here for classes? Come, let me check how many days of lessons you have missed. When the counselor saw Wang Xian, he beckoned him over with slight frustration.
I couldn't get through to your phone and you don't reply to my messages. I thought you went to outer space.
Wang Xian giggled. Counselor Li was a kind-hearted person in the eyes of every student. He was 30 years old and he was responsible at his work. Hence, Wang Xian had a good impression of him and did not mind his reprimanding. After all, he was in the wrong. He would not go against the counselor just because he was much more powerful than before. Mr. Li, I've been a little busy recently. My phone has some issues. Hence, I didn't receive your call.
Spare me your excuses. This isn't a valid reason for you to skip classes. Look at how many lessons you've missed and the academic credits that will be deducted.
If your exam results aren't satisfactory, you will have to repeat the year. Counselor Li reprimanded.
He stared at Wang Xian, walked to the side, and took out a notebook. Oh, Wang Xian, you've missed 5 of my lessons.
I will deduct it from your academic credits. If your credits aren't sufficient, you will have to repeat my classes next year.
An old professor turned to look at Wang Xian and said, Young man, you shouldn't be skipping classes and not studying hard. You are only in your 2nd year. Now is the time to be studying and working hard.
Wang Xian, you didn't come for any of my political classes this semester. You can't continue like this.
A few lecturers that taught Wang Xian commented directly. You little rascal missed over 50 lessons. Under such circumstances, we will have to serve you a warning. The counselor held the notebook and said,
It's okay to not serve you a warning. However, you must promise me that you will be present for every lesson from now on. On top of that, you must guarantee that you will not fail any modules. The reputable professor said to Wang Xian.
Professor Guo has spoken for you. It's all right for me to not serve the warning, but I'm sure you will have also heard what he said. Can you achieve it? Said Counselor Li.
The school's warning would be reflected in the transcript. If one was served a warning, it would have a negative influence on his job prospects in the future. The old professor was also giving Wang Xian a chance.
This, Wang Xian hesitated.
Having heard what the old professor and Counselor Li had said, he sank into a dilemma.
It was hard for him to promise he would not skip class in the future.
After seeing Wang Xian's expression, Professor Guo said sternly with a solemn face, What's the matter? You aren't willing?
I will have to give you a warning then. You've got to think it through. Don't be arrogant just because of the little achievement you accomplished. The curriculum of the university course isn't that tight after all.
Cough, cough, it might be a little hard for me to not skip classes. Wang Xian replied shyly. Huh? Professor Guo raised his volume, and Counselor Li, who was beside him, also stared at Wang Xian. Professor Guo, Counselor Li, I love the University of Rivertown deeply. Furthermore, our teachers have also taught us to be useful people to society. I just saw Wu Huan from our school raising money for her leukemia.
Now that I have accomplished something, let me pay for her medical fees, Wang Xian said righteously to Professor Guo and Counselor Li.
Medical fees? Professor Guo, Counselor Li, and the rest of the lecturers were taken aback by Wang Xian's response. The medical fees for the treatment of leukemia weren't cheap at all.
It could range from $500,000 to a few million.
Brat, you must be thinking of using this to convince us to let you pass by the back door. Professor Guo stared at Wang Xian and remarked, Hee, Professor Guo, I don't have such intentions. I just feel that this is something I should do. When I first came to the University of Rivertown, I had nothing. My tuition fees for my 2nd semester were only exempted thanks to Counselor Li.
Since I have achieved something now, it's only natural for me to pay it forward. Wang Xian smiled and looked at Counselor Li.
The sum could reach as high as $1 million. Counselor Li reminded him after pondering for some time.
I know, answered Wang Xian with a nod before continuing. Besides that, to thank the school for waiving my fees for a semester, I would like to donate some money to the school. I hope the money can help those poor students in need.
Brat, you are a kind guy, Professor Guo remarked as his stern face relaxed a little.
As someone who was known throughout the school, the lecturers know a little about Wang Xian. They were glad that Wang Xian knew to repay the gratitude he received. Great. I will report to the principal about your intentions to donate. Tell me a figure. I will inform the principal about it when we have a meeting later in the day. If he knows that you have such intentions, he will be overjoyed. Counselor Li said with a smile.
All right, Counselor Li.
I will donate $50 million then. Wang Xian nodded.
PFF. What?
One of the lecturers who was drinking choked on his water and spat. He was completely shocked.
Counselor Li and Professor Guo looked at Wang Xian with disbelief and were a little stunned.
You, Wang Xian, how much did you say? Counselor Li jumped up directly and asked loudly.
$50 million. Together with Wu Huanhuan's medical fees, it would be $51 million. At that time, please help to transfer $1 million to Wu Huanhuan. Wang Xian answered with a bright smile.
$50 million.
What the lecturers around exclaimed. $50 million. This wasn't a small sum. The University of Rivertown was an elite school with many successful alumni who had donated to the school as gratitude. However, a donation of $50 million could easily rank in the top 5 of all time. Wang Xian, are you sure? Counselor Li asked in disbelief. Yeah, I am. Wang Xian replied and nodded. I will give Principal Li a call and get him to come over, Professor Guo said with his eyes wide open. After which, he took out his phone and dialed a number quickly.
Wang Xian laughed and added, Counselor Li, there is nothing much I can do. I'd just like to go a little further and thank the school for its teachings. Brat, you sure are successful now. Counselor Li was shocked.
I guess I'm doing fine. I have been busy with my business recently, and therefore have neglected my studies. Counselor Li and various lecturers? Regarding the classes I might miss in the future, do you think you can? Wang Xian smiled and asked. All right. You are thinking of slapping us with money. However, it sure feels great. The school is where we educate our students. As your teachers, we are glad to see what you have done. However, even though you've earned some money, you must not forget about learning. Try your best to come to our lessons. If you have questions, you can come and look for us directly. Professor Guo hung up the phone and said to Wang Xian using an educating tone. Wang Xian smiled, nodded his head and said, Yes, Professor Guo is right. I will try my best to not fail any modules. Wait for a little longer. The principal is coming over soon. Oh, our celebrity student, find a place and have a seat. Hee, Professor Guo said with a smile.
Wang Xian nodded and started chatting with a few lecturers.
Soon the principal arrived. With excitement written all over his face, he pushed the door open and asked, Where's Wang Xian? Come over. Wang Xian smiled and stood up. After discussing the donation with the principal, he left the office. This brat has a kind heart. There aren't many students who have such a sense of responsibility nowadays. $50 million isn't a small figure, Professor Guo exclaimed after Wang Xian had left. This student is pretty capable to be able to donate $50 million at such a young age. In addition, he has a caring heart, Counselor Li added proudly.
Since the $50 million is donated by Wang Xian, let's set up a department to manage this disbursement for needy students. We shall keep this transparent and can't disappoint our students.
I hope our school will nurture more students with such a sense of responsibility. Our school nurtures talents. Wang Xian may have been wrong in skipping classes, but his sense of responsibility was stronger than anyone else. Let's just close one eye in the future. This is the most positive and encouraging matter at the University of Rivertown. Why not this?
We can cut some of the expenses from this year's budget and pay for Wu Huanhuan's medical bills. The $51 million donated by Wang Xian will be used in assisting the needy students. We cannot let the students think that the school is not doing as much as a student, the principal of the University of Rivertown said with excitement.
Great.
Agree.
We can cut some of the welfare from the teacher's day.
Some of the old professors and teachers in the office discussed with smiles emerging all over their faces. As part of the education industry, they were all top intellectuals and hence they had stronger moral and social responsibilities than the average people.
The world is still filled with kind-hearted people. Wang Xian walked out of the office with smiles as he was in a chirpy mood. He could have made a call to the school and gotten them to turn a blind eye on his absence. He could have even graduated easily without going through examinations. But he did not do that.
He could simply be cocky or even crush some of the people. However, he still had his own principles for some of the things.
Wang Xian did not think he was a good-natured person, but he tried not to be a villain. He would treat others the same as how others would treat him. With a chirpy mood, Wang Xian headed out of the school. He came to the entrance and saw Wang Dehai and the gang waiting for him there.
Have you settled it, old Wang? Did the counselor say anything?
Wang Dehai yelled to Wang Xian as soon as he saw him walking out.
Everything is settled. Wang Xian nodded with a smile. Let's go and have our dinner. Let's go. Follow the thigh and we get to enjoy it. Zhang Feng and Zhang Wen joked along with their girlfriends.
Buzz. Just then, the booming sound of the sports cars was heard at the school entrance. Wow! It's Hua Ziming and the other three hunks. Lamborghini Aventador, Aston Martin Vanquish, Ferrari FF, and Ferrari F12 Berlinetta. All the cars cost more than 5 million each. These for people from Modu are filthy rich.
They are rich and handsome. How fucking unfair is the world?
Wow, so cool.
They are cool sports cars. For cars add up to more than 20 million.
Hua Ziming and his gang are so cool. How nice it would be I could be one of their girlfriends. All the students exclaimed in awe at the entrance. The guys were jealous while the girls looked into the cars with admiration. The 4 cars lined up in a horizontal row, heading out. The 4 of them had smirks on their faces.
Honk!
Suddenly, Hua Ziming, in the center, honked his horn with a taunting look when he saw the people in front of them. The other 3 at the side looked in his direction. Hua Ziming, with a smile, gestured ahead and asked, "Let's have a game, shall we?" Han Junming and the rest froze for a second and peered ahead. "Sure. Let's have a game then." All of them looked at each other and said, 3, 2, 1. Han Junming, whose car was on the exterior side, began his countdown with a taunting look. When he counted to 1, the engines of the 4 sports cars roared. Superior sports cars like these had terrifying speed when their engines powered up. They charged forward as though they were irritable bulls. Vroom! Eek! The vrooming engine sounds and the shrieks from the tires rubbing on the ground cut through the air at the same time.
Wang Xian and his clique ahead were slightly stunned when they heard the car engines behind them.
When the girlfriends of Zhang Wen, Wang Dehai, and Zhang Wen saw the 4 sports cars charging at them at high speed, they screamed in horror. Wang Dehai and the rest had drastic changes in their expressions. Their faces paled instantly. However, 4 of the sports cars swerved and made a drift around them.
Wang Xian and the rest were surrounded by the cool-looking drifts.
Waves of air hit Wang Xian and the group, bringing about dust in the air.
For supreme sports cars were drifting uniformly together. Such skills and visual impacts struck onto everyone.
FML. That's so cool.
Drifts? They look stunning when 4 cars drift together. Not even a racer has such skills.
Cool. So freaking cool.
The surrounding students and onlookers watched with their mouths open as the 4 sports cars did their drifts. Thrills were climbing all over their faces.
Fuck you. Wang Dehai, who was in the center, hugged Su Qian and scolded furiously. His face was a little pale. Zhang Wen, Zhang Feng, and their girlfriends were looking bad. When the cars charged and drifted around them, they got the shock of their lives. Wang Xian, who was standing in the center of the group, narrowed his eyes as his expression sank. Virum. After making 4 to 5 rounds of drifts, the 4 sports cars lined up in a row again. 4 faces appeared before Wang Xian and his clique.
Wow, that's so cool. Juming, you're amazing.
A thrilled voice was heard from the sports car.
Wang Dehai and the rest opened their eyes and looked over with awful expressions. Hua Ziming, Han Junming and the rest were driving a sports car individually while the beautiful twins were sitting in Han Junming and another guy's car respectively. At this time, the twins were shouting excitedly as they threw a glance at Wang Xian and the rest with mocking expressions.
Hee brat. This is Rivertown.
But so what?
Han Junming opened the roof of the car. With a pair of sunglasses, he placed his arm on the car door. He looked provocative as he asked Wang Xian.
Hey, I don't care where this place is, but you better watch yourself. Otherwise, the game is on.
How do you find our driving skills?
Want us to do it again?
Another 2 guys looked at them with smiling faces. Don't ever provoke us again. You guys can't bear the consequences after that. Hua Ziming, in the middle, lifted his chin as he taunted Wang Xian and his clique disdainfully. Fuck you. Upon hearing the insults, Zhang Feng, Zhang Wen, and Wang Dehai were furious. Wang Dehai, who was as impatient as always, almost wanted to charge at them. Dehai, no. We can't afford to mess with them. Su Qian quickly held him back. Forget it. Let's ignore them. Zhang Wen and Zhang Feng's girlfriends were all pale. None of them looked simple. Let's not offend them.
Each one of them was driving a sports car that cost more than 5 million. They could not afford to mess around with people who could afford to drive cars like this. In their opinion, even Wang Xian was far from them.
Trash. Don't be too cocky next time. The beautiful twins showed their middle fingers in the sports cars with contempt. Oh, freak. How did that group offend Hua Ziming and his friends? That's right, how did they offend Hua Ziming and his friends?
They are really unlucky. I heard that Hua Ziming and his other 3 friends are really fierce.
Hua Ziming, Han Junming, and the other 2 guys come from very strong families. They are also formidable themselves. The drift just now was simply stunning.
They are just humiliating them. Isn't that Wang Xian?
Yeah, that's Wang Xian, the most well-known person in our school. He went missing for some time. How did he offend Hua Ziming and his friends? The surrounding students conversed and gathered over inquisitively. It really is Wang Xian.
He is easily one of the more incredible students in the school and is earning big bucks at such a young age. However, he's still not comparable with Hua Ziming, Han Junming, and his group of friends.
Wang Xian bought a Bentley worth $3 to $4 million for his sister and is also powerful. However, it is clear that Han Junming and his group of friends are more incredible. They each own a supercar that is worth at least $5 million. I heard their families are all filthy rich with assets worth over hundreds of trillions. They are also influential in Modu, the place where the rich gather. The crowd discussed softly. Although Wang Xian was great and owned the first-grade restaurant, a restaurant known throughout the country, he was still a far cry from these people with filthy rich parents. Just take a look at the supercars they are driving. Every single one of them cost more than $5 million. The crowd in the school didn't think that Wang Xian would be as rich and influential as them. Furthermore, Hua Ziming and the group were powerful. They had challenged Su Qingqing a while back and defeated him with a single move. This was something that even Coach Yen who couldn't do.
Although the 4 of them were exchange students who had just come to the University of Rivertown, their fame and strength had seemingly edged past Wang Xian's.
Wang Xian walked towards the supercar with a cold expression amidst the arrogant looks of the group. The twins even showed him their middle fingers with contempt. Old Wang, let it go. Let's not be calculative with them. Wang Dehai stepped forward and spoke to Wang Xian as he saw Wang Xian walking over.
Yes, old Wang. Let's not be calculative with them. Damn it.
They are just exchange students here, and yet they are already so arrogant. Zhang Feng and Zhang Wen walked over and tried to convince Wang Xian while holding back their anger. Wang Xian waved his hand at them and walked to the supercar closest to him. He stepped on the bonnet with his right foot. The 4 of you sure are arrogant, Wang Xian remarked coldly. Get your foot off. Han Junming replied coldly when he saw Wang Xian stepping on his supercar. Put it down. You can't afford to pay for this car, the beautiful twins said to Wang Xian with contempt. Bam bam. Wang Xian smiled coldly and stepped a few times on it. He looked at them and warned, let me tell you this again. You are in Rivertown right now.
If you want to play, I'll play with you.
Driving skills?
Let me show you what driving skills are.
And I would love to see if the outcome is something I can endure. Wang Xian answered coldly in response to what the 4 of them had said to him.
Fuck, I'm asking you to lift your damn feet. Can't you hear me? Han Junming shouted. Not only did Wang Xian ignore him, but Wang Xian also stepped a few more times on the bonnet. Han Junming got out of the car furiously. Following which, the other 3 also alighted. Damn it.
Wang Xian is trying to go head-to-head with Hua Ziming, Han Junming, and their friends. He is not being rational. It is clear that Wang Xian couldn't handle all 4 of them at the same time. Will a fight start between them?
The crowd was shocked by the development of events and started whispering. Put your foot down.
Can't you hear me? Han Junming stared harshly at Wang Xian, while Hua Ziming and the other 2 guys walked over with a gloomy expression. Wang Xian smiled and replied, since you want to play,
I'll play along with you. He moved his feet away as he finished his line before walking to the side of the car.
Rascal, I'm warning you. Don't test my patience, Han Junming said coldly to Wang Xian while pointing at him. Interesting. No one dares to talk to me like this in Rivertown, Wang Xian remarked. He looked back and waved his hand slightly. The driving skills you have shown me aren't impressive at all. Let me show you something fancier. Virum virum. As Wang Xian spoke, the sound of the engine revving roared loudly from a short distance away. The revving of the engine resembled that of the roar of a beast. To the astonishment of the crowd, a huge black car charged towards them as the crowd scampered in a hurry to get out of the way. Oh fuck, is that a lorry? Man, that's a caravan.
That's a caravan.
What a domineering car. It looks just like a military vehicle.
The crowd looked towards the black monster in shock as it charged ahead.
It was close to 4 meters tall and over 10 meters in length. Its tire alone was already half the height of a person.
Man, as its name would suggest, is a brand of cross-country caravan. It was incomparably domineering.
The domineering car that resembled a huge beast charged forward directly. This is... Oh my God!
What is that big car trying to do? Exclamations from the crowd erupted.
When Han Junming, Hua Ziming and their friends saw the huge car charging towards them, their expressions changed abruptly. Read comics on our webnovel.live. Boom! To the disbelief of everyone, the domineering caravan charged directly towards the 4 supercars. The huge tires were almost as tall as the supercars. To the astonishment of the crowd, it bulldozed through. A premium cross-country caravan could easily manage a 40-degree slope. A supercar which had a low body would seem miniature in front of it. The gigantic caravan weighed over 20 tons. It is easy to imagine the outcome if it rammed over a supercar that weighed just over a ton. It was just like what everyone had witnessed.
To everyone's amazement, the first supercar collapsed the moment the giant caravan went over it.
When the rear wheels rolled over, the supercar sank and almost hit the ground. One should note that the giant caravan had 8 wheels. The supercar was totally deformed and white smoke rose from it.
Soon, the second supercar followed the fate of the first.
Lamborghini Aventador, Aston Martin Vanquish, Ferrari FF, Ferrari F12 Berlinetta. One after another, they were flattened.
The cracking sounds were eerily sharp in the silent crowd.
This made the crowd's breathing quicken a little.
Bam! When the black giant caravan crushed the last supercar, it came to an abrupt and heavy stop. Just like how beasts stopped after besieging a city.
Crack, crack. The doors to the black giant caravan opened. From it, a middle-aged man walked down with a bright smile. He looked at Wang Xian and asked, "Young master, how are my driving skills?"
As he spoke, he looked at the 4 cars as though he was enjoying his masterpieces.
"I'll leave the judging to the 4 of them," Wang Xian replied happily.
Boom.
Gosh.
Shocking. Every moment unfolding before them struck horror into everyone.
4 super sports cars became 4 piles of useless metal now. The cars were in a disastrous state and were almost scraps. Everyone found it incredible. These are sports cars worth more than $20 million. A guy could not help but exclaim. Each of these 4 sports cars was like a dream car to them. Yet, they turned to scraps of iron before them. The exclamations brought the dumbfounded quartet to their senses.
All their expressions recovered from their shock and turned extremely awful and hideous as they looked at Wang Xian.
"You are asking for death."
Words came out as a soft growl from Hua Ziming's mouth as he glared at Wang Xian with a pair of murderous eyes. "How dare you crush our cars?"
The other 3 held their fists tightly as they fixed their bloodthirsty eyes on Wang Xian. "Aren't you giving any comment? How were my driving skills?" Mo Qinglong was the one who drove. He looked at Hua Ziming and the rest with a taunting look as he walked over.
"You're fucking digging your own graves." Han Junming gave Mo Qinglong a death stare as he said fiercely.
"Hee hee." Wang Xian looked at them and revealed a cold smile. "This is Rivertown. Show me what you've got for you to be cocky here. I'll be right here waiting for you."
"Gosh, this is damn awesome."
"He's too domineering. He just bulldozed with his car and crushed the 4 super sports cars. That's just overbearing. Scary."
He dared to turn 4 super sports cars that are worth $20 million into something like this.
Is this Wang Xian?
He's more domineering than what we imagined. Such an imposing demeanor. No wonder the 2 goddesses from our school took a fancy of him.
Impressive. I'm convinced by his overbearing demeanor.
This is too shocking. Senior Wang Xian is so cool, so domineering. Show me what you've got for you to be cocky here. I'll be right here waiting for you. Senior Wang Xian sounded so cocky, but I like it.
I worship him. Wang Xian has nothing to fear. He just crashed those sports cars that are worth $20 million. Just like toys.
The surrounding crowd exploded into commotions. They pointed and commented excitingly. All of them were impressed by Wang Xian, who was standing at the center impassively.
Given his guts, and the things he did and said, he was invincible. Damn, I feel so good now.
How dare the outsiders play punks at our place? They drove their sports cars everywhere as if they were afraid that no one knows they are rich.
That's right. Well done.
I hope Junior Wang Xian can totally suppress them.
Some of the guys felt good about it. They were already unhappy with the quartet for being flashy and arrogant.
Looks like we can have a good game. I hope you are ready to bear the consequences for being arrogant. Hua Ziming clenched his fists tightly. He took out his phone slowly with an icy cold face. If you can't compensate us for our car repair fees by tenfold, I'll make sure you get it from me. Han Juming squinted his eyes. With a blackened face, he took out his phone too.
Half an hour. I'll just wait for half an hour. Wang Xian said sarcastically when he saw them taking out their phones. You'll regret it soon. A guy swept an angry glance at Wang Xian and said coldly. The surrounding spectators frowned when they saw Hua Ziming and Han Junming take out their phones. Hua Ziming and the rest had strong backings.
Senior Wang Xian seems confident. I don't think he's afraid of them.
If it was just 1 or 2 of them, there'd be nothing to fear. But it is hard to say when 4 of them come together.
Nonetheless, I'm still supporting Senior Wang Xian.
As the surrounding people were commenting, more and more people crowded over and joined in on the discussion with disbelief.
Wan, it's Hua Ziming, Han Juming, and his clique. They seem to have some conflicts with that Wang Xian. Their sports cars were rolled over by that large cross-country caravan.
Oh? Really?
Hua Ziming and his clique are really high-profile.
The 4 of them just want to act haughty in Rivertown. Would they dare to be this arrogant back in Modu?
But given their strength, no one is their match in Rivertown. That Wang Xian was courting his own doom. That's right. Apart from a miracle doctor in Rivertown, the rest of the people and families are nothing to them.
Hee hee. I bet they have nothing to do to show off their strength in this small place.
5 people were letting out soft laughter as they gazed at the crowd.
Out of the 5 people, there was a pretty girl with makeup and tight-fitting clothes that exhibited her curvy figure altogether. She was a little haughty as she overlooked the spot before her with faint disdain. Quick! Young Master Ren ordered us to send these 4 super sports cars for repairs. Director Chin, is it a car accident? For super sports cars were hit. I think so. The one who called young Master Ren has strong power. Just get over here now. In less than 20 minutes, several trailers parked on the side. About 8 men came down from the cars and headed towards the crowd.
Gosh, these 4 cars are in bad shape. Looks like they were rolled over by that huge pickup. The repair cost would be at least a few $1,000,000.
Yes, what a disaster. Why didn't they call the insurance company to settle this?
Director Chin squeezed himself into the crowd and he was surprised when he saw the 4 sports cars. Each of them cost $5 million and above. No wonder they called young Master Rin and Director Chin to rush down and settle this.
Who is young Master Luo? Director Chin asked carefully as he stared at the group.
You were the one sent by Ren Anji?
Tow the 4 sports cars away and quote me a price for the repair fees. One of them from the quartet looked at Director Chin with cold eyes as he spoke immediately. Yes, young Master Luo. Got it. Director Chin quickly nodded. Young Master Ren had reminded him to treat them respectfully. Hence, they must be some big shots. What if you can't afford the repair fees by tenfold? Ha. Young Master Luo glared at Wang Xian coldly. He asked as he narrowed his murderous eyes.
Director Chin was curious as he traced the direction young Master Luo was looking at.
Her. All of a sudden, Director Chin froze and his body stiffened with shock flashing in his eyes.
With a stiff neck, he turned around and saw the black, gigantic pickup not far away. He swallowed his saliva.
Without any hesitation, Director Chin walked to Wang Xian and put on a sincere and pleased smile. Young Master Wang, how do you find the modified Man 8x8 cross-country caravan from Germany?
It's absolutely domineering.
Look at how it crushes for supercars easily. Young Master Wang, let me send someone over to check if there are any scratches. Young Master Wang, how do you feel about the modified Man 8x8 cross-country caravan from Germany? It's absolutely domineering. Look at how it crushes for supercars easily. Young Master Wang, let me send someone over to see if anything is scratched. Director Chin's voice pierced the silence and shocked everyone in the vicinity. What's the situation now? What is happening? Hadn't Director Chin still talked deferentially to Luo Jiu about the cars a while ago? Why did he say such things now? Moreover, why is he acting so deferentially toward Wang Xian?
Director Chin's puzzling actions shocked everyone in the vicinity.
Luo Jiu, who stood there with his head lifted up high and had demanded 10 times compensation a while ago, was stunned.
Seeing Director Chin asking 2 maintenance workers to check the caravan that just rammed over their cars, Luo Jiu's expression turned gloomy. Asshole, what are you doing?
What did Renan Ji, that idiot, ask you to do here? Luo Jiu stared harshly at Director Chin and shouted loudly.
I naturally know what I'm supposed to do here.
Do I need you to remind me?
When Director Chin heard Luo Jiu, he lifted his chest and retorted with contempt. He didn't have the same respectful attitude towards Luo Jiu at all.
The look in his eyes was full of taunts.
Young Master Ren had instructed him here to handle this matter. At the same time, young Master Ren emphasized that he had to be respectful. However, the moment he saw Wang Xian and the modified cross-country caravan at the side, he knew what he should be doing instead. As a confidant to young Master Ren, he knew a lot of things.
This included how young Master Ren had to be respectful to young Master Wang, as though young Master Wang was his grandparent. This included how the father of young Master Ren, who was also the Ren family head, had to be respectful when dealing with Wang Xian. This included the fact that Wang Xian, who was a devil-like existence in his eyes, had annihilated the Yan family and Lu family.
Within the circle of the most influential and wealthy people in Rivertown, all of them knew that you could offend anyone in Rivertown but not young Master Wang, who was also known as Miracle Dr. Wang. He was truly the most horrifying person in Rivertown.
Today, Director Chin believed that even if young Master Ren had come personally, he would probably choose to offend Luo Jiu instead. In fact, young Master Ren might just pick a fight with him.
If young Master Ren knew of his actions, not only would young Master Ren not be angry, but he would also have a better appraisal of him.
At the thought of this, a faint smile appeared on the face of Director Chin. He glanced at the 4 supercars that had been crushed, smiled lightly and remarked, "It's your honor to have young Master Wang crush your cars."
You. Luo Jiu was shivering a little from anger. He stared coldly at Director Chin and clenched his fist tightly.
What's the situation now?
I'm totally confused. What is happening?
Isn't that Director Chin someone Luo Jiu had called over? That middle-aged man addressed Wang Xian as young Master Wang.
That's not a common address nowadays. The surrounding crowd was shocked and confused by the development as they whispered among themselves.
Screech, screech, screech. At this moment, several luxurious cars drove towards the school and stopped by the side. The crowd was surprised and immediately knew that those were people Hua Ziming and his friends had summoned over. There are 10 Benzes. Moreover, their car plate numbers are in running order. Who are they?
When the crowd saw the 10 black Benzes lining up neatly, their minds were blown away. Look, there are more at the back.
At this moment, a teenager couldn't help but exclaim. He was pointing to the back as he shouted. Land Rovers. There are 8 Land Rovers. Oh my God.
They are of the same model. Those are cars from the Enterprise Alliance Security Group.
Oh my God. Enterprise Alliance Security Group is the largest security company in Rivertown. It is said that everyone in it is an expert. Cars drove over and stopped one after another. There were a total of 30 to 40 cars. Someone is alighting. The crowd looked in shock at the people who were alighting from the cars. They were all young men wearing black attire. At the very front, the driver, who was wearing a pair of white gloves, opened the door of the car in a hurry. From the car, an old man with a walking stick alighted. From him, one could feel the vibes of a really successful man. Chan Hu. That old man resembles Chan Hu. Someone from the crowd exclaimed loudly in disbelief. Who is Chan Hu? Chan Hu is the director of the East City Group. He's a billionaire in Rivertown. Many people have to address him as Master Hu when they see him. A billionaire? Wow. There are over 20 young men in suits following behind Chan Hu. This lineup is so stunning. People are alighting from the Land Rovers too. Who are they? Oh my God! The director of Enterprise Alliance Security Group has come personally. Oh my God! He has actually come personally. There are so many people. Hua Ziming, Han Juming and their friends only made a call and yet so many people have come. Moreover, they are all influential figures in Rivertown. Every single person in the crowd looked on in disbelief at the group of people who had just arrived. At the very front were 3 people. They were the director of East City Group, the director of Enterprise Alliance Security Group, and a middle-aged man giving off strong vibes. At this moment, the crowd looked to Wang Xian before looking at Hua Ziming, Han Junming, and their friends. Hee, they have all arrived. I hope you will be able to take the consequences. Han Juming looked at the group approaching them. His lips curved into a smile as he stared coldly at Wang Xian. We are starting the game now. I hope you could entertain us. Hua Ziming stretched his neck a little as he revealed a cold smirk. When the crowd saw the approaching group of people, they couldn't help but gasp. It's over, it's over. Senior Wang Xian is over. Damn it. I had not expected Hua Ziming and Han Junming to be so incredible. They are able to call upon these influential figures with a single call. Uncle Hu, Chan Hu, Ah Wu. Hua Ziming, Han Junming and their friends smirked and greeted the approaching group of people. Who dares to bully Ziming? Let Uncle Hu teach him a lesson. There's no one to be afraid of in Rivertown. Young Master Han, who's the one who doesn't understand his position? Leave him to me. Young Master Zhou, I hope I'm not late. The middle-aged man, director of East City Group and director of Enterprise Alliance Security Group, met the greetings from Hua Ziming and his friends with radiant smiles. SSS. When the crowd heard how the 3 leaders addressed Hua Ziming and his friends, they gasped. They did not know about the middle-aged man, but Chun, who was the director of a large group and had assets of over $1 billion. The other man was also the director of a strong group. Yet they were so deferential in front of them. Have they all arrived? Are there more? Wang Xian looked at the 3 men that had walked over with dozens of subordinates. He gave a gentle smile. Death is knocking at your door and yet you acting so cockily, the beautiful twins remarked coldly. Huh? That is. However, when Hu Fei, Chan Hu and Gong Wu saw Wang Xian, their bodies froze. Their stiff bodies shivered a little as they stopped in their tracks. At the same time, the 3 of them took out their phones and made a call. Brother Hua, your son has gotten into trouble. Director Han, your son has gotten into trouble. Second Master Zhou, your son has gotten into trouble. Your son has gotten into trouble. 3 of them said the same thing at the same time. What's going on? Everyone was stunned when they saw 3 well-known figures pulling out their phones for calls. Hua Ziming, Han Juming, and the rest froze for a moment as a bad feeling suddenly rose in their hearts when they heard their conversations. Uncle Hu. Hua Ziming's expression sank gradually as he called out to Hu Fei. Hu Fei peered at Hua Ziming through the corner of his eyes and ignored him. After he spoke to the person on the phone, he quickly walked towards Wang Xian. Young Master Wang, I didn't know that one of my big brother's sons had offended you. He said he will leave it to you as long as his son's life is spared. Young Master Wang, Director Han wants me to apologize to you. His son, Han Junming, is at your disposal. Young Master Wang, Second Master Zhou hopes you can spare his useless son's life. After Hu Fei went over, Qinlong and Gong Wu walked to Wang Xian immediately and spoke respectfully. Gosh, what's the situation now? God damn it. None of the surrounding spectators knew what to say as the event unfolded before them. Their shock was beyond words as they lacked the vocabulary to describe it.
Hua Ziming, Han Juming, and the rest had called a group of people here. The staff member from the 4S car service who had just arrived ignored them as soon as he saw Wang Xian. He even mocked them.
Another 3 big shots arrived, and they called their parents to tell them their sons had gotten themselves into trouble.
Subsequently, the 3 big shots walked to Wang Xian and addressed him as young Master Wang with respect.
The 3 big shots even told Wang Xian that he could do whatever he liked as long as he spared their lives.
Oh gosh!
Hua Ziming, Han Junming, and the rest parted their lips slightly, as they could not help but tremble for a moment. They gazed at Hu Fei, Chun Long, and Gong Wu in disbelief.
Uncle Hu! Hua Ziming opened his mouth and called out once again. Shut up! Get over here now and make your apology. Your dad told me to break your legs if you can't settle this today. Hu Fei yelled at Hua Ziming, if you can make it back home, you'll be punished by the house rules.
What? Hua Ziming trembled with a stupefied expression and fear flashed in his eyes. If you can make it back home. If you can make it back home.
What if he couldn't?
The answer was clear. Get over and apologize now. Hu Fei shouted at him once again with a stern face.
Hua Ziming was filled with trepidation. Forget it. Just giving them some punishment will do. And I don't want to see them in Rivertown.
Wang Xian looked at the 4 of them disdainfully before he spoke to Hu Fei, Chun Long, and Gong Wu.
Thank you, young Master Wang. Their families will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. The 3 of them hurriedly replied.
Wang Xian waved a dismissive hand and said to Wang Dehai and the rest, who were dumbfounded, "Let's go for our dinner. Don't let some trash spoil our mood. Let's go." Wang Dehai and the rest stared with their wide and round eyes before they followed Wang Xian to the first-grade restaurant.
You guys are asking for trouble.
Of all the people in Rivertown, why did you have to provoke young Master Wang? Hu Fei looked at the quartet and shook his head gently. He looked at the figure who had just left with fear and respect. Young Master Han, go back to Modu now and never come back to Rivertown again. At the same time, your family needs to give a satisfactory answer to young Master Wang.
Chen Long looked at Han Juming and said solemnly, you guys are lucky today. Young Master Wang gave us some face.
Han Junming, Hua Ziming, and the rest were still in a daze as they stood there with ashen faces. At this time, all their phones rang. When they saw calls from the leaders of their families, their faces got as white as sheets. What kind of people were they messing with? How formidable is Senior Wang Xian? He's simply too awesome.
Is this Wang Xian's strength?
Hua Ziming and Han Junming were already so impressive. But now, their families are begging him to spare their sons' lives.
My idol. Senior Wang Xian is my idol.
I heard he was penniless when he was in year 1. Yet he has climbed to such a domineering position within a year.
Hundreds of people broke into a commotion when Han Junming and Hua Ziming got into the cars like some walking zombies after Wang Xian disappeared. All of them were discussing in shock.
Today, Wang Xian had exhibited an appalling and domineering strength. If Wang Xian was just a well-known figure in the school in the past, he would become the legendary figure of the University of Rivertown from today onwards. Brother Xian, you'll be our leader from now on. Wang Dehai called out to Wang Xian with admiration in one of the rooms in first-grade restaurant. Brother Xian, you're so awesome and cool. I'd want to marry you if I was a girl. Get lost.
Wang Xian pushed Wang Dehai away out of disgust. Xiao Yu and the rest are here. You guys just go over there and sit. Wang Dehai, Zhang Wen, and Zhang Feng were talking excitedly after Wang Xian went out.
Shu Qing, Qingyue. Wang Xian walked out and saw Xiao Yu and Elder Feng. His eyes swept across Guan Shuqing and Lan Qingyue as he called out with a smile. Apparently, he'd run away from some problems perfectly during a month of retreat. He felt the retreat was worth it. Looks like someone took good care of you. Guan Shuqing and Lan Qingyue sized him up with their eyes as they implied.
Thanks to both of you for taking care of me during my retreat. You have worked hard. Let's have dinner.
Wang Xian feigned ignorance as he spoke to Guan Shuqing and Lan Qingyue with sincerity. Heh, I'm glad you know it. Guan Shuqing and Lan Qingyue revealed smiles on their faces and headed to the private room. Wang Xian immediately followed behind them. He saw Xiao Yu giving him a thumbs up with admiration. Wang Xian patted his chest proudly, looking impressed with himself. When Wang Dehai and the guys saw Guan Shuqing and Lan Qingyue entering the private room at the same time, they were taken aback. During dinner, all of them dropped their jaws when Wang Xian was taking food for Guan Shuqing and Lan Qingyue eagerly. This situation, gosh, Brother Xian, I'm impressed. I'm totally impressed. You're simply awesome. When the four of them came to the washroom, Wang Dehai, Zhang Wen, and Zhang Feng immediately spoke to Wang Xian with great admiration. Heh, that's nothing. Wang Xian chuckled with some haughtiness. Let me check how impressive you are. Wang Dehai and the guys stretched their necks and checked out in between Wang Xian's legs. Gosh, formidable. Invincible. Good morning, Senior Wang Xian. Good morning, Wang Xian. Good morning, handsome.
When Wang Xian and Xiao Yu arrived at school the second morning, they were greeted by the students on the way enthusiastically. Morning. Wang Xian nodded and replied with a smile. Brother, your actions have truly shocked the entire school. I had never expected you to accomplish something so shocking. That's totally incredible. Seeing students from the school greeting Wang Xian one after another, Xiao Yu looked at her brother with admiration. I am still just your brother, Wang Xian joked. He smiled and added, All right, I'm going to my classroom now. Go ahead, Xiao Yu replied, and the two went their separate ways. Good morning, Wang Xian.
Good morning, Brother Xian. When Wang Xian arrived at the classroom, everyone's attention was focused on him. A flicker of surprise flashed across their eyes, and they quickly greeted him with a smile. Morning. Wang Xian nodded and replied with a smile. Wang Xian, you have really hidden what you are capable of too well.
The incident that happened yesterday in the afternoon has erupted in the school forum.
Your actions are really too domineering.
You are my idol.
I had never expected you to have such abilities. Some of the classmates with whom Wang Xian was closer with joked as they tried to get on the good books of Wang Xian.
Wang Xian smiled and chatted with them for a while. Soon, the school bell rang.
However, during the short intervals between the lessons in the morning, an announcement was made through the school's broadcasting system. Year 2 student Wang Xian has donated $50 million to help students in need. The school will be setting up a department to help needy students financially.
When the announcement was made, the school erupted with raucous discussions. Wang Xian.
It's Wang Xian again. Together with the details of the incident the day before that were being spread at a crazy speed, Wang Xian was now known by everyone in the University of Rivertown. Thank you, Wang Xian, for the donation to the school. Thank you, Wang Xian, for helping out students in need.
The counselor approached me today and informed me that Wang Xian had donated a sum to the school to set up a fund that helps needy students. The school has now exempted my tuition fees for a year. I am deeply grateful to Wang Xian.
Positive energy. Wang Xian donated $50 million, and this could help a lot of people.
Thank you, Wang Xian.
Wang Xian is really noble to donate $50 million to help the needy students.
Thank you, Wang Xian. The school also posted the announcement on its official school website. At the same time, they publicized the assistance plan.
In the comment section, countless students were discussing the donation. Most of them were thanking Wang Xian for his donation. In the end, the 4 words of thank you Wang Xian were upvoted the most and soon reached over 10,000. After seeing the messages on the school forum and hearing the broadcast in school, Wang Xian smiled and left for the Divine Dragon Medical Hall in a joyous mood. There were only 2 classes in the morning. After his classes, it was only 10 in the morning.
When he reached the doorstep of the medical hall, Sun Lingxiu, who was wearing white, was already standing there.
She stood there quietly and wore a gentle smile on her face. This attracted the attention of many passers-by. Xiao Xian.
When Sun Lingxiu saw Wang Xian walking towards her, she walked forward and welcomed him with a beautiful smile.
Have you been waiting? Asked Wang Xian as he opened the doors to the Divine Dragon Medical Hall. Nope. I've just arrived, answered Sun Lingxiu.
When Sun Lingxiu entered the medical hall, she looked around attentively. Xiao Xian, you might not know about this, but when I sent patients here for treatment in the past, I imagined becoming a miracle doctor as incredible as you.
I would think about how great it would be if I could cure them of their illnesses. Although I'm not as great as you are at this moment, I'm at least able to treat patients here.
She spoke happily as this was something she had been hoping for ages.
I'll leave this medical hall to you from now on. I won't meddle with the business anymore, Wang Xian commented. Rest assured, now that you have left this to me, you will be my boss from now onwards. I'll be earning money for you. Sun Lingxiu smiled as she went to boil some water. I brought you here today to take a look first. You can start seeing patients starting tomorrow.
I might just stay around here when I have nothing to do. Wang Xian nodded his head and said, All right, Xiao Xian. However, can I change the rules of the Divine Dragon Medical Hall? Sun Lingxiu asked.
Sun Lingxiu made Wang Xian a cup of tea with the boiled water and brought it to him. The rules? Just change them as you wish. I won't be getting involved with the business here in the future after all. Oh yes, it would be best if we could collect spiritual stones from treatments to ancient martial artists. Wang Xian nodded and replied in a nonchalant tone.
Yes, Boss Xiao Xian, I'll just follow your instructions, answered Sun Lingxiu with a radiant smile as she lifted the cup of tea and placed it in front of Wang Xian with both hands.
Wang Xian was not used to her behaving this way. This reminded him of the nurse and maid cosplay. This is the place. Divine Dragon Medical Hall that is helmed by the 8th-ranked Miracle Doctor on the Miracle Doctor's chart.
When Wang Xian and Sun Lingxiu were chatting, an old man and a young man arrived by the doorstep and commented after taking a look at the signboard.
Master, will he agree to join our flame palace? The young man asked curiously, looking into the medical hall.
Rest assured, he will agree, the old man said with confidence. Our flame palace is a newly crowned sacred sect and we are at the stage where we are recruiting various experts. This is also the best time for the experts to join us.
Miracle Dr. Wang is a factionless doctor. Although he is ranked 8th on the Miracle Doctor's chart, he is still a factionless doctor after all. He now has a chance to join a sacred sect and become our personal miracle doctor within the sect. Tell me, will he reject and let this opportunity slip? He will definitely agree to join. This is a chance encounter for him and the best opportunity available. He wouldn't get the same treatment and status that Flame Palace is offering if he chooses to join another sacred sect, said the old man confidently as he walked in with his head lifted up high.
The young man nodded in agreement and followed behind.
Hey there. You guys are? Sun Lingxiu was tidying up things in the medical hall when the old and young man entered. She looked at them and asked them this, feeling a little baffled about their purpose. Wow, she's so beautiful, the young man exclaimed when he saw Sun Xiuling.
The old man smiled and looked at his disciple before turning his attention to Wang Xian, who was resting on the reclining chair, and asking, You must be Miracle Dr. Wang.
Huh?
Wang Xian lifted his head and saw the old and young man. Yes, I am. Do you have something for me?
Miracle Dr. Wang is indeed as young as rumored. I am an elder of the sacred sect, Flame Palace. I would like to invite Miracle Dr. Wang to join our sacred sect as our personal miracle doctor, said the old man heartily. Sacred sect? Flame Palace? Wang Xian was baffled. Is there a flame palace among sacred sects? The old man was shocked to hear Wang Xian's reply and displeasure flashed in his eyes. Although Flame Palace had just become a sacred sect, it was already known throughout the world. Flame Palace has just become a sacred sect. We sincerely hope Miracle Dr. Wang can join us. The old man repeated his invitation.
I'm sorry. I have no intention to join any forces.
I'm sorry. I have no intention to join any forces. When Wang Xian declared his stand indifferently on his chair, the old and young men froze immediately.
The old man was slightly embarrassed when he saw Wang Xian sipping his tea in a relaxed and casual manner. Wang Xian was looking calm as he dismissed them as someone unimportant.
Wang Xian did not take sacred sects seriously at all. Miracle Dr. Wang, the Flame Palace was promoted to a sacred sect. If you can join us, you'll be one of our members, and we'll protect you. The old man continued making his point to Wang Xian with a sunken expression. I'm sorry. Wang Xian sat up and put his tea aside. He looked at the old man and repeated himself again. I don't have the intention to join any forces, and I may not be practicing medicine anymore.
It's your honor that we invited you to join the sacred sects. How dare a factionless doctor treat us rudely, said the young man coldly. The young man spotted Wang Xian's lukewarm expression, and the fact that Wang Xian disregarded them totally irritated the young man who had been received with flatteries recently. Wang Xian was stunned and surprised. He looked at the two haughty people and found them funny. So what if you are from the sacred sex? Are you forcing me to join against my will?
Since Miracle Dr. Wang is unwilling to join us, how can we force you to do so? The Flame Palace will be recruiting heroes and disciples at Wuduan Mountain 2 days from now. I hope to see you there, the old man said coldly. With a palm move, a fiery red invitation card appeared in his hand.
Shoo! He swung his palm gently and the invitation card was inserted into the wall behind Wang Xian like a hidden weapon. It was not hard to imagine the strength he possessed for pushing a paper invitation into the wall.
The old man got up and walked out. When he was approaching the door, he paused and said sternly, "A factionless doctor who does not join any force is unsafe." The old man left immediately upon completing his sentence. The young man glowered at Wang Xian before he glanced at Sun Lingxiu with passion flashing in his eyes.
Hee. Wang Xian put on a smiling face as the old man left. He reached out his hand and the invitation card embedded in the wall flew to his hand.
If that old man saw this just now, he would be appalled.
Wang Xian flipped the fiery red invitation card and saw prominent characters printed on it.
Pilgrimage. Sacred Sect. Flame Palace. Pilgrimage. Wang Xian chuckled. Sects that could become one of the sacred sects were domineering existences.
They must have more than 10 inborn experts and enough influence.
The fact that Flame Palace could be promoted to sacred sect meant it must have possessed a dominating presence. In the last decades, Flame Palace was also the only force that had been promoted.
After they were promoted, the Flame Palace would need to expand their sect by recruiting underworld experts and disciples.
Wuduan Mountain was about 100 kilometers away from Rivertown. It was not near, but not far either. What has sacred sect got to do with me? Wang Xian chucked the invitation aside and continued with his relaxing tea time. After Sun Lingxiu came to the Divine Dragon Medical Hall, he finally relaxed completely. He could swim in the sea, rest in the medical hall, go to school every day. The thought of it was just satisfying. Oh, Lingxiu, if you want to have lunch or dinner, you can go to first-grade restaurant next door. Wang Xian relaxed and lay down for more than 30 minutes before he stood up and spoke to Sun Lingxiu, who tidied up the medical hall. Yes, Xiao Xian. Sun Lingxiu nodded and sat beside him smilingly.
I'll go back to school now. Go back and rest if there's nothing to do. Wang Xian looked at the time and headed to the school.
Sun Lingxiu stood up and gazed at Wang Xian's back view with a faint smile.
If this place is going to work like I want, I would be swamped. This might prevent Xiao Xian from making money too.
Sun Lingxiu observed the entire Divine Dragon Medical Hall while she was deep in her thoughts. She was a kind-hearted person. When she witnessed life and death, and many helpless families in the hospital, she always thought about how wonderful it would be if she were more skillful. Hence, she was impressed by Wang Xian and admired him a lot.
She always wanted to help those people who suffered from illness or had no money to see expensive doctors when she improved her medical skills.
She knew she was acting a little like a holy mother, but it had always been her dream. Now she finally had a chance. However, she would need to overthrow the rules set by Wang Xian previously if she wanted to do that. It would bring more work to the medical hall in the future too.
Let's get a helper.
Sun Lingxiu thought of a person as she wore a radiant smile on her face. She closed the medical hall and walked upstairs slowly. Sun Lingxiu sat with her legs crossed and her eyes closed. The smile disappeared from her face as she looked like a noble and holy goddess. My blood! She parted her red lips gently as she exuded a faint white glow from her body. The white and bright energy eventually illuminated the entire room.
Pure, elegant, holy.
At the same time, in a castle in faraway Europe,
the night was dark. A middle-aged man in his red tuxedo and a tall hat raised his wine glass as he roamed around in the ballroom full of flashes.
Various middle-aged men and ladies in refined and luxurious dressing were exchanging conversations with the middle-aged man in a tuxedo. Prince. When the middle-aged man in a tuxedo went on the front stage, all the audience cheered for him. Hee hee. Thank you for coming.
The middle-aged man in a tuxedo exhibited an imposing demeanor as he raised his wine glass, overlooking the people like a ruler. All of them in the ballroom bowed to him in respect and held up their tall wine glasses. The thick, bloody color in the tall wine glasses was eerie-looking under the faint and gloomy lighting. Hee. The middle-aged man in a tuxedo lifted his chin, looking thrilled. At that moment, his excited face stiffened with shock, fear, and despair showing in his eyes. No. He let out a sharp shriek and disappeared on the spot. He then appeared on the top of the castle, as he looked far in one direction. No, it can't be. This is impossible. He was trembling badly as desperation filled his eyes. Ah! All of a sudden, the middle-aged man in a tuxedo rolled his body on the rooftop of the castle in pain, looking to be in agony. Master, I surrender. Master, please. I beg you. I was wrong. I was wrong. I'll come to you now, Master. I'll be at your disposal from now on. He knelt on the ground and pledged his loyalty loudly. There was no one around him, but he was unusually respectful and fearful. How dare you feed on my blood? Humph. Sun Lingxiu opened her eyes with radiance flashed across them. She stood up slowly with a smile on her face. Miracle Dr. Bloodman is now a slave. Wang Xian didn't know what had happened in the Divine Dragon Medical Hall. Hurry up. Let's go get some crockpot rice. That stall has great business. We've got to hurry. At this moment, Xiao Yu was rushing Wang Xian, Lan Qingyue, and Guan Shuqing. All right. It has been a long time since we have eaten in the school canteen. Let's go. Wang Xian nodded his head with a faint smile before looking to Lan Qingyue and Guan Shuqing. Do you guys still have lessons in the afternoon? I have 2 more lessons in the afternoon. I have 2 lessons too. The 2 girls smiled and returned the question. Why? What's the matter? Nothing. I'd just like to ask if the 2 of you will be staying in the dormitory tonight. Wang Xian smiled sheepishly. After practicing behind closed doors for a month, he had a hard time holding it in. He wanted to release some of it. I'm staying in the dormitory. I'm going home. The 2 girls stared at him at the same time and answered. Oh, in that case, come to my villa after school tomorrow. Let's have a good gathering and get something nice to eat, continued Wang Xian without a pause. Huh? The 2 girls were a little interested. After hesitating for a moment, they nodded their heads. Wang Xian was thrilled and started looking at Guan Shuqing and Lan Qingyue from top to bottom. Both of them were around 1.7 meters tall with perfect figures. The 2 of them together. Wang Xian was in ecstasy at the thought of it. His imagination ran wild and he was wondering if he should get some new clothes for them. Schoolgirl costume? Stockings? Female teacher costume? Wow, there are so many people waiting for it. When they arrived at the canteen, Xiao Yu was clearly displeased when she saw the long queue in front of the stall that sold crockpot rice. Let's go. We have nothing going on anyway. Let's just queue for it. Wang Xian smiled and walked over as he spoke to Xiao Yu. All right. Wang Xian had visited this crockpot rice stall with Lan Qingyue once. It was indeed tasty and could be considered as one of the most patronized stalls in the University of Rivertown. Wang Xian, Xiao Yu, and the group walked towards the end of the line. Eh? Wang Xian, are you eating in the school canteen too? Hello, Wang Xian. Hello, Senior Wang Xian. When Wang Xian and the group walked over, those who were queuing immediately recognized him and greeted him. Yeah, I'm here for lunch. Hello, everyone. Wang Xian smiled faintly. After what had happened yesterday and the news of him donating $50 million to the school had spread, he was now known by even more people than the number of people who knew Lan Qingyue and Guan Shuqing. Are you here for the crockpot rice? Come. You can queue in front of me. Oh yeah, Wang Xian. Come, you can go to the front. You don't have to queue. To the students ahead. Are you all fine with letting Wang Xian queue in front of you guys? Not a problem at all. Alright, Wang Xian, what would you like to have? I'll order for you. The students in the queue smiled and said to Wang Xian. Wang Xian saw the enthusiastic looks on the students. He simply smiled, waved his hand and replied, It's all right. I'm not in a rush. I can just wait behind. This won't do. You are someone we really respect in the entire school. We aren't in a hurry either.
You have done so much for the school, and this is just a way the students are trying to express their gratitude. Do you guys agree with me? That's right, that's right. All the students replied loudly. How many servings of crockpot rice do you want? It will be all free if you visit here again. The boss of the stall heard what the students were saying. With a face full of smiles, he stretched his head out of the window. What a great boss! The students laughed and commented.
Haha, it's just some rice. Hey, Wuxia, how many servings would you like?
I'll start preparing right away. The boss laughed heartily. In that case, thank you, boss. I'd like to have 4 servings.
Wuxia saw the enthusiastic looks of the students and replied with a faint smile. All right, it will be done right away. The boss nodded his head.
Hehe. Xiaoxian, you are really incredible now. You don't have to pay for your meal and can just use your face. Yeah.
You are getting even more compliments than us currently. Guan Shuqing and Lan Qingwe smiled and said to Wuxia.
Perhaps it's because I'm too good looking. Wuxia said cheekily. Let's find a place to sit. I'll bring it over to you guys in a while. All right, brother. Thank you. Xiaoyu, Guan Shuqing and Lan Qingwe walked to a bench a short distance away and sat down. Brother, can you get another serving? My master is coming too.
Less than 2 minutes had passed when Xiaoyu shouted to Wuxia. All right. Wuxia nodded his head and ordered an additional serving.
After 5 minutes, the boss placed 5 servings of crockpot rice on a tray and passed it to Wuxia with a smile. Thank you. Wuxia thanked the boss before carrying the tray towards Xiaoyu and the group. TSK. You are just a martial artist level 8 elder from the Thistles and Thorns sect, and yet you dare to speak to me in this manner? You must be courting death. When Wuxia walked over, he instantly heard a clear voice sound. He was taken aback and lifted his head to look over.
It was from a girl, a very beautiful girl. In terms of looks, she wasn't inferior to Guan Shuqing and Lan Qingwe.
Around her, there were 3 to 4 other teenagers. Opposite the girl, Elder Fong and Xiaoyu were standing. At this moment, Xiaoyu's face had turned red from anger. She stared harshly at the girl as she remarked, "TSK, is your flame palace that impressive that it gives you the confidence to speak so loudly? Are you the saintess or sect leader of Flame Palace? Hey girl, you better watch your words. Flame Palace isn't something you can insult. A small Thistles and Thorns sect is nothing in the eyes of our Flame Palace. Just a few attendants from the Flame Palace would be enough to annihilate you guys." The young man standing beside the girl looked at Xiaoyu with contempt and issued a stern warning. As for the girl, she was as proud as a peacock and looked plainly at Xiaoyu and Elder Fong. The Flame Palace again? When Wuxia heard that name, he looked to the boy who spoke with disdain.
You better watch your words in front of me too. Those who dare to speak like this to my sister in Rivertown will suffer a terrible death.
Wuxia carried the tray and walked over directly. He placed it on the table by the side before looking at that boy. Huh? The boy was first stunned, but quickly turned his head over to meet the eyes of Wuxia. However, he soon frowned when he saw Wuxia. The aura on his body dissipated immediately. Wuxia looked at that boy and demanded coldly, "Apologize now."
That boy was shocked. The proud girl was also slightly stunned as she looked confusingly at Wuxia.
That proud girl restrained her arrogance and exclaimed, "Miracle Dr. Wang!" Wuxia did not pay attention to her and had his eyes fixed on that young man.
I'm a disciple of the Flame Palace, the young man gritted his teeth and said with a heavy tone. He had not expected the one who he had reprimanded to be the sister of Wuxia.
They had long heard about the incident of Hua Ziming and Han Junming in the morning. After investigating further, they found out that Wuxia was, in fact, Miracle Dr. Wang of Rivertown.
He was now facing the 8th-ranked Miracle Doctor on the Miracle Doctor's chart, someone who could summon several inborn experts to annihilate a first-class force.
Therefore, all he could do was to brace himself and throw out the title of Flame Palace. Wuxia narrowed his eyes as coldness flashed in them while looking at the young guy.
Apologize now.
When the girl beside him noticed the change in Wuxia's expression, she quickly instructed the young man. That guy hesitated, looking embarrassed. He then gritted his teeth and lowered his head slightly. "Sorry, Miracle Dr. Wang. I didn't know she's your sister." Scram!
Wang Xian spat out a word emotionlessly again. This time he was staring at all of them.
Miracle Dr. Wang. I don't want to repeat myself again.
That pretty and haughty girl was about to say something again, but Wang Xian glared at her coldly.
Her expression changed drastically as she stared at Wang Xian with an awful look. Subsequently, she turned her back on him and left.
Humph! Such arrogance! Xiao Yu glared at them and said with anger.
The haughty girl darkened her expression while the rest of the people following her were looking sulky. Wan, why are we afraid of him? He's just a factionless doctor. The boy who had apologized just now asked Mu Wan with a sullen look. He's not someone whom we can provoke.
Mu Wanwan's expression sank as she took a look at him. Flame Palace is trying to recruit the factionless doctor ranked 8th on the Miracle Doctor's chart. If he becomes the dedicated Miracle Doctor in Flame Palace, his position is equivalent to an elder's position.
Wan is right. Even if he is not joining Flame Palace, we can't afford to offend him. The Flame Palace would not offend a Miracle Doctor like him without any reason. Another guy beside him said with a gloomy look. They were only average disciples of Flame Palace. Even though they had Sacred Sect as their backing, they did not dare to provoke Wang Xian. Are we swallowing this down just like this? That boy asked, as he felt humiliated. Mu Wan was looking ahead without uttering a word. What's going on? Wang Xian looked at Xiao Yu and asked her when that group of people had left.
It was because of Thistles and Thorns sect. Elder Fang frowned as she answered Wang Xian. Thistles and Thorns sect? Wang Xian paused slightly as he asked doubtfully, do Thistles and Thorns sect and Flame Palace have any conflicts? Sort of. Elder Fang nodded. Sect leader Tang and one of the elders of Flame Palace shared some grievances. Hence, it involves the entire Thistles and Thorns sect. Let's talk while we eat. Wang Xian sat at the table as he said to Elder Fang.
It's a long story, and it involves the sect leader's wife. Elder Fang took a seat and said to Wang Xian.
Her?
Sect leader Tang and that elder from Flame Palace had a fight with a girl?
In the end, sect leader Tang won the Heart of Beauty? Such drama like this? Asked Wang Xian, shocked. Something like that. Elder Fang nodded her head bitterly. I'm not sure about the details, but sect leader Tang's foe made a breakthrough to Inborn Realm and was promoted to the Elder of Flame Palace. Besides, the Flame Palace was just promoted to become a sacred sect not long ago. This time round, Flame Palace is recruiting experts and disciples at the Wuduan Mountain. Given the influence of sacred sects, formidable families, sects around the provinces will be there on a pilgrimage. Many people knew about the old scores between sect leader Tang and that elder from Flame Palace. The Thistles and Thorns sect might be in danger, as we're afraid they may make things difficult for us. Elder Fang said with a helpless look on her face. A second-class force against a sacred sect was as good as an ant fighting an elephant. Thistles and Thorns sect could not resist them.
What's so great about sacred sect? Give me a few more months, and I will also become an inborn expert. Xiao Yu pounded her bowl with her chopsticks out of anger. The Flame Palace invited me to join them, but I turned them down today. Wang Xian stroked Xiao Yu's head as he laughed. Her? Brother? Did they? Xiao Yu was slightly stunned as she asked to confirm again. Yes. They wanted me to become their dedicated miracle doctor. Wang Xian laughed as he spoke. Extremely haughty old and young men. You did the right thing by rejecting them. Xiao Yu pouted her lips and nodded. Elder Fang shook her head. Given Miracle Dr. Wang's strength, you could be at least an elder in Flame Palace after you joined them. Master, will something happen to Thistles and Thorns sect this time? Asked Xiao Yu with concern. According to sect leaders' speculations, we will get humiliation at most. Their old scores were not as serious as fighting it out with their lives. It's just that it would be difficult for Thistles and Thorns sect to develop in the future. Elder Fang slightly knit her eyebrows as she looked at Xiao Yu. Thistles and Thorns sect will have to depend on you. Don't worry, Master. I will become a formidable expert so that no one can bully Thistles and Thorns sect. Xiao Yu said with motivation. Wang Xian chuckled as he found it interesting to see his own younger sister growing up. He was not sure if this was considered to be a harrowing cultivation story for his sister. After lunch, Wang Xian accompanied Guan Shuqing and Lan Qingwei for a stroll in the canteen. Xiao Yu went back to her cultivation, feeling spurred on by Elder Fong.
She was already a level 8 martial artist, the same level as Elder Fong.
However, she was still far from Elder Fong in terms of combat experience. Even so, Elder Fong was astonished by Xiao Yu's growth too. After school, Wang Xian took the comfortable caravan back to the villa. Sun Lingxiu greeted him with a smiling face while making tea. She even cooked for him. Upon seeing such a pure and beautiful goddess serving him, Wang Xian was not used to it, but at the same time he felt extremely satisfied. Sun Lingxiu continued staying in the room not far away from him, and did not mention leaving. Wang Xian woke up early the next morning. He came to the yard and noticed Xiao Yu and Elder Fong's startled looks as they gazed ahead.
Master, I was wrong. I was ignorant the other time. It was all my fault. I will be serving you by your side from now on. Please give me a chance.
A middle-aged man, who wore a vibrant red tuxedo, was kneeling at the entrance with an ashen look. He was kowtowing to Sun Lingxiu without stopping. His broken Chinese sounded quirky. "What's your name?" Sun Lingxiu looked at Miracle Dr. Bloodman and asked without any emotions. "Master, I'm the maid. No, I'm the slave, named Scarlet Vince Vladimir." Miracle Dr. Bloodman answered respectfully. His broken Mandarin and the term maid were very funny.
Okay, I shall call you Xiaohong from now on. Sun Lingxiu put on a smile as she spoke to Miracle Dr. Bloodman. Yes, you can call me anything you want, Master. Xiaohong sounds nice. Miracle Dr. Bloodman quickly agreed.
Okay. Get up now and follow me from now on, Sun Lingxiu said with a smile. Yes, Xiaohong vows to follow Master for anything you want me to do. My loyalty to the Master is as much as the sea.
Miracle Dr. Bloodman, no, Xiaohong told Sun Lingxiu with determination.
Gosh, what a talent! A very interesting person arrived at the villa. He was known as Miracle Dr. Bloodman in the past and Xiaohong currently.
When Wang Xian saw Miracle Dr. Bloodman, he immediately realized why he would be under the control of Sun Lingxiu. The reason lay in the bloodline. Miracle Dr. Bloodman had sucked and consumed the blood of Sun Lingxiu previously. Initially, Sun Lingxiu was supposed to die because of this. However, Wang Xian managed to save her and imparted the cultivation arts of the light divine dragon transformation to her. Together with a level 12 flower sac and her incredibly strong constitution, her cultivation level reached level 6 of the divine dragon transformation, and her strength wouldn't be inferior to an inborn expert. As for Miracle Dr. Bloodman, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds after consuming Sun Lingxiu's unique blood.
However, there was a hidden issue with it. The blood belonged to Sun Lingxiu after all.
Using the method Wang Xian developed to control the Dragonians, she had gained control of Miracle Dr. Bloodman directly.
Just like the Dragonians, Miracle Dr. Bloodman would have developed an innate submission and obedience to Sun Lingxiu. Sun Lingxiu could also give Miracle Dr. Bloodman an experience worse than death through her unique technique. Young Master, Xiaohong is really strong. My senses are telling me that he isn't any weaker than me. Mo Qinglong found it hilarious to see Miracle Dr. Bloodman, or Xiaohong, standing there deferentially. He's indeed strong, but he has gone for wool and come home shorn. He definitely had not expected himself to end up like this, Wang Xian said with a face of smiles. Hello, everyone. My master has prepared breakfast. Please come and have a try.
Sun Lingxiu brought out the breakfast she had prepared. Miracle Dr. Bloodman immediately went over to help and brought out the breakfast like a gentleman.
Miracle Dr. Bloodman was from a top-tier noble family in Europe. Every past generation in his family was part of the nobles. Therefore, he exhibited noble airs in every action he did. This was definitely not something waitresses in Western food restaurants could match.
The only negative about him would be his broken Mandarin.
It's time for breakfast. Sun Lingxiu sat to the side of Wang Xian happily and remarked, Try some.
Yeah. Wang Xian nodded his head and commented, So tasty. Great.
All right, Xiao Xian. I might not be opening the medical hall today. Xiao Hong has a lot of books on medical techniques. I'd like to take the day off to take a look at them, said Sun Lingxiu. Sure. You don't have to be in a rush. Wang Xian nodded his head. Yeah. With Xiao Hong helping out at the medical hall, It will get a lot easier in the future. Sun Lingxiu smiled and nodded her head.
Miracle Dr. Bloodman saw how his master looked at Wang Xian. He immediately thought to himself that this would also be someone he had to treat with respect in the future.
After a day of classes, Wang Xian brought Lan Qingyue and Guan Shuqing back to the villa excitedly. However, when he arrived at the villa, he saw a familiar figure sitting on the sofa. Sect Leader Tang, why are you here?
Wang Xian signaled to Lan Qingyue and Guan Shuqing before walking to where Sect Leader Tang was.
Miracle Dr. Wang.
When Sect Leader Tang saw him, he immediately stood up and greeted him.
Miracle Dr. Wang, sorry for intruding. There's something I have to tell Miracle Dr. Wang and Xiaoyu.
Have a seat, Sect Leader Tang. You can be frank about it. Wang Xian smiled and walked over.
It's regarding the pilgrimage.
Sect Leader Tang sat down and spoke with a heavy expression.
Pilgrimage? Wang Xian was taken aback and recalled the Flame Palace. This is an invitation card from them. Sect Leader Tang nodded his head and placed 2 invitation cards beside Wang Xian before opening them. Its contents were the same as the invitation card he had received from an old man. Pilgrimage, Sacred Sect, Flame Palace.
5 very domineering words.
And below the 7 words, there was a line of words. Sincerely inviting Sect Leader Tang of Thistles and Thorns Sect. And on the other invitation card, it read, Sincerely inviting Saintess of Thistles and Thorns Sect. Saintess of Thistles and Thorns Sect?
Wang Xian squinted his eyes to catch a better look. Someone from Thistles and Thorns Sect might have leaked out the news. Now, the Flame Palace knows about the existence of a Saintess in Thistles and Thorns Sect.
With a heavy expression, he continued, Therefore, the Flame Palace has sent out 2 invitation cards. Within the underworld, once a sect established the position of Saintess or Saint, it would mean that they had extremely high regards for that disciple. To a large extent, the Saint or Saintess represented the future successors of the position of sect leader, and they had a high chance of reaching the inborn realm.
The elder from Flame Palace heard about this and was clearly interested to find out more about the Saintess of the Thistles and Thorns Sect.
As to what he really had in mind, no one else would know. Wang Xian frowned slightly. The Flame Palace had sent 2 separate invitation cards. In that case, Xiaoyu as the Saintess had to go. Otherwise, it would be signaling that she looked down on the Flame Palace. This might result in grave consequences in the future.
Sect Leader Tang didn't dare to reject. Pilgrimage? Wang Xian was feeling a little contemptuous. I'll accompany Xiaoyu tomorrow.
Huh? Sect Leader Tang was slightly shocked. He immediately stood up and said respectfully, I'll be troubling Miracle Dr. Wang then. This is all because of me after all.
It's all right, Sect Leader Tang, you don't have to worry about it. Wang Xian smiled and shook his head. In that case, I shall not disturb Miracle Dr. Wang further. I'll get going. Our Thistles and Thorns sect still has to make some preparations, said Sect Leader Tang.
All right. Wang Xian nodded his head. Seeing off Sect Leader Tang, he glanced at the invitation card on the table. Pilgrimage? Interesting. Pilgrimage to the Flame Palace would suggest Flame Palace wanted others to revere them. Soon after, Xiaoyu and Elder Fong returned to the villa. Clearly, Xiaoyu and Elder Fong had learnt about the matter. When Xiaoyu got back, she immediately went to practice and swore to become an inborn expert as quickly as possible.
At night, the thrilling night Wang Xian had envisioned did not come into fruition. Lan Qingyue and Guan Shuqing stayed in a separate room.
Moreover, they locked their door when they went to bed. This made him feel helpless. Young master, I have a piece of good news.
On the second day, when Wang Xian walked to the living room, Mo Qinglong walked over and reported to him joyously.
What's the good news? Wang Xian stretched his body a little and asked. Mo Yuan has made the advancement to the inborn realm. Mo Qinglong answered with a smile. Oh, that was pretty fast.
Wang Xian revealed a satisfied expression. Mo Yuan was Mo Qinglong's disciple and had a foundation in cultivation. It wasn't too huge of a surprise that his cultivation level had now reached the inborn realm. Oh, right? Wang Xian thought about it and continued, call Mo Yuan along too. The Flame Palace has organized a pilgrimage. Let's go over and take a look.
For the pilgrimage to the Flame Palace, I heard that all the second-class and above forces in the 4 to 5 neighboring provinces have to attend. The main objective of the Flame Palace is to recruit experts and take in outstanding disciples.
Mo Qilong knew more about the pilgrimage than Wang Xian and added, I'll get Mo Yuan over right away.
Let him hurry over. We will be rushing there after breakfast, said Wang Xian.
At this moment, Miracle Dr. Bloodman, who had noble blood, carried the breakfast to the dining table. Hello everyone, it's time for breakfast.
Lingxiu, why don't you guys follow us to Wuduan Mountain today? Wang Xian said to Sun Lingxiu, taking a glance at Miracle Dr. Bloodman. All right, Xiao Xian. I'll listen to whatever you say. Sun Lingxiu answered obediently. Lan Qingyue and Guan Shuqing, who happened to be coming down the stairs, heard her.
Shuqing, watch over him. I'm going back to the office to settle some stuff.
Before Lan Qingyue was gone, she cast a death stare at Wang Xian and urged Guan Shuqing.
Don't worry, I'll watch over him.
Guan Shuqing nodded. Humph. Wang Xian gave a bitter smile when Guan Shuqing threw him a warning look after Lan Qingyue left. Miracle Dr. Wang, let's go. It will take more than 2 hours to reach Wuduan Mountain from here. Elder Fong looked at Wang Xian and spoke casually, thinking he was a sex poodle to herself.
Let's take the caravan. Just right. All of us can fit into it. Wang Xian told them as he swept a glance at the group and headed to the car. Xiao Yu, Elder Fong, Guan Shuqing, Sun Lingxiu, Miracle Dr. Bloodman Xiao Hong, Mo Yuan, Mo Qilong and Wang Xian made 8 people in total. Miracle Dr. Bloodman was in his usual vibrant red tuxedo. His face went pale as he observed the group with surprise.
Needless to say, his master was an inborn expert. In addition, that Miracle Dr. Wang and his 2 other servants were inborn experts. Counting him in the group would make 5 inborn experts in a group of 8.
Such a lineup surprised Xiao Hong. If we had a few more experts, we could form a royal family. Xiao Hong thought to himself. Young master, this is the information about Flame Palace researched by Mo Yuan.
Mo Qinglong handed a document to Wang Xian in the car.
Oh! Wang Xian took it with surprise. Xiao Yu and Elder Fong looked over with curiosity too.
They have 13 inborn experts, more than 30 half-step to inborn experts, around 80 level 9 martial artists, and their saint and saintess were on the outstanding young heroes chart. They were ranked 17 and 14 respectively.
Xiao Yu and Elder Fong read aloud the information on the document as they stared with their eyes agape.
They are strong. They actually have 13 inborn experts. Xiao Yu could not help but exclaim, is this how strong a sacred sect is? According to the information Thistles and Thorns sect got, Flame Palace only has 11 inborn experts, and they don't have so many half-step to inborn experts and level 9 martial artists. Elder Fong knit her eyebrows slightly. This information is accurate, said Mo Qinglong to Elder Fong. Looks like Flame Palace has concealed their actual strength. They are among the sacred sects indeed, Elder Fong exclaimed. As compared to such a domineering Flame Palace, Thistles and Thorns sect was nothing. Master, will the Flame Palace bully Thistles and Thorns sect? Xiao Yu looked at her master with concern. Don't worry. Elder Fong squeezed a smile on her face. But she was, in fact, worried sick. Relax. I'm here, aren't I? With me around, what can the Flame Palace do?
Wang Xian smiled and stroked Xiao Yu's head. Yes, I still have a formidable brother.
Xiao Yu lifted her chin and showed a smile on her face. The car was driving fast on the road. Wuduan Mountain was situated in the north city of Dongxing Province. Wuduan Mountain was made up of 5 100-meter peaks, surrounding a special scenic area in the center.
This scenic area only opened in the spring and tourists were prohibited from entering during other seasons.
Wuduan Mountain had 5 entrances. Wang Xian and the rest began to observe the environment after the car was parked at the entrance. The floor around the 100 meters towering peaks was covered by marble. All kinds of luxury cars were parked in the car park, while the imposing experts strolled inside. Many martial artists were standing around the entrance. They were dressed in uniforms with huge flames embroidered in front of their chests. Even the entrance guards are level 7 martial artists. They are simply domineering. No wonder Flame Palace can be the only force that rose to become a sacred sect within decades. We can tell how strong Flame Palace is just by a glimpse of it. Sacred sects. When can we be promoted to the sacred sects? Sigh, I guess we're hopeless.
The few influential families and sects from the surrounding provinces exclaimed softly when they saw the guards at the entrance.
They walked in with awe, just like what the invitation of Flame Palace had written. Pilgrimage.
Flame Palace did not dispatch all their people here for this recruitment. It's not even a third of their total strength.
I heard there will be 4 inborn experts from Flame Palace here. With them around, they can suppress everyone on the spot. As Wang Xian and the group headed inside, the discussions were heard from the surroundings again. Your invitation card, please. The guards of Flame Palace asked them coldly when they came to an intersection point. Mo Qinglong placed 2 invitation cards on the table. The guards took a glance and gestured for them to enter.
Wow, what a huge square.
When they walked into Wuduan Mountain, a vast square unfolded before their eyes. Guan Shuqing was shocked as she looked inside. A large cauldron, 5 meters tall, was situated in the center. An immense flame was burning in it, making it look magnificent. Dozens of level 8 martial artists from Flame Palace were surrounding the cauldron. The entire square was about 2 to 3 kilometers in radius.
A field that was similar to the ancient martial arts field was located in the center.
At this time, more than 1,000 people were gathered here. Even though thousands of people sounded like a huge number, it looked like a few in the spacious square.
The entire square looked like an ancient underworld with the surrounding pine trees.
Master, sect leader, and the rest are over there.
Just then, Xiaoyu pointed to the entrance on the right after she scanned the surrounding environment. Let's go over there, said Elder Feng as she looked at Wang Xian before she walked to Thistles and Thorns sect.
Sect leader. Xiaoyu and Elder Feng walked over and greeted sect leader Tang. Saintess.
Thistles and Thorns sect had sent more than 20 people, including several elders. The elders, along with the attendants, greeted Xiaoyu.
Since the Flame Palace already knew Xiaoyu was their saintess, there was no need for them to hide anymore. Miracle Dr. Wang. Thank you for being here. Sect leader Tang bowed to Wang Xian, expressing his gratitude. Wang Xian waved a dismissive hand. When will Flame Palace start their pilgrimage? Noon. They will start the recruitment of experts and disciples at noon. Sect leader Tang answered. We're still early then. Wang Xian looked at the time and sat on a stone bench with nothing to do. Guan Shuqing sat with him on the stone bench beside him.
Sun Lingxiu found a seat nearby with a smiling face while the miracle Dr. Bloodman stood beside her respectfully.
More and more people gathered in the square. Most of the martial artists carried their swords and sabers.
The atmosphere began to liven up.
The crowd was distinguished by their uniforms. From their attire, it was easy to tell which sect or family they came from. I saw 5 first-class forces. All of them were led by inborn experts. That's formidable. Quite a number of second-class forces are here too. No one dared to defy a word from sacred sect. Voices from a few attendants and elders of Thistles and Thorns sect sounded from the side. Wang Xian looked briefly across the crowd before continuing his casual chat with Guan Shuqing.
The one heading towards us is from the Fengyang family, and the one at the forefront is Fengyang Lai, an inborn realm expert. Fengyang family is one of the strongest families in Feng City. They have a lot of descendants. The entire family has over 2,000 members, and they are a huge family with more than 100 years of history. That young man right there is Fengyang Kai. He used to be the rank 20th on the Outstanding Young Heroes chart.
Greetings. Family head of Fengyang family. Yeah, hee. Several people beside the Thistles and Thorns sect were whispering among themselves. When sect leader Tang saw Fengyang family walking in his direction, he immediately stood up and greeted them.
Fengyang Lai, who was walking at the front, looked coldly at sect leader Tang before giving a forced smile.
Sect leader Tang was a little embarrassed. However, he didn't say a word and sat to the side.
Thistles and Thorns sect is really unlucky to offend an elder from the Flame Palace. The future development of Thistles and Thorns sect will become tough.
It's their fault, offending those they shouldn't have. They only have themselves to blame. 2 young men walking at the front of the Fengyang family crowd were chatting. They were quite loud and weren't concerned about the Thistles and Thorns sect who was just beside them.
This made the crowd from Thistles and Thorns sect embarrassed.
Wow. It's that beautiful girl. At this moment, the young man who was talking opened up the fan in his hand while staring intensely at the position beside Wang Xian. Looking at the clouds reminds me of her clothes. Looking at the flowers reminds me of her looks. The spring breeze blows and the flowers bloom. If I haven't seen her at the foot of the mountain for immortals, I'll see her under the moonlight by the abode of immortals. The young man recited a poem as he fanned himself. He was staring at Sun Lingxiu fervently. When Feng Lai saw his son, he smiled and said, "Let's just sit here while waiting."
"Father, your son is going to get you a daughter-in-law," the young man with a folded fan smiled and said to his father.
Feng Lai returned a faint smile before looking to Sun Lingxiu. "She's indeed beautiful and befitting of our Feng family."
"Haha," the young man laughed loudly.
"Brother Kai, that girl is really stunning. I just wonder if she has a boyfriend." The young man beside him was stunned by Sun Lingxiu's beauty and commented enviously,
"She sits with her legs closed together and the distance between her eyebrows is short. She's definitely still a virgin."
Feng Kai moved his folded fan as he continued, Rare, holy and noble. Let me go over and get to know her." As he finished his words, he walked directly to Sun Lingxiu. "Hi, I'm Feng Kai from the Feng family. I am greatly attracted by your looks. May I know the name of this beautiful lady?" Feng Kai fanned himself lightly and gave off the vibe of a scholar from Jiangnan. Sun Lingxiu sat beside Wang Xian with a medical book from Miracle Dr. Bloodman in her hands. She simply sat there quietly while reading.
As she flipped through the book, the stunning disposition she displayed was similar to that of a deity who had descended to the mortal realm.
Sun Lingxiu ignored Feng Kai's question completely. As an inborn expert, she could hear his conversation with others previously and had chosen to completely ignore him.
"Sun Lingxiu is really attractive. There's actually someone trying to pick her up."
Guan Shuqing, who was beside Wang Xian, was a little envious while speaking to Wang Xian.
"You are equally attractive." Wang Xian smiled and pinched her cheeks. He then turned around and looked towards Sun Lingxiu. When the crowd from Thistles and Thorns sect saw Feng Kai greeting the beautiful girl who came with Wang Xian, they looked over inquisitively.
Huh? Seeing Sun Lingxiu completely ignoring him, Feng Kai was slightly shocked.
"Brother Kai, what's the matter?
Why don't you let me, your brother, give it a try?"
The other young man by the side spoke with a smile when he saw Sun Lingxiu completely ignoring his brother. Feng Kai looked a little embarrassed. He leaned towards Sun Lingxiu again and asked, "Hey girl, it's rude to be ignoring others, right? My master is already ignoring you. Don't be so thick-skinned and keep coming over." Miracle Dr. Bloodman, Xiao Hong, who was standing beside Sun Lingxiu, lifted his head slightly and spoke with contempt.
His broken Mandarin sounded a little quirky. "Huh?"
Upon hearing Miracle Dr. Bloodman, Feng Kai was shocked. He squinted his eyes and stared at him. "An underling has no right to speak here."
"Hey girl, I Feng Kai am talking to you. Are you not going to show me any respect?"
His face sank as he stared at Sun Lingxiu, who was still going through the book. In his eyes, fury was raging. However, Sun Lingxiu still didn't say a word. Miracle Dr. Bloodman, Xiao Hong, walked forward and stared at him with disdain. He then remarked, "Get lost."
Miracle Dr. Bloodman's quirky Mandarin coupled with the disdain look on him was hilarious.
"Shut up and get lost."
"Pa." When Feng Kai heard Miracle Dr. Bloodman, his already embarrassed look sank further. He waved the folded fan in his hands and a crisp noise sounded instantly. The fan was in fact made of metal and wasn't any ordinary fan. "Hey girl, you have gone a little overboard." He looked coldly towards Sun Lingxiu once again.
"Huh?"
Some members from the Feng family also frowned and looked over, feeling confused about what was happening. "Fuck your mother. You asking me to shut up? Asking me to get lost?"
"Hey, brat, I'm telling you to scram now. Can you hear me?"
"Brat."
When Miracle Dr. Bloodman heard Feng Kai, he immediately chided him.
"What the? This? Wang Xian, Xiao Yu and the crowd who was watching silently from the side couldn't help but break into laughter. The crowd of Thistles and Thorns sect was also shocked as they looked at Miracle Dr. Bloodman. A well-dressed and good-looking foreigner was hurling vulgarities in Mandarin. His voice and expression at that moment were truly hilarious.
Even Sun Ling Xiu, who was reading a book silently, couldn't help but break into laughter.
You! In that instant, Feng Yang Kai's expression turned violent and savage as he stared at Miracle Dr. Bloodman.
When Feng Yanglai heard Miracle Dr. Bloodman, killing intent flashed in his eyes. Fuck your mother? Wouldn't that be fuck his wife?
You must be tired of living. Feng Yang Kai's eyes turned cold as he swung his folded fan towards the chest of the Miracle Dr. Bloodman. Brat! I can kill you with a swing of my hand. Miracle Dr. Bloodman, Xiao Hong, was extremely pissed. He waved his hand casually and slapped Feng Yang Kai in the face before anyone reacted to it.
What? Feng Yang Kai was horrified, following which a strong force sent him falling to the ground.
Bam!
His body smashed onto the floor and blood was oozing out from his mouth.
Filthy blood.
You've dirted my hand. Miracle Dr. Bloodman saw a drop of blood land on his fingers. He took out a piece of tissue impatiently and wiped it off with contempt.
You are such an ugly guy, and yet you dare to flirt with my master. Trash. Trash.
Miracle Dr. Bloodman stepped on Feng Yang Kai's face with his feet and remarked with disdain.
You must be tired of living.